December 7th,
It's history.
1941.
The events.
A date which will live
The drama.
in infamy.
The figures.
This will have vital power.
It's hardcore history.
What is a monument? If you think about what that term means, a monument is some sort of commemoration. It's a reminder. A monument could be to an event, could be to a person. You see statues all over the world commemorating important or noteworthy individuals. You see all sorts of architectural monuments around the world reminding us of some important event or honoring, important people or times or places. Now, most occurrences where a monument is put up is something that's well thought out and designed. Some monuments are the most artistic and beautiful things that human hands have ever crafted. Monuments all over, for example, Rome today from past history. Places like Paris, full of monuments. London, full of monuments. Washington, D.C., all over the world, right? But there are some monuments that are inadvertent commemorations that were never designed, were never crafted by human hands, and yet can be more powerful than anything we put together to remind us of the past. One of those inadvertent monuments is said to exist in southern Russia. And you could almost call it legendary because part of me thinks that if it were really there, we would have heard a lot more about it. But the people who have written about it are very credible, so I tend to believe them. One of the people who visited this inadvertent monument is an author named Donovan Webster, who wrote a book called Aftermath. And Aftermath is a book about the modern-day condition of 20th century battlefields. For example, he takes you in one story to modern-day France and tours the World War I battlefields there and talks about, the shells that still keep coming to the surface and exploding and the places in France on the battlefields that are still cordoned off where people aren't allowed to go because they'll get blown up still from ordnance that's 100 years old. But the most haunting part of Donovan Webster's book is when he takes, several planes and a bunch of cars to get to this spot in the middle of nowhere on the steppes of southern Russia to see something that very few people know is there, especially outside of Russia. And he says he had a guide with him, and they pulled the car up to this spot, and it was in the middle of a very flat plain, and you could see way off into the distance, all the way to the horizon, miles away. And he says that he and the guide got out of the car, their boots crunching on the snow-filled field, and the guide told him to look down. And Webster says when his eyes adjusted to the blinding white of the snow and the plains and everything, he could make out strange shapes in the snow. And the guide picked up one of these shapes and showed it to Webster. And it was a bone. A human bone. And he and Webster begin walking around this field, picking up clavicles and thigh bones and jaw bones and pieces of skulls, and they are everywhere. He says there are also jack boots that you come across and all sorts of leather gear, all the refuse and debris of human existence that you might imagine still sitting around this field. And he says you can look off into the horizon and these bones are sticking up out of the snow as far as you can see for miles. The guide tells him that this is a tiny, tiny, tiny fraction of how far this bone field, he calls it, stretches. This bone field is a monument, an inadvertent commemoration of an important event with many, many, many lessons to teach modern-day people today. And it's out in the middle of nowhere. The nearest major city is a place called Volgograd, which may not ring a bell in your memory. But Volgograd used to have another name. It used to be called Stalingrad. These skeletons lying on this bone field that Webster was picking up out of the snow are the remains of Hitler's Wehrmacht from the Second World War. And this was the breakwater that the tide of Nazi expansion broke against before it began to recede back to the borders of Germany. This is as far as they got. And there may be 300,000 human beings in an area about 30 miles long and 20 miles deep. And in a very strange thing to say, it's probably good that those 300,000 people died. They are a human reminder of the cost of evil. Imagine how different our world might be today had that army not been defeated outside of Stalingrad in what must have been a cavalcade of human suffering. Here's the thing, though. Those 300,000 human beings who lay on the steppes of modern-day Russia were not all evil. Many of them were simply pawns of an evil regime. There's a line my grandfather used to use. There, but for the grace of God, go I. There were no conscientious objectors in Nazi Germany. And many of those people fighting in that army that suffered massively and died at that spot could have been you and could have been me had we been born in a different time and a different place. They were pawns of evil for the most part. And here's what makes this story so difficult to tell. The people who killed them were also pawns of evil. This is a story that is not a good guy versus bad guy story. This is a bad guy versus bad guy story. And those are always the toughest to tell. You see, if you took the Eastern Front, as it was called, in the Second World War, the war between Nazi Germany and the Communist Soviet Union, if you took that out of the greater scheme of World War II and just looked at it by itself, it would be the largest war in human history. The Eastern Front was more costly and larger than the whole First World War was. It was a titanic struggle between the two largest land powers in maybe the history of the world. An immense conflict that ate up lives at a pace that is unimaginable. And it's a very difficult story to tell also because it's very recent. You don't get angry emails like I do when you talk about the struggles between Rome and Carthage, or the ancient wars between Greece and Persia. They're just too far in the past. The ideologies don't matter anymore. The suffering of the peoples is obscure and remote. But there are people who are going to listen to this program who can look at their arms and see the tattoos from the death camps that they used to be in. It's hard to have an objective look at things when you're so close to them. And to talk about the suffering of the people who were the pawns in this story is also difficult, because there are a lot of people who think that the suffering is deserved. I grew up 30 years. I was a kid 30 years after the Second World War ended. And to give you some perspective, the 1960s that many of you think was not that long ago is 40 years ago now. And when I was a kid, if you had tried to sympathize with, say, the women and children who were caught in the bombing of German cities, places like Dresden or Hamburg, you would not have found much sympathy, even in a place like the United States, which was hardly touched by the war compared to places like the Soviet Union or France or London. People would say to you, well, if they didn't want to burn to death in those bombing raids, they shouldn't have bombed Rotterdam. They shouldn't have bombed London. That was the attitude you would have. And it's not hard to understand. There's some truth to that. Just like there's some truth that it's a good thing that there are 300,000 dead Germans, along with Italian allies and Romanian allies and Hungarian allies and Bulgarian allies on those plains of southern Russia now. But that doesn't negate the fact that those were human beings, and that this is a story with lessons. And one of the main lessons is that those people were victims of a government and an ideology. Lesson number 1 is the damage that a single person making decisions can unleash. They were the victims of one man's will, Adolf Hitler. You know, there's a line, and it may or may not be true, that one of the founding fathers of the United States is supposed to have uttered, comparing government to fire, saying that fire, when it's well controlled, like government when it's well controlled, can make your life a lot better, give you some warmth, give you some comfort, cook your food, that kind of thing. But if that fire is allowed to get out of control, it can become an inferno that burns everything around it. Well, the governments of Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union got out of control. And first, they burned the people in those countries and victimized them, and then spread and started to burn and victimize all of their neighbors. The 300,000 or so skeletons lying on the Russian steppe right now is a commemoration, an inadvertent monument saying, here's what happens when governments get out of control and evil individuals run amok unchecked. And this is a story about a war with victims on all sides. I started my research, maybe in an incorrect way, reading diaries and accounts by people who were at these conflicts. And the first one I read was from a German soldier or man fighting for Germany on the Russian front. One of the bad guys, right? And yet as you read this account of this man's suffering, and it was profound, you couldn't help but feel sympathy for him. He was a human being. He was fighting in the cause of evil, but as he wrote in his book, pain is international. And he was feeling pain. And then I went and read the accounts from the Russian soldiers who were also fighting for an evil regime. And their pain was international too. And then you think of all the innocents, besides the people caught in the bombing raids, all of the people that were lined up against the walls and shot, all the people that were raped as part of this conflict, all of the human suffering, and you start to realize that the Second World War and the Russian front, the Eastern Front in particular, is just another one of those human lessons about man's inhumanity to man. And it almost seems like the suffering gets worse and worse and worse because we don't learn the lesson. And the wars of the 20th century were the worst in human history. Maybe because we didn't learn from the ones that happened before that. I mean, those 20th century German planners who were trying to figure out the best way to invade the Soviet Union, there were plenty of lessons for them to draw on from the 19th century. They knew, as every European school child also knew, that invasions of Russia had been tried before. Tried by gifted, conquering warlords with tragic results. You only have to look at the year 1812, about 129 years before Operation Barbarossa was launched by the Germans against the Soviet Union, to see what might happen to an army that invaded the gargantuan landmass that was Russia at the time. In 1812, Napoleon Bonaparte, the greatest of European conquerors maybe, had amassed, well, just about every major nation of Europe under his sway, either as an ally or as a subject people, except for the giant territory that was ruled by the Russian Tsar. The Tsar being the Russian word for an emperor, basically. And Napoleon decided he was going to teach this Tsar a lesson. He'd beaten the Tsar's armies all over Eastern Europe, but not Russia itself. So Napoleon amassed one of the great armies in European history, more than 600,000 men from a dozen nations, including quite a few Germans, ironically enough, called it the Grand Army, and in June 1812 launched an invasion of the colossal Russian state. Now, what happened to Napoleon was a lesson that should have been taken to heart, and a lot of people did take it to heart. The first thing that happened is the great conqueror found his normal lightning tactics frustrated by the great distances in Russia. There was always just too much room for the Russians to simply pull back, keep retreating into the vastness of their country. Not just that, the Russians tended to fight quite a bit better on their own soil than they did when they were fighting in some other foreign country. And most importantly, the weather in Russia was atrocious. It alternated between scorching summer heat and unbelievable winter cold, and between those two seasons were rainy seasons which turned the Russian dirt roads into a soupy kind of mud that could swallow up whole gun carriages. The French had no way to prepare logistically for this nightmare, and it bedeviled them during the whole campaign. Napoleon would have sharp encounters with Russians where he would basically be successful. Sometimes they were more like stalemates. But none of these victories seemed to win Napoleon all that much. He still had to keep marching, his troops diminishing in numbers all the time, stragglers being picked off, food becoming a problem. Eventually, Napoleon manages to capture one of the major cities, Moscow. And it ends up not doing him any good at all. He had planned to winter in Moscow and use it as a base of operations to keep the Russians down, because winter was approaching. The Russians just burned it down, denying Napoleon and his troops any shelter for the coming winter. Napoleon was frustrated, flummoxed, didn't know what to do. This was beyond the scope of anything he'd had to deal with before. Eventually, he and his generals decide they just have to leave, and they have to leave before the winter overtakes them. So they start back towards France. Napoleon's army thought that they were going to outrun the winter, and they almost did. But on November 6th, as a chronicler pointed out who was marching with the army, quote, "The heavens declared against us. The army marched enveloped in cold fogs. These fogs became thicker, and presently an immense cloud descended upon it in large flakes of snow. It seemed as if the very sky was falling and joining the earth and our enemies to complete our destruction." Other writers talk about the survivors of Napoleon's army dragging themselves along as best they could, their faces smeared with blood from the little horse flesh that was to be had, their beards stiffened with icicles. One memoir tells of soldiers, quote, "walking barefoot, using pieces of wood as canes, but their feet were frozen so hard that the sound they made on the road was like that of wooden clogs," end quote. Flocks of ravens followed the retreat, waiting for the dead bodies that would be falling every few minutes. Out of the more than 600,000 people Napoleon led into Russia in 1812, barely 100,000 will squeak out with their lives. This was a defeat of traumatic proportions that ruined Napoleon basically forever. He was never the same, nor was his reputation. But there were lessons to be learned. And don't think the German planners didn't learn them. As a matter of fact, when Hitler laid down what the actual strategy was going to be when he was working out the plan to invade Russia, the strategy was designed specifically to avoid the mistakes that Napoleon made. Napoleon's ghost hung over this World War II conflict in the East like a vengeful specter. And even the soldiers on the ground would write in their diaries at times that they now felt like they were walking in the footsteps of Napoleon's French soldiers, both in good times and in bad while fighting in Russia. Now, it might have been an easier lesson to learn for German planners had there not been an intervening event that sort of muddied the clarity of the waters when it came to learning that you shouldn't invade the Russian Colossus. And the thing that muddied the waters was the First World War. In the First World War, about 100 years almost exactly after Napoleon's invasion of Russia, the Germans would fight on two fronts. They had a plan to crush France called the Schlieffen Plan. And the Schlieffen Plan involved putting all their overwhelming force on the west against France and a little teeny holding force in the east to prevent the Russians, who were allied to the British and the French, from overrunning places like Berlin and the eastern part of Germany. Well, what ended up happening was astounding and unexpected. That little holding force that many German planners were worried wouldn't be able to even fight off the Russian Colossus did a heck of a lot more than that. It ended up crushing the Russian forces. Battles like Tannenberg made the reputation of famous German generals like Hindenburg and Ludendorff, where small German forces defeated Russian armies of hundreds of thousands of men, took tons of prisoners. Russian generals were shooting themselves out of shame for, what had happened to their armies. The losses began to topple a Russian government that was already unsteady. They still were living under the rule of an autocratic czar at that point, but the czars had been fighting off revolutionary attempts for years. The crushing losses against the Germans in the First World War were enough to push the rotting edifice of the Russian government over. And the Germans helped. They found every Russian revolutionary and rabble-rouser they could get their hands on who were exiled in Europe and put them on trains and paid for their tickets and sent them right back to Russia, figuring that they would undermine an already sick and dying government. And this they did. One of those was a guy named Lenin. Maybe you've heard of him. Lenin and his fellow rabble-rousers helped topple the Russian government. The Russians pull out of the First World War, sign a humiliating treaty with Germany, and end up fighting amongst themselves, including a civil war that won't be finished and resolved until 1920, 1921. At times, it would even involve foreign forces trying to fight for the old czarist government or something connected to it. British, French, and even American troops would fight in this war at one time or another, leading eventually to a very suspicious attitude on the part of the Russian communists against the West. They never forgot the intervention of the Western forces trying to topple their regime when their regime was just getting started. Now, this regime became a very interesting social experiment. The communists, the Bolsheviks, who eventually took hold in Russia, became the first example of a communist nation. It was a great experiment, if you will. And there were a lot of people who looked at this as the dawning of a new age. There were very high hopes among a lot of people that this was the beginning of a workers' paradise. Communist rhetoric had always been focused on labor and laborers. And there were plenty of people, especially folks who happened to be of a more leftward-leaning bent, even in the West, who thought this a great achievement. One of the most autocratic, conservative, right-wing governments of all time, the Tsar of Russia, had been replaced by a much more worker-friendly one, a government that was going to turn the sorrow, the traditional hard life of the Russian people under the Tsar, to something more pleasant, more hopeful, more futuristic, and usher in the dawning of a new age. Now, it didn't quite work out that way. Meanwhile, the Germans end up losing the First World War, and in 1918, the Allies dictate the terms of the peace to Germany, launching absolute chaos in the Central European nation. The German monarch, the Kaiser, is deposed. A social democracy is enacted, and the Germans begin fighting in the streets among rightist militarists and communist agitators, and Germany, for all intents and purposes, looks like it's falling apart. Add to that the crushing reparations that were part of the peace treaty, the inflation of the currency that comes as part of those reparations, and Germany was ripe for extremism. And it was into this chaos that a man like Adolf Hitler could find his place. He takes over a small group of people called the National Socialist German Workers' Party, ostensibly sort of a left-wing group, takes it over and turns it into his own sort of organization, purges it of the people who don't think like he does, uses his force of personality to sort of run with this group now that's his. He makes an ill-fated attempt at taking over the government. The government gives him a relatively short sentence in prison for doing it. In prison, he writes this book called Mein Kampf, where he lays out his whole worldview, a worldview which includes things like Lebensraum, living space, a almost colonial idea that if Germany wants to take its place among the great world nations, it needs to gobble up territory to do so. Because in Hitler's mind, if you read Mein Kampf, you can see he has the great nations of the world all hooked together, and they all have one thing in common. They control large areas of territory. Even the British Empire, the British Isles being very small, but when you look at all of their colonial possessions, Britain has darn near half the world. And he points out that the United States and Russia, all huge territories. And he says that Germany's too small. If it's going to take its place among those other nations, it needs to be bigger. And that land needs to come in the East. Hitler, in prison in the 1920s, is dictating his plan to pull off the very thing that Napoleon in 1812 was unable to pull off. He's laying the groundwork for his war against the Russians. Now, of course, they weren't the Russians now. They were the Soviet Union, which was Russia and a bunch of neighboring states combined into this communist utopia, which was much more of a totalitarian regime with sort of communism as the ideology that justified it. And Hitler decided that this Bolshevist regime was one of the major threats to world civilization. Hitler saw everything in a racial mold as well. It's hard to understand his worldview without understanding how much he thought race and your blood played a role in who you were. And in Hitler's mind, the worst people on the planet were the Jews. And in his mind, the Bolsheviks were nothing more than a Jewish international movement designed to take over the world. And there's no question that the communist ideology talked about a world revolution. Solidarity with all the workers in the various other countries. Hitler's main foes in the streets of Germany were communists. He saw the Bolsheviks as Jews. Marx himself, the very, ground zero intellectual at the heart of communist thinking, was Jewish, and Hitler was not the only person that connected Judaism and communism. And so in Hitler's mind, the Jewish internationalist conspiracy had finally gotten their hands on a major country, Russia, and this was going to be the enemy of the future state that he was going to run, which is amazing considering he's writing that stuff from prison. To imagine that he would be running that state someday is rather prophetic. And that day was only about 7 or 8 years in coming. Hitler's ascent to power is one of the great stories in all world history of a man taking control of a major industrial state. And a lot of people like to point out that Adolf Hitler was democratically elected by the German people, but this is a little bit misleading. In the last real free election that Hitler took part in, he only received 36 or 37% of the vote, and not everyone voted. So it was a minority of people that put Adolf Hitler into power, and once he got his foot in the door, he was able to establish total power in a relatively short time. He wasn't elected as the dictator of Germany, but it didn't take him long to get from point A to point B. And once in power, he began implementing all the ideas from that blueprint, that book Mein Kampf that he wrote in prison in the middle 1920s. Everything from the persecution of Jews to the rearmament of the German military, which wasn't as crippled as you might think it should be, based on the fact that the Versailles Treaty after World War I said it shouldn't be able to do anything, because even before the Nazis came to power, the German government had crafted a secret deal with the Soviet Union where they would trade minerals and information if the Soviets would allow the Germans to practice with all sorts of weapons they weren't allowed to have and involving doctrines they weren't allowed to develop secretly on Soviet territory. In the 1920s especially. But the irony of this whole thing is many of the doctrines and strategies and ideas that were figured out during this time were going to be used against the Red Army when those two sides clashed in the 1940s. The Soviets actually helped the Germans develop the very tactics they would use against the Red Army. Red Army, by the way, is the term used to describe the Soviet Union's army. Red was the traditional color of the Communist Revolution, so they refer to their army as the Red Army. They refer to their Air Force as the Red Air Force, that sort of thing, in any case. Now, in the Soviet Union, Lenin, the great founder of the communist state, died relatively soon after the Civil War ended. And there was no obvious second banana to lead the country when he did die. There was no vice president of Russia that automatically would step into the power vacuum. Later on, it was discovered that Lenin had sort of left a last will and testament saying who he didn't want to get the job. He said, don't give the job to that guy, Joseph Stalin, who turned out to be the guy who got the job. Lenin felt that Stalin was too ruthless, would abuse power, and that's, of course, exactly what he did. In her book, Ivan's War, Catherine Marendal tells a story that is symbolic of Stalin's cruelty. She quotes a woman who knew Stalin way back when he was a nobody, and explains an incident that she remembers that typifies his character. She writes, quote, "One afternoon," the woman said, it must have been in April, sometime before 1904, she and a group of comrades were out for a walk. Their path lay by a river that had swollen after the spring thaw. A calf, newborn, still doubtful on its legs, had somehow become stranded on an island in the middle. The friends could hear it bleeding above the roar of the water, but no one dared to risk the torrent. No one, that is, except the Georgian, Koba, which was Stalin's name, who ripped off his shirt and swam across. He reached the calf, hauled himself out to stand beside it, waited for all the friends to watch, and then he broke its legs. Joseph Stalin was a lot like Adolf Hitler. They were both paranoid. They were both ruthless. Stalin's one of those guys who said once that one death is a tragedy, a million deaths a statistic. And he sort of governed with that philosophy. From the time Stalin got even partial power to the time he took over the Soviet state, millions of people in the Soviet Union died. Sometimes it was overtly things that Stalin wanted to do, and sometimes it was as a byproduct of his policies. For example, a starvation that he started in the Ukraine killed maybe 10 million people. That number is flexible, but millions and millions is a good way to put it. Not just that, he was involved in all sorts of purges where he would go after his political enemies. He would use the power of a group called the NKVD, which would later be known as the KGB. They were the Russian version of the German Gestapo, people that were very adept at torturing and going after enemies of the state and liquidating them. One survivor of an NKVD torture session said when he walked into the torture chambers of the NKVD, there were gouged out eyes and teeth and cut off ears and cut off fingers and tongues all over the floor from previous torture sessions. Stalin used this against his political opposition and people he even felt threatened by. He would then drag these tortured shells of human beings in front of a court, force them to confess to these things that they'd never done, and then have the NKVD take them out back and shoot them in the back of the neck with a pistol, which was their standard execution method. Stalin was a terroristic leader, and he governed through the use of terror, just like Adolf Hitler did in Germany. They kind of admired each other's ruthlessness also, because when Hitler purged elements of the Nazi Party in something called the Night of the Long Knives, Stalin is said to have admired his ruthlessness and told some subordinates that Adolf Hitler's quite a guy, isn't he? So even though their politics were very different, their temperament wasn't that far removed from each other. Now, unfortunately for Joseph Stalin, one of the areas he saw a threat looming was among military officers. And in the 1930s, he held several purges where he went after tens of thousands of Red Army officers. Now, they weren't all killed or thrown into prison. A lot were just removed, but a lot were killed, a lot were tortured, and a lot were thrown into prison. The people that ended up taking the place of these experienced officers were much lower down on the food chain, much less experienced, and when the coming war with Germany actually happened, the Red Army would miss these experienced people. This turned out to be a place where Stalin's paranoia would hurt him badly later. Now, it's well known how the Second World War broke out. We talked about this in another podcast as well. Adolf Hitler, in the late 1930s, begins making demands on areas around Germany. Czechoslovakia was a perfect example. And the Allied powers, Britain and France, were in no position to get involved in a major war, so they were giving in on Hitler's demands. It was called appeasement later on, trying to appease the dictator. Eventually, though, Hitler pushed his luck too far, and the British and French carved out a line in the sand, and it was over Poland. Germany wanted several little areas, a corridor called the Danzig Corridor, among other things, handed over from Poland, and the Allies had felt like they had given enough, and so they opened up backdoor negotiations with the Soviet Union, ostensibly to create sort of a united front. Germany goes into Poland, are you with us? Stalin was very serious about these negotiations, but apparently, according to documents released from the Soviet Union after the fall of the Soviet Union, the British and the French weren't that serious, and they kind of dithered, and they weren't very focused about it, not very concrete, and so the negotiations broke off. The British and the French maybe not thinking that this war was actually going to happen. The Soviet Union then made a deal with Germany, secretly, a non-aggression pact, right before the Poland thing hit the fan. This stunned the world, by the way. These two ideological enemies that had been throwing verbal bombs at each other. Hitler had been talking about this threat to civilization ever since Mein Kampf, and all of a sudden the world is confronted right before the Second World War breaks out with this diplomatic coup saying that the Soviet Union and Germany were going to be, well, maybe not friends, but they weren't going to fight each other. They were going to have trade deals with each other. Lots of raw materials were going to go back and forth. And as part of a secret deal, the Germans were going to go into Poland and take one half, and the Russians were going to invade Poland from the other side and take the other half. When the war broke out in September 1939, and Hitler invaded Poland, and Britain and France declared war on Germany, which Adolf Hitler was not really expecting. I think he kind of thought they were bluffing. He had almost defeated Poland before the Red Army decides to invade from the east, fulfilling their part of the split Poland in two bargain. And the war starts, and the buffer states that separate Germany from their mortal enemy, the Soviet Union, even with that recent non-aggression pact, begin to get gobbled up. You had all these nations in between Germany and Russia preventing, direct contact. And now they were starting to swallow these states up, and they were going to have a shared border. The Poles became the first nationality to really fall into the category that we consider a major theme in this show. What I call the double victim. Because the Poles were victimized by the Germans and by the Russians. The Germans immediately begin rounding up Polish intellectuals and Jews and everyone from their side of Poland and persecuting them. And the Russians begin carting off thousands of Poles. They kill maybe up to 20,000, maybe more, Polish officers in a forest. They begin shooting intellectuals, sending off male household members to gulags. This is a nightmare for the Polish people, which has never really been quite brought up the way it should. And after Poland falls, the Soviet Union gets involved in a conflict with Finland. They demand some Finnish territory, expecting the Finns to give right in. The Finns have much more of a backbone than anyone thinks, and they say no. A war breaks out between the Soviet Union and Finland, and the Soviet Union ends up having a terrible time against tiny little Finland. Terrible time. 100,000 or more Soviet soldiers die. It's awful. It's a debacle. They look terrible in the war. This becomes another little thing that sticks in Hitler's mind, thinking, aha, the Soviet Union is a paper tiger. They can't even handle Finland. And you really see the loss of the Soviet Red Army officer corps that Stalin has purged, because the Soviets don't look like they know what they're doing. Their bad showing against Finland made them look weaker than they really were, and almost certainly influenced Hitler's decision to attack the Soviets only about a year later. By the time that attack comes, the European war has been transformed. In 1940, the Nazi armies overrun France in a matter of months in an unexpectedly easy campaign. the lightning war blitzkrieg tactics, destroy a French army that held the Germans off for 4 years in the First World War. At this point, Great Britain pretty much stands alone. They managed to defeat the Germans in an aerial campaign known as the Battle of Britain. And the Germans and Italians are fighting the British in North Africa. The British are trying to fend off German submarine warfare against their commerce shipping in the Atlantic. Hitler seems thoroughly tied down, and meanwhile Joseph Stalin and the Soviets are complying with their part of the secret trade agreement, funneling all sorts of raw materials to keep the German army running. Little did Stalin know that these raw materials were building the German army up for an attack on him. However, this was something that Joseph Stalin should have known. The Soviet Union had perhaps the most efficient and best spy network in the world operating in the 1940s. And Joseph Stalin's spies were telling him that the Germans were coming, that Russia was on the targeting list, and that the preparations had already begun. Now, as many writers have pointed out, what's really weird about this situation is that Joseph Stalin was one of the most paranoid leaders who ever lived. He didn't trust anyone. And yet, it seems like the one person who he trusted to keep his promises was the one person that no one should ever trust to keep his promises. One of the biggest oath breakers who ever led a major country in modern times, Adolf Hitler. Stalin thought that all this information that was coming to him via his spies was disinformation. That this was the work of the clever, devious British government, who were basically fighting the Nazis alone at this point, and who were desperate for any help they could get. Stalin thought that all this was part of a British plot to bring the Soviet Union into the war against the Germans. He didn't buy any of it. Now, not only were the Germans planning to attack the Soviet Union, Hitler was planning to treat the Soviet war in a way that was unlike, well, perhaps any country had treated a war in Europe since medieval times. He was planning a war of annihilation against the Soviets. Now, you remember, Hitler had said in Mein Kampf that the Bolsheviks were the natural enemies of the Nazis. He actually said that the conflict that they were about to embark on, Nazi Germany against Bolshevik Russia, was an ideological war that had been in the makings ever since the French Revolution. A day of reckoning that would finally solve the contradictions of the French Revolution. He was planning a war of ideas, a conflict in worldviews, and he was telling his generals and his commanders that this could not be a war like the kind of war they fought in the West against France and the Netherlands and Belgium and Norway. Those conflicts were so relatively peaceful. That's not a good way to describe it, because if you were fighting for the French against the Nazis, you wouldn't have thought it was peaceful. But the Germans had a saying about that war. They called it maneuvers with live ammunition. They lost about 50,000 men in their whole campaign against the West, which is unbelievable when you look at the losses that they took in the First World War. Perhaps they can be kind of forgiven for thinking that a war against the Soviet Union would not have been that bad. Factor into that the fact that the Soviet Union had looked terrible in their war against Finland, and that the Nazi worldview believed the communists to have a very thin hold over the population anyway, and Hitler was optimistic that, as he said, quote, "We have only to kick in the door and the whole rotten structure will come crashing down," end quote. He remembered the First World War, and he remembered the mistaken lesson of the First World War, that if you beat the Soviets badly on the battlefield, their government would fall, just like the Tsarist government fell in the First World War. Now, when this government fell, Hitler had absolutely monstrous plans for Soviet Russia. First of all, this was not going to be a war conducted as gentlemen. As he told his generals before it started, quote, "The war against Russia will be such that it cannot be conducted in a knightly fashion. This struggle is one of ideologies and racial differences, and will have to be conducted with unprecedented, unmerciful, and unrelenting harshness. All officers," he said, "will have to rid themselves of obsolete ideologies. I know that the necessity for such means of waging war is beyond the comprehension of you generals, but I insist absolutely that my orders be executed without contradiction. The commissars of the Soviet Union are the bearers of ideologies directly opposed to National Socialism. Therefore, the commissars will be liquidated. German soldiers guilty of breaking international law will be excused. Russia has not participated in the Hague Convention and therefore has no rights under it," end quote. Hitler was saying that the Germans didn't need to behave in a humane fashion to their enemy because their enemy wasn't humane to begin with. What's more, Hitler had all sorts of rules governing who would be considered enemy combatants and who wouldn't in this war. And one of the definitions of an enemy combatant, a partisan, somebody who didn't deserve being treated as a POW, was anybody caught behind the front lines with a weapon. Here's the key, though. Hitler had outlined a strategy for this war based on giant encirclement movements. He had intended on avoiding Napoleon's mistakes. Remember, Napoleon haunted this warfare like a ghost, and everyone was reading his invasion chronicles from Russia in 1812, and the Russians back then had retreated into the vastness of their hinterland. Hitler's plan for avoiding this was giant movements that would capture whole Russian armies, encircle them, and destroy them. The problem is that would trap large numbers of Russians behind enemy lines with their weapons. What Hitler's policy said was that when all these Russians were trapped in these giant encirclement movements, they could be considered partisans and liquidated. He was creating a rationale that would allow the Germans to simply execute anyone they wanted to in these encirclements. Now, as June 1941 rolls around, German preparations are becoming obvious to everyone, well, except the blinded Joseph Stalin. German reconnaissance missions from the air start happening in large numbers, hundreds of reconnaissance missions into June. The Germans explain it away. The movement of troops and armor toward the border with the Soviets is explained away as part of an operation to invade Great Britain that needs to be hidden and away from British air power. And Stalin buys all of this. He keeps the trains with the equipment for the German army rolling just to make sure that the Germans have no excuse for any sort of provocation. In late June, just before the German attack, deserters start coming over to the Russian side from the German side of the border. They tell of the assault plans and let the Soviets know that the Germans are coming and that it won't be long. Not only does Stalin not believe them, he has these people arrested and questioned, which in the Soviet Union of that era usually means involving torture. He has one of them shot as a spreader of disinformation. How's that for a thanks if you come over to warn the Soviets of an impending attack? On June 22nd, 1941, at about 3 a.m. in the early morning hours, commando operations start taking place. German troops dressed as Red Army troops are parachuted over the border. They start cutting cables and telegraph and phone lines, capturing bridges, spreading all sorts of disinformation and sowing confusion. In one area, German soldiers approach a bridge guarded by Russian soldiers and simply signal them that they need to come over because the Germans need to talk to them. And when the Russians duly follow what the Germans say, the Germans open fire with machine guns and seize the bridge. This is a surprise attack on a massive scale. Americans understand things like the Pearl Harbor surprise attack, when the Japanese attacked with aircraft against an outpost in the middle of the Pacific, far away from the actual coastline of the United States. And this was a shocking, surprising event. But now imagine something on the scale of what the Germans were doing to the Russians. Imagine a surprise attack that stretched all the way from, well, north of the Baltic Sea, because Finland was actually an ally of Germany and was involved in this conflict, from north of the Baltic Sea all the way down to the Black Sea, past Sevastopol. That is a front as long as the coastlines, basically, of the United States. Imagine an attack, a surprise attack, landing on the U.S. West Coast that stretched all the way from San Diego north to the Canadian border, or on the East Coast, stretching all the way from Miami, Florida to Boston. That's an immense amount of territory. To cover that territory, the Germans had more than 3 million soldiers lined up. More than 3,500 tanks. More than 2,700 aircraft. More than 700,000 horses. We have this image of the Second World War being a mechanized warfare type of era. And yet there were still lots of horses used, just as in the First World War. The mechanized forces provided a thin veneer on top of the old-fashioned military. As several authors have pointed out, though, in a lot of ways, this German army attempting to invade Soviet Russia looked a lot like Napoleon's army from 129 years before. In addition to the Germans, the German allies, places like Finland and Romania, contributed more than 500,000 troops. How the Russians were able to ignore 152 German divisions on their border is almost incomprehensible. Nevertheless, Hitler wanted these forces to strike Russia like a hurricane, and that's exactly how they hit. When the artillery barrage started and the aircraft started bombing Russian cities, the Russians had no idea what was even going on. In Sevastopol, people saw the bombs dropping, initially thought that these were maneuvers, and when they figured out that this was live ammunition being shot from the anti-aircraft batteries toward the planes and that the bombs that were dropping were live ammunition, they turned to each other and said, okay, so we're at war. Who are we at war with? Now that is a surprise. Over in the western areas of the Soviet Union, the Russian forces were literally panicking. They were sending messages on the radios saying, "We are being fired upon. What shall we do?" And the messages coming back from headquarters were saying, "You must be insane. And why isn't your message in code?" That's how rattled everyone was. They were sending messages into the open, not using code. The Germans were hearing all this stuff. The German armies were organized in 3 giant groups. They were called Army Group North, Army Group Center, and Army Group South. And they each had their own objectives. Army Group North was going to sweep up to the north of Russia and capture Leningrad, which is now St. Petersburg. Army Group Center was the largest of all the concentrations. Its job was to move forward through Minsk, through Smolensk, and go toward Moscow, the Russian capital, and the command center of the Soviet Union. Army Group South was to swing downward into the Ukraine, now known as Ukraine, into the massive grain fields and the area where a lot of Russia's natural resources and food was concentrated. These armies had a very easy time, especially Army Group North and Army Group Center. Army Group North, some units were able to make 50 miles of penetration on the first day. That is unheard of. The Russians began, in some places, surrendering in an almost laughably easy amount. There were stories about a single German horseman capturing, dozens and dozens of Russians who would just simply and passively march behind the horse as they were being led off into captivity. A witness describing the Russian captives from the first few days of the war wrote, "We suddenly saw a broad, earth-brown crocodile slowly shuffling down the road towards us. From it came a subdued hum, like that from a beehive. Prisoners of war. Russians, 6 deep. We couldn't see the end of the column. As they drew near, the terrible stench which met us made us quite sick. It was like the biting stench of the lion house and the filthy odor of the monkey house at the same time. But these were not animals. They were men. We made haste out of the way of the foul cloud which surrounded them. All the misery in the world seemed to be concentrated here." End quote. Many of the Russians who were surrendering were from areas of the Soviet Union that were not particularly happy with being part of the Soviet Union, places like Ukraine and Belarus and some of the Baltic areas. However, there were other disquieting reports of some Russian units fighting to the last man and the last bullet. Early on, you could already see women starting to play a role in combat. This was something that the Germans were unprepared for, and that the Russians had no problem implementing. One of the things about the Soviet communist ideology was there was an equality aspect between men and women were expected to fight as well, and early on the Germans report seeing women in combat and reported that they were like wildcats. This was something perhaps the Germans didn't expect either. If the Russians were going to use women in combat, they just almost doubled the numbers of potential, soldiers that they had. When the Russian general Zhukov called the head of the Soviet government, Joseph Stalin, to tell him that the attack was happening, he called him up in the early morning hours, woke him up, told him about it, and said all you could hear on the other end of the phone was his heavy breathing. Talk about being in shock. Everyone was surprised by the German attack, even though many people had predicted it. Many of the spies had reported about it. Now, not everyone was unhappy, though. Winston Churchill is said to have sent his butler over to his foreign secretary, Anthony Eden's home, and his butler delivers a cigar, a big cigar on a silver platter, with the butler telling Eden, quote, "The Prime Minister's compliments, and the German armies have invaded Russia," end quote. For Churchill, this was great news, as Stalin had worried that it might be. That's why he believed all the disinformation. He thought the British wanted this, and whereas they may not have actually pushed for it, it was good news that they now had a huge ally in the war against Hitlerism. And what's so interesting about Churchill's response and the cigar to Anthony Eden is that of all the British leaders, Winston Churchill was probably the most stridently anti-communist of the lot. And yet Britain was looking for help wherever they could find it. And the German invasion of the Soviet Union threw an unexpected lifeline to Churchill and the British. And even though he was no fan of Stalin and no fan of the Bolsheviks, as Churchill said right after the invasion, quote, "If Hitler invaded hell, I would make at least a favorable reference to the devil in the House of Commons." End quote. That sums it up pretty well, doesn't it? There are people, though, Harry Truman, the guy who succeeded Franklin Delano Roosevelt as U.S. president, was quoted as saying that we ought not to want one side to be victorious too quickly. He said, if you find that the Germans are doing better, you ought to help the Russians for a while. If you find the Russians are doing better, you ought to help the Germans for a while, and thereby kill, more guys off. The predictions of how long the Soviets would last were, in hindsight, insane. American military advisors predicted a complete German victory within 3 months. Some British predicted 6 weeks. The British intelligence service thought that the Russians would be done for within 10 days. Now, I know that sounds crazy, looking back on how long the whole thing lasted and how strong the Soviet Union turned out to be, but look at how quickly the Germans had conquered the other areas that they had managed to hold. The Wehrmacht had conquered Poland in 27 days, Denmark in 24 hours, Norway in 23 days, Holland in 5 days, Belgium in 18 days, and the great military power thought to be the strongest in Europe, France, in 39 days. Yugoslavia fell in 12 days, Greece in 21 days, Crete in 11 days. It starts to look like that a prediction for the Soviets to last as long as 3 months, which the United States General Staff had made, might have been given them too much credit. And when you looked at how quickly the German armies were advancing, it looked like Russia might not last a month. In the first 2 days of the war, the Germans destroyed more than 2,000 Soviet aircraft, most of them on the ground, most of them lined up wingtip to wingtip, totally unprepared for warfare. In 48 hours, the Germans had turned the largest air force in the world into a shadow of its former self. Now, I should point out here the size of the Soviet armed forces. In addition to a large number of people in the army, the Soviets had, for example, more tanks than any other nation in the world, maybe as many as 24,000. But most of these tanks were old, obsolete models, and the Germans ended up having no trouble with them. As we already mentioned, the Soviets had one of the largest air forces, if not the largest air force in the world. Same problem, though. A lot of obsolete models with pilots who maybe weren't the best in the world. The Soviets had lots of artillery, but they weren't very modern in their doctrines on how they used them. Some have estimated that Soviet artillery in the Second World War was about as effective as British, French, or American artillery was in the First World War. So while the Soviets had a lot of equipment, they didn't necessarily have modern stuff, and they didn't necessarily use it in the most modern way. They learned quickly, though. The first of the great encirclements, which was part of the German plan to keep the Russians from retreating back into their vast country, occurs only 8 days after the fighting starts. German armored formations close around a bunch of Soviet armies in the area of Minsk, trapped as many as 400,000 Russians in an iron vise. 400,000 Soviet soldiers trapped after 8 days of war. That's an amazing number. And it was just the beginning. Stalin shoots the general responsible for the debacle. But the Germans start finding out some disquieting things fighting the Soviets. The first thing is that they're sometimes fighting with ferocity that the Germans had not encountered in their Western European conquests. The chief of staff of the German army, General Franz Halder, writes in his diary, quote, "Reports from all fronts confirm previous indications that the Soviets are fighting to the last man." One German general, von Kleist, says that, quote, "The Russians are so primitive that they won't give up even when they're surrounded by a dozen machine guns. I would say, he says, that the difference between German bravery and Russian bravery is the sense that the former is logical and the latter brutal. End quote. In other words, the Russians don't know when they're beaten. When the Germans would surround, say, French troops or Dutch troops or Belgian troops, those troops might try a half-hearted breakout, but then they would surrender, as any normal group of people would, realizing that they're beaten. The Russians weren't doing that. This was starting to result in casualties. Even though the Germans were sweeping past the Russians, they were taking more losses than they were used to, and they were fighting an enemy that seemed to be fanatical. Sometimes they were taking tons and tons of prisoners. Other times, they were shocked by the amount of resistance they were getting from people who were doomed. And the Soviet army was not in good shape. They weren't ready for this war. They were caught in transition. Their deployment was terrible, the idea that they were strung out over this entire front. They simply were not ready for this blitzkrieg. And yet, the Soviet system was such that the soldiers were willing to sacrifice themselves in order to slow the Germans down. And this unnerved the Germans. A German machine gunner had written what it was like during this first group of battles to fight the Russian Colossus and how they conducted themselves. Listen to this. Quote, "A German soldier who was sent to the Eastern Front in August 1941 described his shock in discovering that the Red Army was employing the same kind of human wave tactics that were used in the First World War. He said, 'The Soviet assaults were carried out by masses of men who made no real attempt at concealment, but trusted in sheer weight of numbers to overwhelm us. In one such attack,' he said, 'the lines of men stretched to the right and the left of our regimental front, overlapping it completely, and the whole mass of Russian troops came tramping solidly and relentlessly forward.' He described the sight as an unbelievable sight, a machine gunner's dream target. He added, 'It was rumored that the commissars had worked out the number of machine guns which we had, multiplied that number by the number of rounds per minute that we could fire, calculated how many minutes it would take for a body of soldiers to cross the area, and added to the final total a couple of thousand men. Thus, some men would get through to our line.' He writes, 'At 600 meters we opened fire, and whole sections of the first wave just vanished, leaving here and there an odd survivor still walking stolidly forward. He says it was uncanny, unbelievable, inhuman. No soldier of ours would have continued to advance alone. He said that the machine guns got so hot that you couldn't touch them. He says he never saw a stretcher bearer during the entire time, and the Ivans, as he called them, often sat outside there wounded for more than 3 days. He says, quote, 'The number, duration, and fury of those attacks had exhausted and numbed us completely.' He said, not to hide the truth, they frightened us. He said that we would win, we had no doubt, but what we were now engaged in would be a long, bitter, and hard-fought war." A long, bitter, and hard-fought war is exactly what the Germans had not experienced in land warfare on the continent up to that point. On the 3rd of July, only 11 days after the assault on the Soviet Union started, General Halder, the German chief of staff, wrote in his diary, quote, "It is probably not an exaggeration when I contend that the campaign in Russia has been won in 14 days." End quote. And Fritz Halder can probably be forgiven for seeming to be a little premature in his writing off the Soviet Union. After all, pretty much all the military leaders that were asked thought just as he did the world over, even some in the Soviet Union. The inadvertent monument to man's inhumanity to man, those bone fields that author Donovan Webster wrote about that would be created in the Soviet victories of 1942-1943, the 300,000 or so dead Germans on the southern steppes of Russia, seemed a heck of a long way off in 1941. Coming up in part 2 of this episode, the Germans continue their lightning drive on the Soviet capital, and it won't be long before their advanced forces can see the spires of the city in their binoculars. Also, they cut off the city of Leningrad in the north and put the large, industrial, highly populated city under a blockade. They shell it, they starve it, and the people in Leningrad have to put up with things that, well, virtually no one else in such a large, modern city have had to put up with in the 20th century. The German armies also move into Ukraine and Belarus, and the people there get to find out the true meaning of the phrase, out of the frying pan, into the fire, trading the evil communist ideology they so hated for the evil Nazi ideology they will come to hate. Also, partisan forces spring up and create a third force that people can get in trouble with that is at once both heroic and at times just as horrific as the people they're fighting. Also, the mechanisms of the Holocaust will follow the German victories into the East, and the Jews in those areas will get a taste, and then much more than a taste, of what their brethren in the West and in Germany have had to experience up until this point. And it's eventually going to be worse than anything that the people in the West experience. And finally, the horrific Battle of Stalingrad, a turning point in the war, one of the worst battles of all time, and the creator of those very bone fields that Donovan Webster talks about. All this and more in Part 2 of Ghosts of the Ostfront.
Are you, feeling guilty yet? A buck a show. It's all we ask.
Today's show is the third episode of a multi-part series on the Eastern Front in the Second World War. If you happen to miss the earlier episodes, you might want to check them out before experiencing this one. If you don't mind picking a story up in the middle, or you heard the earlier programs, well then, welcome to Ghosts of the Ostfront, Part 3.
December 7th, 1941.
It's history.
A date which will live in infamy.
It's hardcore history.
I remember asking one of my teachers back in college what the biggest impediment was to understanding the past. And he had a great answer, and it was one of those obvious things that I wish I'd thought of myself, but he said, the biggest impediment to understanding the past is that we know their future. It's an obvious point, isn't it? After all, we know how everything turns out. We know that decision A is going to lead to consequence B. We have an almost godlike view from above at the events that they live through and have a perspective that they couldn't have had at the time. It's a little like how our descendants are going to view our decisions today. No doubt 4 or 5 generations from now, they're going to look at the things the people of the early 21st century did and say, how could those people have been so stupid? Couldn't they have seen how that was going to lead to this? Dummies. The future is always this cloudy, murky, unseeable, unknowable thing, isn't it? And sometimes we have to cut the people of the past some slack because they didn't see what we consider to be obvious. And this always comes back to me when I'm looking at the situation on the, Eastern Front, what the Germans called the Eastern Front, the Ostfront in the Second World War, after the German initial attack on the Soviet Union came to a halt. Remember, the German plans for Barbarossa had been to surprise the Russians. I always think of it like a boxing match, and the German is the smaller, muscular, more precision-oriented fighter, and the Russian is this giant, hulking, fighter, 6'7" or whatever, and the German's plan is to attack the Russian when he's still sitting on the stool before the bell even rings at the start of the fight. Runs across, starts pounding the Russian into the canvas before the Russian knows what's even going on. The bell hasn't even rung. But by the end of the first round, with the German having knocked the Russian down many times, the Russian gets up and knocks the German down and bloodies him, and the bell rings and they go off to their corners again to have their little bit of rest and rehabilitation before round 2 begins. That's where we are after the Germans get pushed back in front of Moscow. And you often sit there with your 100% 2020 hindsight and say, all right, why did the Germans keep doing what they were doing? I always wonder if the Germans had had a less ideologically driven leadership, because, Adolf Hitler's National Socialist worldview completely colored his ability to see things the way someone without that sort of ideology might see them. I've always wondered if you had the leadership that the Germans had in the First World War, at the end of the First World War, when you had real military men running the country, if they wouldn't have looked at the situation and said, well, look, the plan failed. The plan was to beat up that Russian fighter before the bell, have him, done and defeated before the end of the round, and, well, it's the end of the round, and he's not done. Imagine what a less ideological leader could have pushed for at this point in the war had they wanted to. Adolf Hitler was in possession of huge amounts of Soviet territory. Think of what a bargaining chip that would be if you wanted to enter into negotiations. If you wanted to say to Joseph Stalin, look, I just declared war against the United States. I'm already at war with Great Britain. And let's remember, ladies and gentlemen, Great Britain was more than just England. It had all her dominions, right? You had Canada and South Africa, Australia and New Zealand, what's now Pakistan and India, and a bunch of other places. All their resources, all their manpower. This was a big enough fight all by itself, wasn't it? And the decision to declare war against the United States was the ultimate in folly. Adolf Hitler's in real trouble at this point. It would have really been in his interest to figure out a way to end the war in the East, wouldn't it? And here he had so much to bargain with, you would have thought he would have gone to Stalin and said, let's end it here. Now, whether or not Stalin would have gone for that's another matter entirely, but the fact that Hitler didn't pursue that, obvious choice, to me, with hindsight, being what it is, looks ridiculous. But the Germans, at least Adolf Hitler and the close generals around him, thought that they had weakened the Russians so much in that first round of that boxing match that they could go out and hit him a couple good times in the second round, and he was so beaten up already that he would just fall. That was the plan for 1942. To go out there, even though your ability to fight has been diminished, and assume that the Russians' ability to fight has been diminished that much more. The Germans would never have a fighting force the equal of the one that they took into Russia in 1941. That fighting force was a shell of its former self now. The loss of all those veteran troops, of those non-commissioned officers, of that experience, of the numbers, you name it, the Germans couldn't replace that. They would take people now out of their factories and put them into uniform. They would try to make some of their units, built back up to full strength because they couldn't afford to make all of them back up to full strength. Their assumption was that the Russians were nearly beaten and almost spent, and that they could use their superior technology and tactics and leadership to overcome, what little was left in the Soviet Union. Again, with hindsight, this looks a little ridiculous to me. Because remember, the Germans didn't have the same advantages against the Russians that they had against, say, the Poles or the French. The Germans could take all the territory of France, and then the fighting is over. It doesn't matter how much the French want to resist. Once the Germans are in possession of all of the territory of France, war's over, right? How are they ever going to do that in the Soviet Union? The Soviet Union stretches all the way into Asia, all the way to the Pacific Ocean. You're never going to take it all. Which means you have to defeat their will to resist. And Stalin had pretty convincingly showed that he had everyone cowed to the point where it was unlikely they were ever going to give up. After all, anyone who had a mind in 1941 towards giving up had a bullet in the back of the neck by this point. And if the German high command didn't see that they were involved in a terrible conflict that maybe was unwinnable, a lot of the soldiers on the ground fighting for the Germans in Russia had already had enough. One of the troubling signs that the Germans saw at the end of 1941 was graffiti that some of the rank-and-file German soldiers had scribbled on the walls of their generals' buildings. The generals would wake up to these messages from their soldiers. Some of the messages said, "We want to return to Germany," or "We've had enough of this." One general reported seeing one that said, "We are dirty, and we have lice, and we want to go home." And another general's office had the slogan, "We didn't want this war," scrawled upon it. So you can see that the people at the front, maybe, have had enough of this fighting already. Lucky for the German army, more and more raw recruits from Germany were being poured into the front who hadn't quite lost their morale to the stage yet, hadn't run into the meat grinder of the war in the East yet. And it wasn't just the rank and file that were having doubts like this. Some of the major generals around Adolf Hitler were expressing their doubts too. And anyone who expressed doubts to Adolf Hitler at this point in the war, he just sacked. A perfect example is one of the most brilliant of the German generals, Heinz Guderian, the great tank commander. He said what he really felt, and for that, Hitler banished him, sacked him. Did this with a number of other generals, and as the conflict raged on, as more and more of these generals would come to the conclusion that the war was lost or that something needed to be done differently, Hitler would just sack them. And what this meant was he was taking over more and more control of the individual decisions from the professionals, the same way that Stalin was doing in the East. Stalin started the war, running every little teeny detail, and as the war went on, learned his lessons and would let the military men handle more and more. Hitler was moving in the opposite direction. As the war went on, and more these generals said, look, this is wrong, and we're going to lose, and this is bad, you're gone. Hitler looked at that as a failure of the National Socialist will. But what this meant was that the German army on the ground was losing more and more veterans. The German army at the high command structure was losing more and more of their competent, really professional leaders and being replaced with people who were simply yes men to an amateur commander like Adolf Hitler. Author Richard Overy wrote, and it's a great line, he said that by the end of 1941, both armies had, quote, 2 amateur commanders in charge of the largest forces ever mobilized for war, end quote. Gives you an idea of the scope of this conflict and how overwhelming it would be for the talents of 2 men who had never commanded troops in battle at all. Now, in early 1942, both sides are sort of hunkered down. There's still fighting going on at low levels all the time, but the winter that was so deadly at the end of 1941 is still going on, with just unbelievable and ridiculous temperatures. I mean, minus 30 degrees Fahrenheit, not uncommon. And after the winter, when you get to the spring, it's going to be another mud fest, like you always have in the Soviet Union in the spring and the fall, or that period of mud where operations just come to a halt. The Germans are already planning for their spring offensive. As soon as the ground hardens, they're going to launch a second attack into the Soviet Union, an attempt to finish what they had thought they had started in 1941. This attack was going to concentrate exactly where the Soviets didn't think it was going to concentrate, and that's in the south. In 1941, the Soviets thought the Germans would attack in the south. Instead, they drove toward Moscow, where the Russians weren't expecting it. In 1942, the Russians are expecting the attack to come at Moscow. The Germans go in the south. The plan is to first move into the Ukraine, what's now called Ukraine, the breadbasket of the Soviet Union in those days, and push towards the oil-producing regions of the Soviet Union, the Caucasus region and the mountains in the south. Now, the reason for this is something that any modern person would understand. The Germans needed oil. This was the first war where oil played a huge part in the thinking. And Hitler was not normally a guy who thought like this, but the oil was foremost on his mind because Germany didn't have a lot of oil. They had access to their allies' oil in Romania. There were oil fields in places like Ploesti, Romania. But this was really close to the Soviet Union and was not enough oil for the needs of this massive German war machine. So their plan was to take the oil that the Russians were able to produce, one of the few countries in Europe, by the way, that had oil in the ground. This would have, a double effect. One, it would add to the German supply of oil. 2, it would take away from the Russian supply of oil. So the plan in 1942, what would become known as Operation Blue, was to go after the Caucasus, take that region from the Soviet Union. So that's the plan. Meanwhile, the Soviets are strengthening all the defenses around Moscow, moving more of their forces around Moscow, expecting the Germans to take another shot at the capital. And even while the preparations for the future offensives are underway, places that are still under German control are continuing to suffer immensely. Places behind the lines, or places surrounded by the German armies. For example, up to 5,000 people a day are dying in Leningrad. Leningrad becomes one of the tragedies of the war, this major urban center that's under siege. And people inside it are starving to death, literally starving to death. There's a diary that just breaks your heart from a little girl who watched her whole family starve to death in Leningrad. And she writes in it, as each one dies, she writes in the diary a little notation about them. Her name was Tanya Savicheva, and she wrote, quote, "Mummy, 13th May, at 7:30 morning, 1942. The Savichevs are dead, all dead. Only Tanya remains." She had listed the death of her mother, her brothers, her grandmother, her 2 uncles, all dead from starvation. Cannibalism became more and more widely reported in the city. They couldn't bury the dead because no one had enough calories in their diet to have enough energy to dig in the frozen ground. And Stalin was rather heartless about this whole thing because there were reports of the Germans using citizens of Leningrad who were outside the city as human shields. They'd hide behind them to pick up their dead or their wounded. And Stalin told the defenders of Leningrad to just shoot them. Anybody who's allowing themselves to be used as a human shield, just shoot them. It was really rough up in Leningrad, and some of the survival stories from that area are heartbreaking. This is the sort of stuff that's still going on while the Germans and the Russians reconfigure their setup for the big battles that they perceive to, be on the horizon for 1942. And not just that, the partisan activity is going on all the time behind the lines. And the tragedy continues for the average people in these regions. On January 6th, 1942, in Moscow, the Russian foreign minister made a public denouncement of the German atrocities in the occupied territories. He says in Kiev alone, one Soviet city, 52,000 people had been massacred in the months that the Germans had controlled it. And he said, quote, "The Soviet Union will never forget or forgive." The atrocities, of course, were on both sides. One of the things that marked this conflict in the East was the horrificness. The fact that things happened on the Eastern Front all the time that you just can't imagine happening on the Western Front. One German reports during the retreat running from a snowbound road, all of a sudden hitting this large sheet of ice, which he wrote was unusual. When you have thousands of boots tramping on something, you don't usually have these sheets of ice. And he said he looked down into the sheet of ice and saw German soldiers with open eyes and blue skin looking back up at him. And what the Russians had done was they needed the road made in an area where there was no road, so they had German prisoners lie down shoulder to shoulder, and they hosed them down with water in the sub-zero temperatures and froze them into a human road. Can you imagine anybody on the Western Front doing this to anybody else on the Western Front? The British and Americans and Germans fought a much more gentlemanly type of war. This was a hateful conflict fought to the bitter end. And there were almost people that took pleasure in the atrocities in the East. And the East had other elements that just were not present in the West. One of the elements was something that must have been a miscalculation on the part of the Nazi high command. You see, when the Germans tried to figure out what the Russians would be able to throw into this conflict, one of the things they surely studied was Russia's manpower potential. Before you go in to attack a country, you find out how many people they're likely to be able to raise to fight you. The Germans must have miscalculated here, because if they only included men, they were leaving out a huge part of the Russian population, right? The women. They left them out for the most obvious of reasons. No one thinks about women as combat troops. Nobody but the Soviet Union. Now, there are armies in the modern world that like to boast about having women in their armies. The Israelis do this. Our own forces here in the United States have women in our armed forces. But none of us here now use women the way the Soviet Union were willing to use them. Communist ideology had always preached an equality of the sexes, but an equality of the sexes that defied what most of us would consider an okay thing to do. The Soviets not only used women to make up for the manpower that had to go to the front to fight the Germans. All the major countries were doing that. Here in the United States, we sent the women into the workforce, just like they did in a bunch of other Allied and Axis countries, to make up for the loss in the male workers, right? Soviets did this too. But the Soviets took their women and threw them in the trenches as well, something that the German planners were shocked by and the German soldiers found astonishing. The Soviet women were given guns and grenades. They flew planes. They drove tanks. They were snipers. There's so many stories that are just unbelievable. But what it showed was that they were not only competent soldiers, they were devastatingly good soldiers at times. A German soldier writes of a unit he called the Bandit Battalion that they ran into and fought. This battalion was led by a red-headed female Russian officer. And the German NCO who fought them called them, quote, merciless, saying they fought like wildcats, and saying, quote, the fighting methods of these female beasts showed themselves in treacherous and dangerous ways. They lie concealed in heaps of straw and shoot us in the back as we pass by. There was a unit who fought in a battalion that the battalion nicknamed the Sniper Girls. And this was a bunch of women, not, some Russian female soldiers looked a little like female professional wrestlers. These Sniper Girls were like pinup girls. 18, 19, 20 years old, very pretty, and the battalion saw them coming and thought, oh, hey, some girls in the unit. Well, the first thing the commander said was that these women were the untouchables, he called them. And he said, if any of you touch one of these women, you're going to be off to a punishment battalion, a penal company. So they were the untouchables. But they earned the respect of this male unit, who started calling them the sniper girls when they could see what they could do. And of course, a sniper is a person who's armed with a very accurate rifle, with a telescopic lens, and their job is to hide and stay hidden sometimes for days on end, waiting for the proper opportunity for a shot, and then they pick off the other side when the other side's not ready. Women proved to be deadly at this role, earning the respect of their male counterparts and earning the respect and admiration and fear of their enemies. The Germans didn't like facing women in combat, and they faced a lot of them on the Russian front. There was another unit that the Germans wrote about that they called the Nachthexen, the Night Witches. And this was a unit of bomber pilots, all women, and they flew the old-style World War I two-winged biplanes. And these planes were very quiet anyway, and the tactic that the Night Witches used was to come over the German trenches at night and then fly way up high before they cut their engines, turn them off, and let the plane glide noiselessly down over the German trenches and release the bombs when they got real low. And this would freak the Germans out, because they wouldn't hear anything coming, and then all of a sudden the bombs are dropping. And these were the Nachthexen. And not just that, the Nachthexen often flew without parachutes, because there was a shortage of parachutes in the Soviet Union at this time, and guess who got the short end of the stick when it came to running out of parachutes? For the most part, the Night Witches flew without parachutes. One German officer wrote, quote, "It is completely wrong to describe Russian women as soldiers in skirts. The Russian woman has long been fully prepared for combat duties and fill any post which a woman might be capable. Russian soldiers treat such women with great wariness." Gee, you think? If you just saw a woman kill 10, 20, or 30 of your enemy with a rifle, you might treat them with great wariness too. German Eastern Front veteran Günter Korscharek wrote that the women fighters were known as gun women. And he says that they were even more fanatical than the men. There are stories of Soviet female medics, for example, fighting German soldiers with guns and grenades until killed to the last nurse. It's interesting to think of that little old lady walking down the street in Moscow and wondering what might be in her memory banks. She could be a little homemaker, baking and cooking for her children, or she could have been a deadly killer in her youth. Someone who drove tanks, or dive-bombed, or killed with a sniper rifle. Not exactly what you normally think of with little old ladies. Now, there was also the less deadly roles that women were forced to play as part of the defense of their country. For example, there were brothels in the Soviet Union. Brothels that were mobile, brothels that were there for the troops, brothels whose prostitutes were considered to be doing their job for the war effort. Imagine being a prostitute for the fulfillment of the lusts of the soldiers as part of your duty to the country. I mean, once again, that's a little something that you might have a hard time telling your grandchildren about when they said, "What did you do in the war, Grandma?" Women also took the traditional male roles in the cities. They were the anti-aircraft gunners. They were the policemen. They were the fire brigade. There are stories of these buildings being bombed, and these women would run into the rubble and pick up wounded people and throw them over their shoulders just like a male fireman would, and carting them off to the hospital. One tends to think of women not even being strong enough for this role, but we would be mistaken because they did it all the time. The Soviets preached equality between the sexes, and they practiced what they preached. And one gets the feeling that the German war planners before the war in the East broke out probably overlooked this possibility. But if you assume that the women are going to be used in combat, you have to assume, 30 or 40% more possible combat troops than, if you just assume that the men were going to fight. One wonders if the Germans would have launched an attack on the Soviet Union at all, already outnumbered, if they realized they were going to be outnumbered by that much more. It's also interesting to note that the Germans never, in the whole war, even at the end under desperate situations and circumstances, ever put their women into combat. They were putting 13-year-old boys into combat, and their women weren't fighting. So it shows you a difference in the mentality between the two sides, and gives you a clue as to how shocked the German soldiery must have felt fighting women. They were never comfortable doing it. Now, as 1942 starts to get into the spring, you start to see some Soviet attempts to win back territory, and they're all bloody and relatively pointless. There was a lot of fighting on the Eastern Front that goes unnoticed by most people in the West, that was on such a large scale that it kind of boggles the mind that we don't know more about it. For example, people in the West always can talk about, if you know anything about the Second World War, things like the Battle of the Bulge, also known as the Second Ardennes, in 1944, the last great German offensive in the West. And we will recount this battle over and over and over again like it was some huge thing, and it was big. But there were almost as many people fighting at the Second Battle of Kharkov, also called the Barvenkovo Mousetrap, as there were at the Battle of the Bulge. And no one in the West even mentions the Barvenkovo Mousetrap in 1942. There were tons of battles like this on the Eastern Front, where lots and lots of soldiers were involved and died, and yet these just get sucked up into the greater morass that was the fighting in the East. So many people dying, so many people on both sides, that only the absolute largest of battles get even mentioned in the West. There were 1 million men at the Barvenkovo Mousetrap in 1942, and by the end of the battle, things were relatively unchanged. Maybe this is why they don't get more notice. They're not decisive battles. It's just another one of those bloody encounters. There were bloody encounters at Rzhev in 1942, even in January when the Red Army achieved a breakthrough there. Lots of this fighting is going on as 1942 begins to move into the spring, that period where the mud is everywhere and no one can move. The Germans, however, are getting their plans ready for Operation Blue, the move into the Caucasus and the Russian oil fields. Now, while this is all going on, the partisans are very active, though, behind the lines. The partisan warfare is a little understood side of the conflict. Most people realize that there were anti-German forces working behind the lines to cause sabotage and to pick off Germans that were foraging and to generally make trouble for the occupying forces. But what a lot of people don't realize is how many different partisan groups and factions there were, and how difficult it made life for the citizens who lived in these regions who were already just having a struggle trying to survive. For example, the Soviet Union was offering aid and sending officers and troops to supplement, Russian Soviet partisans behind the lines. This is what everybody commonly thinks of. There were definitely pro-Soviet partisans operating against the Germans. But there were also partisan groups that wanted to have these areas freed from anyone's control. Nationalist groups. Take Ukraine as an example. There were partisan groups operating in Ukraine who wanted to free Ukraine from the Germans so that the Soviets could come back. There were partisan groups in Ukraine who wanted a free Ukraine, who were fighting not only the Germans that were occupying it, but also the partisan forces that were, pro-Soviet. One writer has called the partisan wars behind the lines as basically internal civil wars. But what it meant for the people who lived there was you had many different factions you could get in trouble with, because basically every one of these groups would kill you if you didn't help them and if you helped someone else. The Germans would kill you if you were a partisan at all. The Russians would kill you if you were a partisan who wasn't a Russian partisan. If you were one of these Ukrainian national partisans, they'd kill you. If you were a German supporter or someone who wasn't helping your own group of partisans, they'd kill you. And the nationalist partisans would kill anyone who weren't helping them. If you were just a citizen trying to get by, it was a very tough life. And of course, a lot of these groups would kill you for helping the other side. A lot of these groups would kill you for not helping them. The catch-22s that the citizens faced was amazing. Just look, for example, at the no-win situation that the Soviets often put their citizens in. If a Soviet citizen was in a region that was about to fall to the Germans, they could be shot if they didn't vacate that area and flee toward the Soviet lines. You could be accused of wanting to live under a German regime. Yet at the same time, those people were under orders that everyone had a duty to fight the invaders, to stay and to join partisan groups and the like. So if you did end up fleeing, you could also be shot for not staying and fighting to protect the motherland. That's the kind of thing that the poor citizens in these occupied territories were having to deal with. Just trying to survive with all these different factions fighting each other and demanding your allegiance. Well, let's just say a lot of people picked the wrong choice, and there may not have been a right choice. Listen to what the partisans did. One of them wrote in his diary about what his day consisted of. He said, quote, "Today we shot a traitor. In the evening, I went to do the same thing to his wife. We're sorry that she leaves 3 children behind, but war is war." End quote. Of course, whether this person was a traitor is hard to figure out, because who were they a traitor to? The nationalist partisans? The pro-Soviet partisans? Did they help the Germans because the Germans said if they didn't help them, the Germans would hang them? Very tough for the citizens in these regions to make the right choice, because there was no right choice. Now, a quick look at Hitler's plans for 1942 reveals exactly how ambitious they are. The Caucasus, where the oil-producing regions of the Soviet Union are very far away from Germany. They're almost in the Middle East. As a matter of fact, Hitler has this grand design. One of his fantasies has always been to imagine German armored units actually moving down into the Middle East from the north. And then he imagines that the German armored units that are fighting in North Africa under General Rommel against the British, that they're going to move through Egypt and up into the Holy Land, and that these two sides are actually going to link up somewhere in a place like Iraq. You're going to have the most giant pincer movement of all time. This is a fantasy, of course. Hitler never paid enough attention to the logistics that would be required for doing something like that. But you can only imagine that that must have been an Allied planner's worst nightmare. Just a quick look at the distances involved gives you an idea of how ambitious the 1942 blueprint was. I mean, the distance to the Caucasus was about 1,600 miles from Germany. 1,600 miles is like landing in the city of Los Angeles and conquering all the way past Dallas, Texas. It's like trying to invade Australia and landing in Melbourne and making it all the way to Cairns in the north. Look at how long those supply lines are. And the Russians are fighting right next to their supply lines. The 1942 offensive is a huge plan and a huge gamble. Nevertheless, on June 28, 1942, Operation Blue is launched. And it is instantly an amazing success. It reminds all the soldiers who remembered the 1941 campaign of the early months of 1941. The ground is hard, the fields are dry, and the Russians seem to be running away in droves. Part of the problem, of course, is that the Soviets imagined that the attack was going to come near Moscow. All their forces in the south where the Germans do attack are inferior quality, smaller numbers, and to be honest, the Russians are just panicking too. The German army is no longer powerful up and down their front like they were in 1941. Instead, what they do is they pick and choose the best units from the front and they concentrate them into a kind of a battering ram. They don't have the ability to reinforce and restock all those depleted units from 1941. So what they do is they restock and resupport all the units that they want to use in this big offensive. The 6th Army, led by General Paulus, is the core of this, but there are a bunch of panzer units, panzer divisions, panzer armies even attached to this, and this unit goes screaming through the Ukraine, beating every Soviet army in its way, taking cities like Rostov and Kharkov and eventually Sevastopol. The Russian morale is so bad and so many units are running away that Joseph Stalin issues an infamous order at the end of July. It's called Order Number 227, and the nickname is Not One Step Back. And what this order is an order that says that any Soviet troops moving backwards in an unauthorized fashion, in other words, when not ordered to, are to be killed. And it begins the practice of setting up what are called blocking units. So when a unit goes into combat, there are troops put behind them with machine guns, and they're told to mow down any Soviet troops who move toward their own lines. This not one step back order is an order that says you are to be killed if you don't attack the enemy. Boris Gorbachevsky, who's fighting on the Soviet side, said that the phrase, "Don't fear the other side, fear our own," was commonplace around this time. Imagine fighting to defend your country, and your job is to shoot your countrymen if they move backwards, even under the most vicious of German attacks. That's not all that's done to prevent desertions. It becomes a pretty common practice for the Soviets to lay mines right in front of their own trenches, so that if people started jumping out of the trenches and running to the other side, they'd get blown up on their own mines. The Soviets would train their own artillery in front of their trenches so that if whole units decided to desert, they could fire their own artillery at them. Soviet officers whose troops under their command desert are punished themselves and often sent to concentration camps or even killed. Even suicides are reported among Soviet officers who wake up in the morning to find out that they've had troops desert in the middle of the night while on guard duty, because the ramifications for you are so terrible if your commanders find out that troops under your command left. And there are interesting stories about the Germans realizing that this dynamic is going on and doing everything they can to make it easier for the Soviets to desert. For example, there are stories about German soldiers being told to shoot at the soldiers on the other side that are shooting at their own people. So, in other words, train your guns on the Soviet soldier trying to shoot his comrade who's trying to desert. There are other stories about German tanks being driven out in between the two battle lines to provide cover to hide the Russians that are running over to the German lines from their own people. So that when the bullets start being fired, the Russian deserters have a place to hide. And the Germans had a whole way of handling this. When the Soviets arrived in the German trenches, the Germans would feed them, give them some warm clothes, and then put them in front of a microphone so that they could instantly broadcast back to the trench they just left and call a comrade by name and say something like, "Ivan, you should see how well they've fed me. You should see how great these trenches look. Just come on over. They'll treat you great." This is the sort of stuff that was happening more and more in the war at this point, and that's why Stalin issued Order Number 227 and made the penalties so draconian. By the end of the war, the numbers of Soviet soldiers shot or sent to prison or sent to penal battalions for desertion will be in the many hundreds of thousands. Not just that, a penal battalion was one of these places that was just a nightmare to have to go to. These are the places where the cannon fodder was. These are the people who, if you needed to have a mine cleared really quickly, you would send those people to just run through it. And the penal battalion was where you got sent if you committed some crime that wasn't worth shooting you for, and that's where you went. And you were supposed to serve 3 months in a penal battalion and then be let out, but most people didn't survive 3 months. Also, if you got badly wounded, you were sent back to your unit. It was called atonement through blood. But the penal battalions were used for all of the worst sort of jobs. If you had to just charge German machine gun positions, you'd have a penal battalion do it. They proved to be very important in the war, though, and there were a lot of stories about brave, fanatical type attacks by these penal battalions that turned the tide in a bunch of battles in the war. This willingness to punish anyone, though, on the Soviet side for the littlest infractions or for not carrying out orders to the letter began to inhibit the ability of commanders to make decisions on the ground. Everyone was so frightened of being shot or put in a penal battalion that they followed orders even when the orders made no sense at all. One of my favorite stories highlighting the Soviet chain of command and how scared everyone was of disobeying orders and how it was better to lose lots of men than to disobey orders comes from a commander who was ordered to have his troops cross a river. Listen to this. Quote, "The regimental commander has maps and orders from above, and you have nothing but a rifle and an entrenching tool. Somewhere up above, a general looks at a map, and it seems reasonable to him to change the front line. He sends down an order. At such and such a point, move 5 kilometers forward. As luck would have it, there turns out to be a river just at that point, the White Sturgeon. It's deep and swift in open terrain. It would be convenient and relatively safe to sit in some trenches behind this natural obstacle. But an order is an order, and you can't say, 'It's impossible to cross here,' though from any normal man's point of view it is indeed impossible to cross, because there are no boats, no planks, no trees, and the soldiers all come from the steppes and not only can't swim, but have never even seen a river. And so it starts. 'Comrade Lieutenant, sir, I can't go into the water. I don't know how to swim.' But you won't be moved to pity. It's better to drown a soldier than to show irresoluteness or insubordination, all the more so since you've already reported to the battalion commander that there are no boats. You pull out your service revolver, cock it, and yell, 'Get into the river at once, you son of a bitch! I'll count to 3, or else you'll never go anywhere.' The soldier goes in the water, the current seizes him, he drowns, as do all the rest that are forced in. Then you report to the battalion commander, 'Comrade Major, there are only 5 men left in my company.' The major, of course, is furious. "What did you do to them? I didn't hear a single shot." You reply, "They all drowned crossing the river, Comrade Major." "What do you mean, drowned? I'll shoot you right there like a dog," the major replies. "As you will, Comrade Major, but I did report to you that there were no planks or logs to be found in the area, that the river is deep and swift, it can't be forded. You told me to stop arguing and obey orders." "You blockhead! What a stupid way to destroy a whole company!" The major also feels at fault and calls the colonel, his regimental commander. "I gave you 5 hours to cross the river," the latter shouts without listening to the major. "Have you carried out the order?" "No, Comrade Colonel, we've sustained heavy losses," the major says. "Losses? Well, that's fine. If there weren't any losses, our heads would roll. What happened? Everything's quiet, not a single shot. Did they all get knifed or what?" "No, drowned," the major replies. "The company that was to cross over were all slant eyes, never saw a river before. Naturally, they drowned since there was nothing to float on." The colonel is incensed. "You son of a bitch, why didn't you take some pontoons? We've been dragging a whole transport of pontoons around. I can give you as many as you want." The major replies, "I no longer need them, Comrade Colonel. There are 5 cucumbers left in the first company, 10 in the second, maybe 20 in the third. There's no one left to cross." Cucumbers, by the way, was a slang term for the green-clad Soviet infantrymen. "You'll have to cross anyway," the colonel says after some pondering. "What counts is the fact that the order has been carried out, even if only one man makes it." End quote. Now that's ridiculous, but that shows you that the whole chain of command was traumatized by the leadership of the Soviet Union, and everyone was afraid for their own hide, and making statements like, "Well, this can't be done," was not acceptable. There was a story about a whole unit of brand new recruits who didn't even have rifles being sent up against the 16th Panzer Division, which is suicide, and of course getting wiped out. And when the Germans captured the officer who ordered the attack, he said he knew it was suicide, but the commander who told him to do it was dead drunk and insisted that it be carried out. One wonders how many lives were uselessly lost on the Eastern Front because of this command structure that punished any sort of what was perceived as insubordination so ruthlessly that people just carried out orders that were stupid and deadly. And even the Soviet high commanders had every reason to be scared. There were a bunch of them who at the early part of Operation Barbarossa had been languishing in the NKVD secret police prisons. One of the most distinguished generals of the war, Konstantin Rokossovsky, had a whole mouthful, for example, of steel teeth. It was his most distinguishing characteristic. People would write when they first met him of his famous steel smile, they called it. But he wasn't the only one. There were generals like Berestov who had a whole mouthful of gold. And the reason for their metal teeth was because before the war, they and a number of other Soviet generals were victims of Stalin's purges against the military. And the secret police had knocked out all their teeth, broke their ribs, shattered their toes with hammers, pulled out their fingernails, and subjected them all to multiple mock executions. And then to still go and fight on for that regime, to prop it up and keep it going, and not just fight well, but fight loyally, that's kind of hard to understand, isn't it? But it was pretty common on the Soviet side of things. But it did give all these generals a healthy respect for what Stalin could do to them if they got on his bad side again. Now, as Operation Blue goes forward, the Germans are once again feeling like victories within their grasp. They're marching across these steppes, which are like the American prairies. There's no trees, there's no water. The villages are even sometimes hundreds of miles apart. And of course, the Soviets, when they retreat, are retreating the same way that the Scythians back in ancient Greek times, when they were fighting the Greeks or the Persians did in this same area. They're poisoning the wells, they're burning down the villages, they're cutting down and taking away all the food. But the Germans seem happy. They do remark that once again, though, the extreme weather conditions in Russia are taking their toll. In late 1941, it was the horrible Russian winter. In summer 1942, it's the equally hard-to-handle Russian summers, which can reach, according to German soldiers who fought there, up to 125 degrees Fahrenheit in this treeless open area. The German soldiers say that it was as hot as Africa. And some of these German soldiers had fought in Africa, so they ought to know. Imagine marching 10, 12 hours a day and fighting in 125 degrees. I imagine there are some veterans of places like Iraq who can tell you what that's like. Now, as the summer wears on and the Germans keep pushing deeper and deeper into the Soviet Union, they begin to approach this area that's going to be the gateway to the Caucasus, this oil-producing region of Russia. There's a city on the Volga River. The Volga is the largest river in Europe that they have to take in order to open the door, so to speak, to the Caucasus region. It's a giant city, stretching some 30 miles, if you count the suburbs, along the western bank of the Volga. It's a modern city, full of high-rises and concrete and stone, steel and glass. It would look like most modern cities today. It's not perceived as particularly a tough place to take. Most people don't think that it's going to be a big deal to take this city and then keep moving toward the Caucasus. After all, the German armies are not meeting much resistance at this point. There are some German letters that point out how this looks like the end of the Soviet Union. One German writes back home, quote, "The company commander says the Russian troops are completely broken and cannot hold out any longer. To reach the Volga and take Stalingrad is not so difficult for us. The Führer knows where the Russians' weak point is. Victory's not far away." That was written on July 29th. Another German wrote, quote, "Our company is tearing ahead. Today I wrote to Elsa, we shall soon see each other. All of us feel that the end, victory, is near." That was written on August 7th. Now, in July, Hitler had actually turned to one of his generals and said, "The Russian is beaten," when he looked at the progress that Operation Blue was making. What a turnaround that was from merely 6 months before. In January 1942, it looks like the German might be beaten. In July 1942, Hitler is proclaiming that the Russians are done again. Meanwhile, the Russians have figured out that Stalingrad is going to be a major battle site. They start sending more units to the city. Stalin issues a decree saying that everyone in the city 16 years old to 55 years old needs to go out and start digging tank traps and trenches and laying minefields. That's more than 200,000 people. The city, though, has more than 500,000 people in it. Even school children are let out by their teachers to do some of this work and will become casualties doing it. And by early August, the German Wehrmacht is approaching this urban center, this gateway to the Caucasus and the oil fields. This major city, named after the Soviet Union's leader, Stalingrad. It's called Volgograd now. It was called Tsaritsyn for many years before it was named Stalingrad. Now, the date that the actual Battle of Stalingrad begins is a little hard to pin down. Some sources will say August 19th, others will say August 23rd. Sort of depends on what you consider to be the general attack, and it sort of depends on what you consider to be the actual outskirts of the city as opposed to some of the suburbs. One thing's clear. By August 19th, some German units are in combat around Stalingrad, and by August 23rd, the main attack has begun. The main attack is led by General Paulus's 6th Army. The 6th Army was a renowned force that played a major role in the conquest of France in 1940. And symbolically enough, the first units to engage the German ground forces are anti-aircraft guns from the city manned by women. These women fight until every one of them is killed, and some of them fight for 4 days before they're wiped out. And this becomes almost a lesson to the Germans in how tough a battle this is going to be. A fight to the last person, a fight to the last drop of blood, a fight to the death. Stalin makes this clear by not allowing the civilian population of Stalingrad to leave. Because after all, most civilians, when an enemy army is approaching, try to get out. Stalin forbids this, feeling like, 1, such a panic might spread to his own troops, and 2, his own troops might be more willing to fight hard if there were children and women and old people all around them. So he forbids the citizens from leaving. This will turn into a disaster on the night of August 23rd, when the Luftwaffe bombs Stalingrad to soften it up for the German armies attacking it. It becomes one of the most ferocious bombing attacks ever on the Eastern Front. More than 1,200 German bombers, more than 4,000 sorties. The flames were so intense from this bombing that people 40 miles away at night said they could read their newspapers by the flame light. The oil tanks along the Volga exploded, pouring burning oil into the river. More than 40,000 Russian civilians died in the bombing in the first 48 hours. Now, Russian morale is shaky again at this point. The German forces seem powerful. The city seems doomed. There are stories of officers in the Russian army lining up their troops in single file, walking down the line of soldiers, counting, 1, 2, 3, and every time they reach the number 10, pointing their pistol at the face of the soldier who's number 10 and shooting them point blank in the face, and then starting the count again, and every 10th man shot in the face, reincarnating the old, ancient Roman punishment of decimation to serve as an example to the morale of the ones who don't get shot. By the end of Stalingrad, the Soviets will have shot more than 14,000 of their own troops for such acts as cowardice, trying to surrender to the enemy, or, get this, for not shooting their comrades who are trying to surrender to the enemy. That's a capital crime. Your buddy jumps out of the trenches because he's scared and tries to run to the enemy. If you don't shoot him, they'll shoot you. The Germans attack and launch major offensives several times into the city center. September 7th, they launch one. September 13th, they launch another one. September 14th, there are counterattacks by the Russians. And the city has become a nightmarish place. The bombings, which were intended to soften the city up for the German armies, instead turn all of the city into a pile of ruins. Twisted metal, broken glass, concrete and stone everywhere. A paradise for defenders, and a nightmare for people trying to root out all these people hiding in the rubble, turning every little barricade into a fortress of sorts. And all of this debris lying around magnifies the explosive effect of the shells and the grenades. Instead of just having to deal with the shrapnel, every one of these explosions lifts up all the broken glass and the pieces of metal and the little shards of concrete. The troops are fighting close to each other. The Russian general on the scene, a general named Chuikov, tells his troops to hug the German soldiers, fighting them so closely that they won't be able to use their artillery or their aircraft because they'll risk hitting their own forces. This heavily urbanized environment in Stalingrad challenged the German generals like no other type of terrain. There's a reason that it's considered to be the toughest of environments and terrain to operate in, and that's because it tends to chew up men and material like no other. Even in ancient times, you can go read the Greek and Roman sources and the Chinese sources, and they'll talk about troops trying to deal with the narrow city streets and that sort of environment, and it's tough even back then. Modern warfare made it that much more difficult. General Dorr, the German general fighting in Stalingrad, explained what it was like. He wrote, quote, "The time for conducting large-scale operations was gone forever. From the wide expanses of steppeland, the war had moved into the jagged gullies of the Volga hills, with their copses and ravines, into the factory area of Stalingrad, spread out over uneven, pitted, rugged country, covered with iron, concrete, and stone buildings. The mile as a measure of distance was replaced by the yard. The High Command's map was the map of the city. For every house, workshop, water tower, railway embankment, wall, cellar, and every pile of ruins, a bitter battle was raged, without equal even in the First World War, with its vast expenditure of munitions. The distance between the enemy's army and ours was as small as it could possibly be. Despite the concentrated activity of aircraft and artillery, it was impossible to break out of the area of close fighting. The Russians surpassed the Germans in their use of terrain and in camouflage, and were more experienced in barricade warfare for individual buildings." End quote. Dorr and a lot of other generals on the scene actually doing the fighting were aware of how much this environment favored the defender. Sometimes the commanders way back in Berlin at the High Command didn't always realize this. And the battle raged back and forth inside the city, turning so many of the natural features and the buildings, the larger buildings, into monuments and famous sites of sorts. I mean, you can hear the accounts of fighting going on in places called the tennis racket by the troops, or the railway station, or the Red October factory, or the grain elevator. The grain elevator was a place where, and it became almost mythic in Red Army lore, some 40 Soviet Marines fought to the last man, holding off larger German amounts of troops for a long time, until they were ultimately wiped out. It became one of those, almost a Battle of Thermopylae famous last stands in Stalingrad that added to the heroic nature of the struggle from the Red Army side. And it's interesting because even though you have all these tales of morale problems and draconian measures to deal with them, like the man shooting every 10th guy in his unit, to make an example, you also start to get a feeling that Stalingrad is becoming this mythic place to the Soviet people. The Soviet soldiers weren't aware, and maybe even Stalin wasn't aware, that Stalingrad was going to be one of the most decisive battles in history, and certainly of the Second World War. But once it became apparent that it was, the Red Army soldiers fighting there began to take an amazing amount of pride in the fact that they were there, that they had a chance to be in a place where eventually they could tell their grandchildren that they participated in such a historic event. And many of them talked about and pledged to fight to the last drop of blood in order to halt the fascist invader there on the Volga, the most Russian of Russian rivers. Now the battle rages back and forth all through September, into October as well. The German troops' attitude is beginning to change. They had a haughty attitude at the very beginning of the campaign on the Volga. By the end of October, their whole demeanor had been altered. There's a German who wrote in his diaries, and you can see the change from the beginning of September to the end of October. He wrote for September 1st, quote, "Are the Russians really going to fight on the very bank of the Volga? It's madness." On September 8th, he said simply, "Insane stubbornness." On September 11th, he called them fanatics. On September 13th, wild beasts. On September 16th, barbarism. They're not men, but devils. On September 26th, barbarians. They use gangster methods. And then there's no entry for a whole month. And then on October 27th, he writes, quote, "The Russians are not men, but some kind of cast iron creatures. They never get tired, and they're not afraid of fire." And the next day, October 28th, 1942, he writes, "Every soldier sees himself as a condemned man." You can see how in the space of, well, from the very beginning of September to the end of October, the whole attitude of the German soldiers fighting in Stalingrad changed. They went from people who thought that the war was almost over, pushed to the Volga, and finished the last Soviet resistance, to people who saw themselves as condemned men. And Hitler was of a similar sort of schizophrenia, because on November 8th, he gives a speech to his old compatriots from the old days in the Nazi movement, basically saying that the situation in Stalingrad is almost over. There's just little tiny pockets of resistance, and it's almost in their hands, and that when it's in their hands, this will mean the turning point in the war, which is a very haughty thing to say, considering what the strategic situation in the war is on November 8th. I mean, by November 8th, the situation in North Africa with the British, who were fighting the Afrika Korps under General Rommel, have changed the whole tide of that conflict. The second battle of El Alamein has taken place, pushing Rommel's forces back away from Egypt. Now remember, in Hitler's fantasies, this was going to be the big southern prong that was going to sweep up and join with the southern Russian German armored forces, creating this giant encirclement. Now that's being pushed back, never to return from the area near Egypt. Anglo-American forces had also landed near Morocco in North Africa, part of Operation Torch, so now the Americans are finally getting into the fight. And the American equipment that's part of the Lend-Lease program, the famous program to bring, guns and tanks and food and clothing to all of the United States' allies in the war, is finally starting to make its presence known in Stalingrad. The Soviets, for example, are eating a lot of American canned food, marching in some cases on American boots, driving American jeeps. And here's Hitler making speeches about, hey, we've got them right where we want them. It's interesting that also on that same day, November 8th, when Hitler gives that speech, the foreign minister, Joachim von Ribbentrop, goes to Adolf Hitler and, in retrospect, does a very brave thing and suggests to him that maybe it's time to try to come up with a peace deal with Joseph Stalin. Hitler's answer to this was to reject it outright, saying, "A moment of weakness is not the right time for dealing with an enemy." So you can see his sort of schizophrenia. He just goes and tells everybody that we have the Russians right where we want them, and then he brushes off his foreign minister's suggestion to call for peace by saying a moment of weakness is no place to begin to do this, so he realizes that he's in a moment of weakness now. And right after Hitler's big speech on November 8th, saying that the city's almost in their hands, and also telling his foreign minister that it's no time to negotiate with Stalin from a position of weakness, the weather in that part of the country finally breaks. The one thing that the German armies were trying to wrap up the fighting so quickly so they wouldn't have to deal with again comes to pass. The Russian winter returns on November 9th. Temperatures plummet to minus 18 degrees Celsius in some places, and every veteran fighting in Stalingrad who remembers the year before knows that this is just the beginning. 2 days after the winter weather arrives in force, on November 11th, 1942, the 6th Army launches a last-ditch effort to take Stalingrad. They organize their best units, they arrange a Luftwaffe airstrike to coincide with this offensive, and they push themselves against the Soviets and head toward the Volga. Their assumption is that the Soviets in front of them are even more worn out than they are, less well-equipped than they are. They manage to push toward the Volga all the way to the river on a front of 600 yards. But the Soviets are fighting back fanatically. One Russian platoon holds out until there's only 4 soldiers left in it, and then calls down an artillery strike on its own position, because it says that it's surrounded by Germans, and their last words to their own artillery is, "Farewell, comrades. We did not retreat." Another Soviet unit describes trying to fight the Germans off without enough equipment and supplies to do the job. At the end of their rope, he writes, quote, "We beat off the next attack with stones, firing occasionally and throwing our last grenades. Suddenly, from behind a blank wall from the rear, came the grind of a tank's caterpillar tracks. We had no anti-tank grenades. All we had left was one anti-tank rifle with 3 rounds. I handed this rifle to an anti-tank man, Berdyshev, and sent him out through the back to fire at the tank point blank. But before he could get into position, he was captured by German Tommy gunners. What Berdyshev told the Germans, I don't know, but I can guess he led them up the garden path, because an hour later they started to attack at precisely the point where I had put my machine gun with its emergency belt of cartridges. This time, reckoning that we had run out of ammunition, they came impudently out of their shelter, standing up and shouting. They came down the street in a column. I put my last belt into the heavy machine gun at the semi-basement window and sent the whole of the 250 bullets into the yelling, dirty gray Nazi mob. I was wounded in the hand, but did not let go of the machine gun. Heaps of bodies littered the ground. The Germans, still alive, ran for cover in panic. An hour later, they led our anti-tank rifleman onto a heap of ruins and shot him in front of our eyes for having shown them the way to my machine gun. There were no more attacks. An avalanche of shells fell on the building. The Germans stormed at us with every possible kind of weapon. We couldn't raise our heads. Again we heard the ominous sound of tanks. From behind a neighboring block, stocky German tanks began to crawl out. This clearly was the end. The guardsmen said goodbye to one another. With a dagger, my orderly scratched on the brick wall. Rodimtsev's guardsmen fought and died for their country here. End quote. That little story shows what sort of heroism was going on in the fight in the ruins all the time. The Germans capture one of the Red Army soldiers from that unit who lies to them and tells them that they're almost out of ammunition. Here's the way to get to the unit where it'll be undefended, and instead he leads them into the only area where he knows a machine gun is waiting to mow the whole group down. Then the Germans execute him in front of his friends as retribution for the trap that he had set. And then finally, the Russian unit fights to the death, scratching their name into the wall so that anyone who eventually recovers this position will know that his unit fought to the last man and died heroically. The situation for the Germans is nightmarish. It is for the Russians as well, but when you get a feeling that you're getting the upper hand, it's maybe a little bit easier to bear what's going on. A German wrote, "We have fought during 15 days for a single house with mortars, grenades, machine guns, and bayonets. Already by the 3rd day, 54 German corpses are strewn in the cellars, on the landings, and in the staircases. The front is a corridor between burnt-out rooms. It's the thin ceiling between 2 floors. Help comes from neighboring houses by fire escapes and chimneys. There's a ceaseless struggle from noon to night. From story to story, faces black with sweat, we bombard each other with grenades in the middle of explosions, clouds of dust and smoke, heaps of mortar, floods of blood, fragments of furniture and human beings. Ask any soldier what half an hour of hand-to-hand struggle means in such a fight, and then imagine Stalingrad. 80 days and 80 nights of hand-to-hand struggles. The street is no longer measured by meters, but by corpses. Stalingrad is no longer a town. By day, it is an enormous cloud of burning, blinding smoke. It is a vast furnace lit by the reflection of the flames. And when night arrives, one of those scorching, howling, bleeding nights, the dogs plunge into the Volga and swim desperately to gain the other bank. The nights of Stalingrad are a terror for them. Animals flee this hell. The hardest stones can't bear it for long. Only men endure. And it wasn't just the soldiers. The civilians of Stalingrad were also forced to endure. Stalin had issued an order not long after the battle began, lifting his earlier restriction on the civilians leaving. He was allowing them to get out of the city. But the problem was that they had to cross the Volga just like everything else that was getting back to the Russian side of the river, and they had to compete with military hardware and transports and all sorts of other important things, which meant that the civilians left the city in little dribs and drabs, taking their lives into their hands when they did, by the way, because the Germans were bombing and strafing and launching all sorts of different attacks against the ferries crossing the river, and many of these boats exploded into slivers with civilians lining the deck, so it was quite an ordeal to cross. But the worst ordeal was to have to stay in the city. And even at the end of the battle, there would be Russian civilians living like animals, covered in rags, in holes in the sides of the hills that they had dug, trying to scrape up enough food to keep from starving to death. A German soldier wrote back to his family about the plight of the civilians. He wrote, quote, "Today I saw many refugees coming from Stalingrad. A scene of indescribable misery. Children, women, old men as old as Grandpa lie here by the road only lightly clothed and with no protection from the cold. Although they're our enemy, it was deeply shocking. For that reason we can't thank our Führer and the good Lord enough that our homeland has been spared such terrible wretchedness. I've already seen such misery during this war, but Russia surpasses everything. Above all, Stalingrad. You won't understand this. One has to have seen it." On November 19th, the tables are turned. This is when the Russians launch their winter offensive, Operation Uranus. They use forces that used to be around Moscow, preparing for the German attack that Stalin thought was coming there in spring 1942, the one that instead was launched into the south. Slowly but surely, Stalin moves these units from around Moscow, brings them down toward the Stalingrad area, builds up the forces, and then launches them in winter weather on the 19th of November, not at Stalingrad where the 6th Army's fight rages, but at the 6th Army's poorly defended flanks around Stalingrad. In some cases, 100 miles away from Stalingrad, blowing away the Italian, Hungarian, and Romanian flank units that are guarding the supply lines, feeding the 6th Army. These units were not equipped, trained, or motivated up to German standards. The Soviets knew this. The Germans even knew this. They simply didn't expect to get bogged down in Stalingrad, and it was a huge omission to not strengthen those flanks when they realized that the war for that city was going to take longer than they thought. The Russian tanks blow away the Romanians on the flanks, who are completely unequipped to deal with tanks. Behind the tanks are huge numbers of Russian cavalry, wielding sabers and charging out of the forest and the snow. It's like something out of the Napoleonic era. 4 days after the Russians launch Operation Uranus, their forces meet in a pincer movement way behind Stalingrad, cutting off Paulus and the 6th Army and all the other German units fighting in the city. The worst thing that could possibly happen to the Germans in the east has happened. Their largest fighting force on the Russian front, some 350,000 men, are encircled by their enemy, who, to many, seemed on their last leg only 4 days previously. On November 27th, a relief force led by German Field Marshal Erich von Manstein is formed from Army Group Dawn. His job is going to be to punch a hole in this iron ring now surrounding Stalingrad and relieve the forces in there. See, the forces inside Stalingrad are cut off from any sort of ground support. But Hermann Göring, that boastful, inefficient head of the Luftwaffe and second in charge in the Third Reich, boasts to Hitler that they don't even need to have a corridor open for supplies, that his Luftwaffe will be able to supply the 6th Army from the sky. It's a ridiculous boast. There aren't even enough planes in the Luftwaffe on their best day to bring all the supplies in that the Sixth Army needs. He fails miserably, and immediately the Sixth Army begins to feel the pinch of not having the food and the weapons that it needs, the reinforcements that it needs to conduct the battle. Nevertheless, knowing that von Manstein's relief force is being formed, knowing that Hermann Göring has promised to bring supplies into the city, a slogan begins to be circulated amongst the German troops trapped in Stalingrad. They start saying to one another, "Hold on, the Führer will get us out." Meanwhile, in an attempt to destroy what's left of the German morale, the Soviets put huge speakers all around the encircled pocket of German troops. The speakers blare out tango music because the Soviets consider this to be sinister sounding. And then every now and then there'll be a break in the tango music, and the Soviets in German will tell the Germans just how trapped they are and how bad their situation is, and then back to the tango music. By December 3rd, the weather is now every bit as cold as it was the year before in 1941. Temperatures of minus 35 degrees are not uncommon in the Stalingrad pocket, a pocket that's no longer being fed or supplied. People living in holes and amongst the brick and stone of collapsed buildings. By December 12th, von Manstein launches this long-awaited counterattack. It's called Operation Winter Tempest, and the job is to punch through, open a corridor that will allow the Sixth Army to get supplies again. By December 19th, Manstein's tanks are only 30 miles south of Stalingrad. At this point, von Manstein asks Paulus in the city to break out and sort of meet him halfway. If his forces try to break out while he's trying to break in, it'll be easier to meet. And this is where Hitler does one of his typical commander moves that many generals have been analyzing ever since the war. He forbids Paulus to break out. Now, this has been debated ever since. Most people assume that this is another stupid move by Adolf Hitler, that he was worried that if a retreat started from Stalingrad, that it would become a rout, that if they left the city, they would never take the city again, and you would see the beginnings of the loss of the German fortunes. Hitler was already upset about what was going on in North Africa, and probably thought that he was not going to let the war continue to move backwards for Germany. Many generals have blamed him for this ever since. But there's a counter-argument that some have put forward that what Adolf Hitler felt was that even though these troops in Stalingrad were in big trouble, that they were keeping large numbers of Soviet troops tied down. And if those troops could be freed up to attack other areas of the front, that the Germans were in a position to collapse all up and down the line. So there's been arguments ever since this time about whether not allowing Paulus to leave Stalingrad was the right move or a terrible blunder. Göring, of course, is making light of the whole situation. The second-in-command, this head of the Luftwaffe, says that the situation in Stalingrad is, quote, not so bad. This prompts General Seitzler at the High Command to reduce his own rations to what the troops in Stalingrad are living off of. In other words, cutting his caloric intake to whatever the soldiers on the front line are getting. He loses 26 pounds in 2 weeks. When Hitler finds out why his High Command general is turning into a skeleton in front of his eyes, he orders him to return to a normal diet, but then thinking he's doing something magnanimous, he does ban champagne and brandy at the Führer headquarters and says it's, quote, in honor of the heroes of Stalingrad, end quote. By December 23rd, 24th, the Operation Winter Tempest to break into the ring surrounding Stalingrad has failed. The attempt to save the 350,000 soldiers of the Sixth Army and related units is over. Now, heavy fighting does continue all around the perimeter. This area is still hot. There's still fighting going on. The troops inside the ring, it's called the Kessel, which means the cauldron, are not surrendering. The troops are starving, though. They eat their last 12,000 horses on Christmas Day, 1942. It's sort of their Christmas dinner. Eat the last of the meat, and then the real starvation begins. Suicides begin to be common inside the Kessel. Officers go to doctors inside and ask for poison to commit suicide at the right time. German soldiers are freezing to death in increasing numbers. And some of the Germans are shooting themselves to try to get sent home on the few relief flights that are still able to leave the cauldron from the few airfields left inside it untaken by the Russians. One German wrote, quote, "I had taken out a case of medical supplies to the advanced dressing station. It was in a warehouse with the roof open to the sky in places due to the shell fire. It was absolutely crammed with wounded, and most of them were in a bad state, dead and dying together, crying and praying aloud. An orderly told me they were going to be flown out. Just then an artillery salvo fell into the street, and calls from some more wounded took him and the doctor outside. I went over to a part of the building where the men were quiet. They were so badly injured that they were unconscious, and some of them had already died. I turned one of them off his stretcher. I fired 3 shots through my left foot and lay down. I lost consciousness. It was dark and the pain was frightful. There were no lights in the warehouse, and I kept telling myself it will be over in an hour, a few hours, and then the flight out. 2 days passed, and then the blood round my foot froze solid, but I dared not call for attention. 2 of the men near me died. Then, the morning of joy, they started to move us." End quote. Unfortunately for that soldier, they also found the powder burns on his foot that showed that he had shot himself. That was a capital offense, and he could have been shot for that. Lucky for him, the chaos inside the cauldron was such that he was sort of left to his own devices. That's the sort of desperation, though, that was beginning to happen inside the pocket as the German ring was being tightened more and more. Now, the planes that were still able to get in and out were bringing a pittance of food and supplies in, nowhere near what the 6th Army and related units needed to survive. They were, however, able to fly some mail out, fly some wounded out, and some of the worst stories and most heartbreaking accounts come from people who were watching their wounded comrades be evacuated and then watching the planes as they reach the end of the runway and take off into the air be hit by anti-aircraft fire and come plunging down in flames, killing all the wounded that had just thought that they had gotten out of the cauldron. People from Stalingrad describe seeing the airfield, and then the first thing you notice is all the destroyed, burned hulks of planes at the end of the airfield and just past it where the anti-aircraft had done its job. There were also lots of dead Germans around the airfield because they were trying to rush the planes in a mad scramble to get out, and the military police guarding them had to shoot them sometimes. Those that did get out of the cauldron described an interesting conflict of emotions. First thing they describe is the immense guilt of surviving and leaving their comrades to their fate. But as the planes climbed over the clouds and they could look down and realize that they had escaped, they describe a feeling that they say was like being born again. And many, to this day, who survived that and got out on the last planes, describe this feeling as life beginning again, a life that they had written off as being over. Some of the letters that made it out on these last flights are heart-wrenching. One said, quote, "Dear parents, fate has decided against us. If you should receive the news that I've fallen for Greater Germany, then bear it bravely. As a last bequest, I leave my wife and children to your love." A German soldier wrote to his wife, quote, "I'm thinking of you and our little son. The only thing I have left is to think of you. I'm indifferent to everything else. Thinking of you breaks my heart." Another wrote on his daughter Susie's birthday, quote, "Who will soon have a father no more, like thousands of other children. The torment goes on and will only get worse by the hour. We're pushed into the narrowest area. We will, however, fight to the last round, as ordered, particularly since we're told that the Russians are killing all prisoners, which I doubt. People have no idea what's going on here. Not a single promise is kept." On January 8, 1943, General Rokossovsky, the commander-in-chief of the Don Front, issues a surrender ultimatum. He guarantees the Germans in the pocket their lives and safety, and after the end of the war, a return to Germany. Paulus rejects the demand for surrender. Hitler has told him not to surrender. January 10th, the Red Army begins something called Operation Ring, and after a 55-minute artillery bombardment by thousands of guns and rocket launchers, attacks Stalingrad's pocket with 7 full armies. At this point, the leader of the 6th Army, General Paulus, is said to be fatalistic and depressed. When a subordinate tries to give him an appraisal of the military situation, he says, quote, "Dead men are no longer interested in military history." On January 22nd, Adolf Hitler sends a signal to the Stalingrad defenders. quote, "Surrender out of the question. Troops fight on to the end." Imagine being locked in this pocket, hoping for nothing more than a chance to get out, and that's the message you get from your commander, the one who not that long ago you were saying, "Hold on, the Fuhrer will get us out." And now that's the death sentence you hear over the telegraph. Joachim Wieder was a German soldier trapped in the Stalingrad pocket. He wrote, quote, "Now faced with the imminently impending final catastrophe, the question about the sense of what was happening that had plagued me so often during the war seized me again with cruel force. Hundreds of thousands of flowering human lives were suddenly being senselessly snuffed out here in Stalingrad. What an immeasurable wealth of human happiness, human plans, hopes, talents, fertile possibilities for the future were thereby being destroyed forever. The criminal insanity of an irresponsible war management, with its superstitious belief in technology and its utter lack of feeling for the life, value, and dignity of man, had here prepared a hell on earth for us. Of what importance was the individual, in his uniqueness and distinctiveness? He felt himself as if extinguished and used up as raw material in a demonic machine of destruction. Here war showed itself in its unmasked brutality. Stalingrad appeared to me as an unsurpassed violation and degeneration of the human essence. I felt myself to be locked into a gigantic, inhuman mechanism that was running with deadly precision to its own dissolution and destruction." End quote. I often think how amazing it is that it was one man's decision that these people, this immeasurable wealth of human happiness, plans and dreams and everything that Joachim Wieder talked about, it was all done by one man's will, Adolf Hitler. The dangers of a totalitarian state become obvious when you read a comment like that and you realize who was responsible for that man's predicament and all of his comrades. On January 23rd, the last German airfield in Stalingrad falls. The pocket is now completely cut off. By January 25th, the Red Army succeeds in splitting the defenders of Stalingrad into two separate forces. On January 30th, the wonderful Hermann Göring makes a radio broadcast likening the defenders of Stalingrad to the Spartans at Thermopylae. This death sentence is heard inside the cauldron, and soldiers who survived recall it sounding like they were hearing their own funeral oration. On January 31st, the exhausted troops of 6th Army, out of ammunition now, surrender to the Red Army. The Russians capture Field Marshal Paulus, now a field marshal, and made a field marshal because Hitler had hoped that he would shoot himself because no German field marshal had ever surrendered. 16 other generals are also taken. Paulus is described by his captors as being, quote, "in a state of physical and moral disintegration." He says, "I have no intention of shooting myself for this Bohemian corporal," meaning Adolf Hitler. Many German officers do commit suicide instead of surrendering, though. Some by attacking the Russians in a way that they know will lead to their deaths, shooting a pistol out of the trench and waiting for the Russians to shoot back. Many shoot themselves. One calls his son, who is also fighting at Stalingrad, to his headquarters so he can say goodbye, and then he kills himself, and so does the son. By February 2nd, all the remnants of the 6th Army have surrendered. Some sporadic fighting will continue all the way into March, but in all, more than 96,000 survivors of the more than 300,000 that were fighting in Stalingrad are captured. Out of that, barely 5,000 will live to return to Germany after the war. The Germans portray this whole sacrifice in an anti-Bolshevik light, saying that all these people died to save Europe from communism, instead of this glorious new order that the Nazis were going to have Lebensraum in the East. The propaganda, which had always sort of had this angle, now plays up the idea that Germany was suffering for all mankind, protecting everyone from the red hordes. Some people still buy this idea today. As the German survivors are being led into captivity, the NKVD secret police, the Russian secret police, are on the scene, and they're separating out any Russians that they find mixed in with the Germans, the helpers, they were known as Hiwis, and begin shooting them right on the spot. A Russian officer yells at members of the German 297th Infantry Division. He points to the ruins of Stalingrad, and he says to them, "This is how Berlin is going to look." A rather prophetic statement. Nazi propaganda minister Joseph Goebbels keeps the fact that the Germans had been surrounded at Stalingrad from the German people as long as he can. When the Nazi leadership finally tells the population about the disaster, they turn it into a historic last stand. They actually have the gall to say that not a single German soldier survived or surrendered, that every single one of them died in the pocket. Now, this lie that the Nazis tried to tell their own people was quickly exposed, because obviously the Russians were there with newsreel cameras and they had film footage. They also had little postcards that they gave to all the captives to write home with and tell their families they were okay. These notes exposed the less than historic situation that Goebbels was talking about when he gave the Germans the rundown of what happened in Stalingrad. So they prohibited the delivery of the postcards. The Germans would stop the postcards from coming into Germany and exposing the Nazi lies. The way the Russians got around this was they started dropping these postcards on the German trenches instead. And many German soldiers, risking severe punishment, would send anonymous letters to the people that those cards were addressed to, telling the families that their man was alive. And they would sign these forwarded notes something like "A Compatriot" or "XXX" from one German soldier to the family of one of their comrades. No one can say with any certainty how many people died at Stalingrad and in the related fighting around the city. The casualty figures are hotly disputed even today. It's completely unknown, for example, how many civilians died in the fighting. Out of a pre-war population estimate of more than 500,000, the Soviets were able to pull some 1,500 survivors out of holes in the ground, dressed in rags and looking more like ghosts or wraiths. All of them traumatized. The stories of the children will break your heart. They were in many cases no longer able to speak or wouldn't speak. They would not look adults in the face. Even after the fighting had ended, they would come out of their holes, scurry around from pile of bricks to pile of bricks looking for little morsels of food, and then scurry right back into the holes, avoiding all human contact. As far as military casualties, most estimates put the Soviet dead between 500,000 and 750,000 people. And that number swells to well over 1 million if you throw the wounded into the equation too. Axis forces lost between 200,000 and 400,000 dead in the battle. Some Russian sources claiming that 250,000 corpses from the Axis side were actually counted on the field of battle, but that's unconfirmed. The figure of 96,000 prisoners taken by the Soviets is considered to be relatively reliable, though. The vast majority of Axis prisoners will never see their homeland again. And to put this in perspective, British losses for the entire war, Army, Navy, and Air Force, were less than 400,000 people. U.S. losses were just over 400,000. The Soviets and Germans lost more people in a battle than some of the other allies lost in the entire war. The disaster at Stalingrad had a huge effect. First of all, it ruined Adolf Hitler. He was never the same. He never spoke in front of cheering rallies again. He became introverted and withdrawn. His eyes bulged out. Shakes were noticeable on him. He took all his meals in private now. Generals who dealt with him described him as being a transformed person. Many of the German generals who had still supported Adolf Hitler at this time changed sides. Many of those who would be implicated in the attempt on Hitler's life the year after this changed their minds about the fortunes of the regime after Stalingrad. And the German soldiers themselves, especially the long-term veterans who had seen enough, started to realize that there was almost a karmic experience going on here. As Stalingrad survivor Joachim Wieder wrote, quote, "In my soul arose again the whole abysmal disaster of the war itself. More clearly than ever before, I appreciated the full measure of misery and wretchedness of the other countries in Europe, to which German soldiers and German arms had brought boundless misfortune. Had not we, so far as the victors, been all too prone to close our eyes and our hearts, and to forget that always and everywhere the issues were living human beings, their possessions and their happiness? Probably only a few among us had entertained the thought that the suffering and dying being caused by our sorry profession of war would one day be inflicted upon us. We had carried our total war into one region of Europe after another, and thereby destructively interfered in the destinies of foreign nations. Far too little had we asked the reason why, the necessities and the justifications for what was happening, or reflected on the immeasurability of our political responsibilities that these entailed. Misery and death had been initiated by us, and now they were inexorably coming home to roost. End quote. The visual evidence that the chickens had come home to roost could be seen for miles upon miles around the Soviet battlefield. Bodies littered the landscape, both Axis and Allied. The few photos that were taken at the time show uniformed corpses as far as the eye can see, sometimes stacked several deep. Removal of these bodies would prove to be a monumental task for the people living in the area, a task that was never fully completed. Stalingrad was the event that created the famous Soviet bone fields in Russia, and even today, they are everywhere. A little digging is all it takes to uncover the remains of one of the great tragedies of the 20th century, a tragedy that almost certainly had to happen if Hitler's legions were to be turned back from the very heart of Russia, if Nazi Germany were going to be defeated. Nevertheless, for the people that had to live through it, it was one of the great nightmares in all military history. The chickens coming home to roost, indeed.
If you think the show you just heard is worth $1, Dan and Ben would love to have it. Go to dancarlin.com for information on how to donate to the show.
In the next edition of Ghosts of the Ostfront, the loss at Stalingrad didn't just cost the Germans a ton of troops. It also cost them the initiative on the Eastern Front, and they will never get it back. They will make one last mammoth attempt in 1943 to seize control of events in the East, only to be defeated once again. This will start the long, hard, bloody, slogging rearguard action that will last all the way through 1944 and into 1945, eventually taking the Russians into the capital city of Berlin itself. And this is where scores will be settled, revenge will be meted out, and the last bloody Wagnerian act of the 1,000-year Reich, as Adolf Hitler called it, will play itself out. It is also where the foundations for the history of the latter part of the 20th century will be laid. All that and more in Ghosts of the Ostfront, Part 4. What you're about to hear is Part 4 of a 4-part series on the Eastern Front in the Second World War. If you happen to miss the earlier episodes, you might want to catch them so you could put this final edition into some sort of context. If you don't care much about context, well, then without further ado, and finally, Ghosts of the Ostfront, Part 4.
December 7th, 1941.
It's history.
A date which will live in infamy.
It's hardcore history.
60-plus years after the Second World War has ended, we know quite a bit more about what was going on than the people who were actually living through the experience. Now, with all of the memoirs that have come out, all of the analysis, the information, the data that's available from all the participants, you can see that the catastrophic German defeat at the Battle of Stalingrad in late 1942, early 1943, was probably the turning point in the war. Turning points themselves are a little cliche to simply say that. If you could, put your finger on the moment the war turned from one sort of momentum to another. But probably not too far of a stretch to call Stalingrad the turning point. The point at which the Germans could no longer realistically see themselves winning the war. Now, they didn't have to assume that they were going to lose it. Some sort of stalemate, negotiated peace, armistice could leave them in control of tons of Europe. No one knew how that was going to turn out. But the chances of the Germans actually conquering the Soviet Union, going and turning around and beating the British and dealing with the Americans, all of that stuff became much more the stuff of fantasy after Stalingrad had ended. Now, the people at the time probably didn't realize how big of a deal the loss at Stalingrad was. Turning points in wars are something that's usually determined after the war. There are German generals who probably realized it was the turning point. There are memoirs by German veterans on the ground, the average soldiers, who certainly saw it as a turning point. But after Stalingrad ended, the German high command began doing exactly what they would have expected to do, the year before. They started to come up with the plan for 1943. 1941, the plan was to drive to Moscow and take it. 1942, the plan was to drive to the oil fields of the Caucasus and take it. Both of those offensives had been launched in the summer, the late spring, early summer. So once again, the campaigning season would start after the mud dried, late spring, early summer, and the German high command was planning for an offensive. Now, I want to reemphasize that just because the Germans were planning or talking about planning a new offensive, that doesn't mean that the violence had ever died down along the Eastern Front. The fighting along the 2,000-mile, stretch of territory from Finland to the Black Sea was constant. There was fighting over local landmarks, in a no-man's land between German trenches and Soviet trenches. There were localized and smaller offensives and counterstrokes. The fighting was going on all the time. These major war-winning or war-losing offensives were a simple spike in the normal level of violence going on. Leningrad in the north was still encircled, as it had been by the Germans since 1941, the people there still starving to death and suffering. Eastern Europe was still in German hands, occupied by the Nazis, suffering under their cruel regime and harsh measures. These offensives that we're talking about here were the grand designs for victory. In 1941, it had been Barbarossa, the drive to Moscow. In 1942, it had been the Operation Blue drive to the Caucasus. In 1943, it was going to be something called Operation Citadel. Operation Citadel was a plan that the German generals came up with. Adolf Hitler was to some degree out of the loop. He had pulled himself back from his enthusiastic and aggressive ideas on how to win this war because his ideas had led to catastrophe up to this point. He had put a lot of emphasis into the new designs, new tank designs, new equipment, new aircraft that were coming off the assembly lines, but he didn't have any plan for how to use this new equipment in a way that would bring him victory. As author Alan Clark writes, quote, "He seemed to have no ideas," end quote. So he left it up to his generals. Well, the German generals were split on this idea. Once Hitler said, "It's up to you guys," they had a bunch of different opinions. Heinz Guderian, the gifted panzer leader, said, "Don't do anything. Go on the defensive in 1943. Let the Russians crash against a defensive wall of German troops. Let us rebuild our forces, get all the new tanks together, get good numbers, good trained troops, and in 1944 launch a war-changing offensive." Many of the other German generals disagreed. They thought for reasons of morale and the question of momentum. You had to just do something. You couldn't just sit there. German offensive strategy was always geared toward launching attacks as opposed to, taking them. Von Manstein had some different ideas about the way this stroke or counterstroke should be handled, but most of the German generals settled upon a bulge in the Eastern Front line, a salient, a place where the Soviets had pushed ahead of the rest of the forces, so it created a sort of a bag jutting out toward the German side of the line. This is a classic place for an offense to happen because it's really easy to get military units on both sides of the bulge, right at the neck of it, and pinch it shut, and then trapping any of the enemy's units that might happen to be in that bag. So the German generals began looking at this salient around a city named Kursk. This was going to be a huge offensive. It was going to take the mass of what Germany had available for its cutting edge, force it into one force, and launch it all at once. More tanks than they had ever used, more powerful equipment than they'd ever employed. They were going to take the army of 1943 and launch it into action in an all-out, attempt to gain the initiative back in the war and inflict a crushing defeat on the Soviet Union. Now, Hitler was nervous about this. The great gambler who had gotten Germany this far had kind of lost his nerve a bit because he was almost out of chips. He didn't have armies that he could afford to lose anymore on gambles. He's like a man at the wagering table that doesn't have a lot of chips left, but he needs a big score, but he's afraid to push that whole pile in because if he loses that, he's left with nothing. He's a fish, left out to dry. Hitler told Guderian that the thought of this operation to pinch off the salient at Kursk, what was being called Operation Citadel, he said to Guderian, quote, "It makes my stomach turn over," end quote. He was nervous about this whole thing. He had reason to be. You see, the idea of pinching off salients is such a basic part of offensive, war strategy that everyone knows that that's the most likely place an offensive is going to come from. In 1941, the Soviets picked incorrectly where the Germans would attack. Thought they'd attack down in the south by Kiev, put their forces down there to receive the attack. The Germans go into the center of the country, launch right for the capital of Moscow. In 1942, the Soviets think, okay, probably going toward Moscow, going to finish the job they started in 1941. So they put all their crack units up by Moscow. The Germans attack in the south down by Kiev. In 1943, the Soviet leadership looks at the salient at Kursk and says, well, that would be the obvious place to attack, which is exactly what the Germans were thinking, which is probably why they should have gone with Guderian's suggestion over on Manstein's suggestion and done something else altogether. Don't attack where they know you're going to attack. The Germans even found out that the Soviets knew that they were coming at a certain point in the planning process and went forward with it anyway. Bought into Hitler's idea that, so what if they know we're coming? We have these great new tanks, all this great new equipment. We're the Germans. We do the blitzkrieg. We'll knock them dead. We've never failed to do that in the past. Certainly never failed to have the blitzkrieg work. People like Guderian weren't buying it. The troops on the ground weren't buying it either. In early May, Hitler decides to postpone this huge, change in fortune battle for the German army. The Tiger tanks and the new Panther tanks that he wants so badly aren't arriving as quickly as he'd expected, so he's going to delay the offensive a couple more months. Many German generals get real nervous about this because they know the Soviets are already fortifying the area. They see the offensive coming. This will just give them more time to turn it into a fortress on the ground. The newly revised date for the start of what's being called the Kursk offensive is to be July 4th. As the chief of staff of the 48th Panzer Division observed, quote, Independence Day for America, the beginning of the end for Germany, end quote. Hitler delivers a pre-battle message on July 1st, 1943, telling the German soldiers that this battle is the one that will teach, other peoples what happens when you stand against German armed might. It was one of those kind of things. And the soldiers on the ground could see that the might of Germany was assembled. It was one of the largest forces Germany ever put in the field, about to be part of the largest armored conflict of all time. Kursk is one of those battles war gamers still obsess about, because there was so much stuff there. The Germans have deployed 37 divisions, more than 900,000 men, including more than 2,500 tanks and assault guns, more than 10,000 guns. They've brought 1,800 aircraft to the party as well. Now, against this, just to prove they're not slouching at all, the Red Army has 1,300,000 troops, all of them in deeply fortified positions, rank upon rank upon rank, protected by 8,000 landmines per square mile, more than 3,000 tanks, 20,000 guns, 2,500 aircraft, and the Red Army had dug more than 3,000 miles of trenches to cover the fighting zone. Now, the first thing you'll notice if you look at this battle is that the Germans, the attackers, are outnumbered by the Red Army. This is a major violation of all the standard rules of war. The attacker's supposed to have at least a 3-to-1 superiority over the defender, because the defense has more innate power than the offense. You do better if you're even better than 3-to-1. 5-to-1's even, more optimal. The Germans are outnumbered by the Red Army. Once again, the German high command looking at these wonderful new tanks and thinking these tanks will make up for the fact that we're violating the basic rules, the 3-to-1 rule. The Wehrmacht's professional generals knew better and warned Hitler, but the true believers bought into the idea that, when you added up everything the Germans brought to the table, once again they were going to show their superiority over the Red Army. Now, the Soviets are so aware of when this battle is going to kick off that a half hour before it does, the Soviets launch a pre-battle bombardment against the German staging areas, where the tanks are all lining up, where the infantry are getting ready on the road to push forward before the first light. Right before they do that, the Soviet artillery begins to fall. Marshal Zhukov, the head of the Red Army who was there, called the sound of this preemptive artillery barrage, quote, a symphony from hell, unquote. So it's an inauspicious beginning right there. Shows all the Germans whose morale might have been a little shaky, or even those whose morale was rock solid, that we know you're coming, we're ready for you, taste this, there's more where this came from. One side got taught a lesson at Kursk, but it was the German side. The Germans, who had been teaching modern warfare throughout this whole war, finally saw their blitzkrieg run up against a counter tactic. To counter this lightning war idea of punching through the enemy lines and sending your armor into the back to disrupt the fragile communications and support areas, you run into the Russians' defense in depth. It's almost like a counter move in chess. You take these soldiers and you pile them rank upon rank upon rank upon rank, and you put these gun positions around them, and you put the mines out, and the anti-tank guns, and the aircraft, and basically you suck up everything the Germans can deliver and don't give them an area to punch into. The farther in they punch, the more stuff they run into. The Battle of Kursk itself was a number of smaller battles that took place over about a 9-10-day period. More tanks and armored equipment met head-to-head in this battle than at any other time in history. And most veterans of the fighting there seem to remember it being hot, and it may have been warm, but by the actual standards of the Soviet Union at that time of year, it was kind of cool at the time the battle was fought. What these people were probably remembering is the heat generated by the battle. As one Soviet female soldier recalled, quote, "The sky thunders, the earth thunders, and you think your heart will explode and that the skin on your back is about to burst. I hadn't thought that the earth could crack. Everything cracked. Everything roared. The whole world seemed to be swaying." End quote. German tank driver Helmut Steiner's commander told him what had happened at Kursk a month before Steiner missed the battle. His commander said, quote, "We started a massive offensive against the Soviets in the Kursk area about a month ago. It was unbelievable. Tanks were fighting tanks in their hundreds. At the same time, Ivan was fully prepared for us. He was dug in at such depth that when we overran one anti-tank position at great cost to our panzers, another would be waiting for us, and another, and another. We were knocking out the Ruskies hand over fist, but he was bashing hell out of us too. Our losses were appalling. Their defense system was over 100 miles wide across the neck of the salient. There were hundreds of groups of 5.76mm anti-tank guns in mutually supporting batteries, backed up by infantry with mortars. Then their engineers had laid thousands of mines to each mile. They had been placed in such a way that to avoid them, we were forced to move toward their guns. After a week or so, we had no choice but to pull back, otherwise we would have been wiped out. Meanwhile, Ivan remained in his thousands. That's the way it always is. At best, all we do is dent the opposition. We always finish up worse than when we started. A lot less tanks and a lot less territory. Ever since Stalingrad, the story has been the same." End quote. Well, Helmut Steiner's tank commander does a pretty good job of explaining how it went. On the 9th of July, 5 days after the battle starts, the Russians say that the German attack has been held and claim that 2,000 tanks were destroyed in the first 4 days. That gives you an idea of the ferocity of this conflict. Go try to find some movies documenting this event. There are precious few. It didn't look like there was a lot of time to sit down and shoot any film on this thing, or maybe if you had been able to, all you would have seen is smoke. It's that kind of battle. It almost adds to the allure because you wish you could see it, and there was really too much going on at the time to record any of it for posterity. We may not be able to see what that battle was like now, but the people at the time could smell what it was like then. Some participants of the battle say that you could smell the unburied bodies, the thousands of them, bloating in the sun miles away from the fighting area. It was that kind of battle. As a German veteran said, quote, "War in the West was proper sport, while war in the East was unmitigated horror." End quote. On the 13th of July, despite the maximum efforts by the German forces to break through in the areas where they were supposed to break through, they can't, and Hitler calls the offensive off. The battle is a huge win for the Red Army. They've stopped this big German gamble where they threw in all of their best forces once again at a time where they had no reserves. The Germans would never again seize the main initiative on the Eastern Front. When Operation Citadel fails, many German generals, and some in the German leadership even, see that the war is lost. A couple of authors even claim that Heinrich Himmler, head of the SS, is one of those people who determined at this time that the chances of winning the war had ended with their hopes in the Kursk salient. And if Kursk wasn't enough to make the Germans feel bad about their situation, while Kursk is going on, Sicily is invaded by the Western Allies. It's a little like when Stalingrad happens, the Battle of El Alamein occurs in North Africa, another Allied win. These 1-2 punches seem to come with regularity. Every time the Germans take a big one, they take another one to go with it. After Kursk, the Germans begin a process of a long, long retreat, a fighting retreat that sometimes is intentional and other times they're trying to hold the line, they just get pushed back. That happens all the way back towards Berlin for the rest of the war. During this long-term maneuver, they adopt a scorched earth policy in the areas where they are vacating. A policy that is frightful to the extreme. It results in many of the worst atrocities committed in the war. After Kursk, the German chief of staff writes his wife, and he tells her, quote, "All hell is loose on the Eastern Front," end quote. Well, to anyone who's been listening to this series of shows up till now, you're wondering how bad things must be now if this general only thinks hell's being unleashed now. What do you call what's happened up till now? Well, when you read them, the stories speak for themselves. The tales of atrocities that were part of this scorched earth policy that we're talking about here is something that reminds you of the stuff of legend, tales of Genghis Khan or Attila the Hun rampaging through civilized areas. Stories of civilians crowded into buildings which are then set on fire. Women and children literally lined up against the wall and machine-gunned. Terrible things. A war of true hatred on all sides with no mercy shown to anyone. And yet, even amidst all this hatred and this lack of mercy and caring and the dehumanization of both sides, the human element still comes into play from time to time. Writer Boris Gorbachevsky tells a wonderful story about a man in his unit with a haunting, moving, wonderful singing voice. He would keep the unit entertained, and Gorbachevsky says, sing loudly and brilliantly in the trenches. The Russians took special care of this man, saw to it that his throat was kept warm, and that he always had a cup of hot tea for him to drink, keep his voice fresh. They would all write home and tell their family how lucky they felt to have such a talent, with them in the unit. One night, that singer was ill, and he couldn't perform. And the Russians received a worried message on the radio from the Germans facing them across no man's land. They said, quote, "What have you done with your singer?" End quote. Even the Germans would stop shooting when this guy performed. One night, the Germans even crept into the no man's land between the two trenches, Gorbachevsky says, braving the danger of being killed, simply to throw a new harmonica into the trenches of the Russians so that the singer would have music to accompany him. Amid the horror, still a little basic humanity could occasionally rise to the surface. And that sort of thing makes you wonder whether those people, those Germans on the one side of the battle line that wanted to hear the Russian singer as much as the Russian singers on the other side of the battle line wanted to hear him, would they even be fighting if it weren't for these governments of theirs? Especially the German government that launched the war. German soldier Günter Koschorek wrote after the war, quote, "When will people realize that it is possible for any of us to be manipulated by domineering and power-crazed individuals who know how to motivate the masses in order to misuse them for their own ends? While they keep well out of the way in safety, they have no hesitation in brutally sacrificing their people in the name of patriotism. Will mankind ever stand together against them? Or are those who died in the fighting dead forever? And will the reasons they gave their lives be forgotten?" End quote. How capable do you think your neighbor or your countrymen are of committing evil acts if those acts were condoned or encouraged by the government? How about this? What if the government punished you if you didn't commit those evil acts? Makes you start to look at your neighbors, your countrymen, maybe even yourself in a new light. And to say that the political system in Germany and in the Soviet Union wasn't evil, I think, is to ignore one of the basic qualities that government looked for when it picked people to serve in it. Why was Koschorek and all of his comrades, and why were the Russians on the other side of the trenches from him fighting? Well, how about the quality of the leadership that sent them to fight? I've always wondered about, look at the Nazis, for example. To me, they look like the mafia. A lot of those guys in the Nazi hierarchy in positions of running a major world power wouldn't have had a job in a democracy. They have a qualification, a character trait, that is highly valuable in the system they operate in, but it's an actual disadvantage in most countries. They're evil. And evil is something that helps you get a promotion in some of these systems. Both in Hitler's and Stalin's regimes, the ability to be bloodthirsty and pitiless are check marks, the good stuff on the resume. The Germans actually picked their mayors for their occupied territories, the Gauleiters. One of the main things they looked for is ruthlessness. You push good humanitarian people who want to do the best for their country out of positions of power because the evil people are scoring higher on the evil test. Eventually you end up with a government full of these evil people, and then you wonder why it does evil things. At least Günter Koschorek did. How well would Heinrich Himmler or Lavrenti Beria do in a democracy? Well, they were in the upper stratus of power in their respective governments in the Second World War. Now, on July 25th, Benito Mussolini is deposed in a coup in Italy. Between August and December 1943, there are 5 attempts on Hitler's life. So now the tide is really turning. The defeats that the Germans and the Axis have suffered look bad enough so it looks like the war's lost to some people, and they're willing to risk their own lives, and in the case of going after Adolf Hitler, the lives of their families, to take a shot at the leader. Once again, you wonder what the more rational, more common-sense leadership, by comparison, of the Germany of 1914-1918 would have thought of all this. Now, on the Eastern Front, for the rest of the war, the fighting follows a particular pattern. The pattern is that the Soviets build up for offensives, get their supplies all together, build up the numbers of their troops, they launch the offensive, usually encircling lots of Germans and doing real well, and then they go until they run out of steam, or the German defense stiffens, or they have to slow down because they don't have any supplies, and then they start at that spot to rebuild again. Sort of a series of jumps all the way back to Berlin. Each of these jumps costs the German army a ton of lives. There are still more than 2 million men fighting on the Eastern Front on the German side, which sounds like a lot until you realize that German casualties for the year 1943 alone, on the Eastern Front alone, topped the 900,000 man mark. Some good news for the Russians happens on January 27th, 1944. The people of the city of Leningrad finally have their agony come to an end. The people who have been under siege and for the most part surrounded by the German army since the main attack in 1941 finally have their country liberated. Now, for a while, sometimes when the lake behind the city of Leningrad had frozen up, they could get some supplies into the city, but by and large, think of any major city you want to think of. Now imagine it cut off from the outside world for more than 2 years. No food, no supplies, nothing. What would that city look like after 2.5 years? Well, Leningrad looked like a city of starving people. In the 2+ years of the siege, almost 1 million people in the city had died from starvation, and cannibalism was widely reported. Historian Max Hastings had an interesting line about this. He said, referring to what would have happened in Great Britain had they ever been taken over by the Nazis, he said, quote, "Even if Britain had been invaded, the inhabitants of its cities would have chosen surrender rather than eat each other." End quote. That's pretty profound when you think about it. Winston Churchill was coming up with a slogan he admits was, "You can always take one with you," meaning, if you're going to die when the Germans invade, take one with you and we'll kill a lot of Germans. But not a lot of people thought that that's how London was going to maybe be defended. Hastings is right. That is what happened in Leningrad. They ate each other rather than surrender. Now, they really didn't have much of an option. Stalin was basically decreeing that was what was going to happen. Nevertheless, those are the people that lived it, and you just have to shake your head and go, amazing. Imagine the psychic damage living through something like that gives you. In February 1944, Hitler is lecturing all his Eastern Front commanders on National Socialism, believing that these military men just needed to get more into the political spirit to have the right sort of temperament to take on the Russians the way Hitler thinks they need to be taken on. While all this is going on, the Soviets managed to cut off some 60,000 German soldiers in a place known as the Korsun Pocket. It's 100 miles southeast of the city of Kiev in what's now Ukraine. We wouldn't know a ton about what went on there, except there was a witness at the scene who wrote about it. It's a tale that must have been repeated time and time again on the great expanses of the Eastern Front, and few people either thought it worth writing about or could even find the words to explain what happened. Here's a first-hand account of the Korsun Pocket. A Major Kampov of the Red Army wrote the description of the Germans breaking out of the encirclement by the Soviets. He said that the Germans formed up into a couple of groups. Quote, "So that morning they formed themselves into 2 marching columns of about 14,000 each, and they marched in this way to Lysyanka, where the 2 ravines met. Lysyanka was beyond our front line, inside the corridor. The German divisions on the other side were trying to batter their way eastward, but now the corridor was so wide that they hadn't much chance. They were a strange sight, these 2 German columns that tried to break out of the encirclement. Each of them was like an enormous mob. The spearhead and the flanks were formed by the SS men of the Wallonia Brigade and the Viking Division in their pearl gray uniforms. They were in a relatively good state of physique. Then inside the triangle marched the rabble of the ordinary German infantry, very much more down at the heel. Right in the middle of this, a small select nucleus was formed by the officers. They also looked relatively well-fed. So they moved westward along two parallel ravines. They had started out soon after 4 a.m. while it was still completely dark. We knew the direction from which they were coming. We had prepared 5 lines, 2 lines of infantry, then a line of artillery, and then 2 more lines where the tanks and the cavalry lay in wait. We let them pass through the first 3 lines without firing a shot. The Germans, believing that they had dodged us and had now broken through our defenses, burst into frantic, jubilant screaming, firing their pistols and Tommy guns into the air as they marched on. They had now emerged from the ravines and reached open country. Then it happened. It was about 6 o'clock in the morning. Our tanks and our cavalry suddenly appeared and rushed straight into the thick of the 2 columns. What happened then is hard to describe. The Germans ran in all directions, and for the next 4 hours, our tanks raced up and down the plain, crushing them by the hundred. Our cavalry, competing with the tanks, chased them through the ravines where it was hard for tanks to pursue them. Most of the time, the tanks were not using their guns, lest they hit our own cavalry. Hundreds and hundreds of cavalry were hacking at them with their sabers, and massacring the Fritzes as no one had ever been massacred by cavalry before. There was no time to take prisoners. It was a kind of carnage that nothing could stop until it was all over. In a small area, over 20,000 Germans were killed. I had been at Stalingrad, but never had I seen such concentrated slaughter as in the ravines and fields of that small bit of country. By 9 a.m., it was all over." End quote. You can imagine that scene taking place during the Napoleonic Wars, too, time and time again as Napoleon retreated from the vast expanses of Russia with the Russians on his heels the whole way. Historian Richard Overy said that, quote, "Stalin was said to be delighted by the massacre," end quote, at the Korsun pocket. Delighted. Many German soldiers now knew the fate they faced. Soldier Guy Zeyer wrote that he and his cohorts, quote, "all knew we were dead men, with no hope of getting through this experience alive," end quote. He said that when fighting, they often did so, quote, "in a rage that was akin to taking revenge in advance for our own deaths," end quote. Günter Korscharek said that no one was fighting for the Nazi New World Order or any other such idea by this point. Quote, "After you've spent some time at the front like I have, you no longer fight for Führer, folk, and fatherland. These ideals have long gone, and no one talks about National Socialism or similar political matters. From all our conversations, it's quite obvious that the primary reason we fight is to stay alive and help our frontline comrades do the same." End quote. That job was made harder for Günter Korscharek and his comrades on June 6, 1944, when the Allies finally opened up their second front that Joseph Stalin's been hammering them for years now, with the D-Day landings at Normandy. Now, really, it was the third front when you realize that the Allies are fighting in Italy at this point, too. So there's fighting in the south in Italy, there's fighting now in the west in Normandy, and of course, the Soviets never stopped fighting. Right after the D-Day landings, supposedly in support for the D-Day landings, people disagree about this, the Soviets launch one of their biggest operations of the war. They're the ones who launched the big spring-summer offensive in 1944, and they name it after one of their generals who fought Napoleon. It's called Operation Bagration, and it's launched on June 22nd, 1944. Coincidentally, but probably not really, the 3rd anniversary of the original 1941 Barbarossa attack against the Soviet Union. In the first 12 days of Bagration, the Soviet Union looks like they're trying to match the German efforts in 1941. Army Group Center on the German side, all by itself, loses 25 divisions and well over 300,000 men. In the ensuing weeks, it'll lose more than 100,000 more. During the entire 2 months surrounding Operation Bagration, the Germans lose a staggering 550,000 men killed or captured. And the Soviets lose 200,000, so it's still a costly victory. The Soviets can afford it, though. By late fall 1944, they have about 6.5 million men on the Eastern Front, facing about 2.2 million Germans, and that includes their Axis allies as well. You can feel the momentum start to favor the Soviets in a big way. I mean, after all, they launched Bagration at the same time that they were fighting on other parts of the front with 124 divisions. 1,200,000 men, more than 5,000 tanks, 30,000 guns, 6,000 aircraft. The Soviets seemed to do everything on a titanic scale. the Germans could field a measly 63 divisions, 900 tanks, 10,000 guns. You could see how all the efforts to compete on all the fronts were hurting the Germans, in addition to all the losses they'd suffered so far. One history website put it like this, quote, "Geographically, it dwarfed the campaign for Normandy. In 4 weeks, it inflicted greater losses on the German army than the Wehrmacht had suffered in the 5 months at Stalingrad. With more than 2.3 million men, 6 times the artillery, twice the number of tanks that launched the Battle of the Bulge, it was the largest Allied operation of World War II. It demolished 3 Axis armies, tore open the Eastern Front. Operation Bagration, the Red Army's spring 1944 blitzkrieg, was designed to support the Allied operations in France, liberate Russian territory, and break the back of the Wehrmacht once and for all." End quote. It pretty much did all of that. It showed how well the Soviets had learned the blitzkrieg tactics from the Germans, and they handled it so well that the Germans were shocked by the Red Army's performance. They shouldn't have been. They knew how well the Soviet leaders were commanding these troops. This is another one of the little aspects of the war on the Eastern Front as far as we Western allies are concerned. We don't give the Soviet generals and field marshals their due. Historian Max Hastings says straight up that Marshal Zhukov of the Soviet Union was the best Allied general of the war, bar none. This will come as a shock to those of us who were raised under the idea that Patton or Montgomery or Eisenhower or MacArthur was the best. Truthfully, any of those generals would probably fall somewhere in the middle of the upper pack of the Soviet Union, who could also boast leaders like Rokossovsky and Konyev and Chuikov and a whole handful of other really, really top-line leaders, and a lot of competent people underneath that. They were used to commanding huge armies and fighting massive battles of the kind that they very, very rarely, if ever, saw on the Western Front. Heinz Guderian of the German High Command says that the Soviets were, quote, brilliantly led, end quote. Max Hastings also stresses the courage of the Red Army soldiers, saying that, quote, the Red Army often displayed courage and determination far above anything that could have been asked of American or British troops, end quote. And he was right about that. The Americans and the British fought well, but both of them were very concerned, as you might expect, with casualties. This was something that didn't trouble the Russians as much. Military historians who are unbiased will point out often that the Germans and the Soviets fielded the 2 most effective and dangerous ground forces in the Second World War. And it's a long way to the number 3 power. And the Red Army of 1944 is a completely different animal than the one of 1941, 1942, just as the German army is a completely different animal from then as well. The Germans have gotten worse. The Soviets have turned themselves into a gargantuan powerhouse. Equipment, tactics, leadership, they had become one of the great land armies of the 20th century. The amount of equipment that they produced just in the final year of the war shows the transformation. They produced 30,000 tanks, 40,000 planes in the last year of the war. Gone, long gone, were the days of having to share a single rifle between 2 or 3 Soviet soldiers. It's also completely underappreciated in the West how big and important these military campaigns in the East are. I have a ton of Western books on the Second World War, some of them going back to almost right after the war. They are almost to a book, huge and thick and comprehensive. Yet you'd be surprised how few of them have much on the Soviet or Eastern side of the conflict at all in them. Many go from Barbarossa to Stalingrad and right to Berlin, as though nothing else happened. Some even leave out Stalingrad. The crucial battles of 1944 and early 1945, not mentioned in almost any of them, a very small amount. I have one from Life magazine, the photo magazine in 1960. When they get to the stuff on the Eastern Front, they have no photos, so they just use paintings. A whole book of photos, every bit of the Eastern Front stuff in paintings, what little they gave you. That is amazing, inexcusable, and revealing. Operation Bagration, in addition to killing a lot of Axis soldiers, netted a lot of prisoners for the Soviets. The Soviets decided, in a move that reminds you a lot of the ancient Roman practice of the triumph, where they would march the defeated leaders and some of the army through the Roman streets so the citizens could get a look at them. In Moscow, the government of Joseph Stalin marches the Germans captured at Bagration through the Moscow streets. You can see newsreel footage of this now. It's a hell of a sight. You want to talk about most of the enemy looking terribly beaten and stunned to be walking down Moscow's streets, and their own streets at home, if they live in the big cities, have buildings that have been demolished by bombing everywhere, and the streets in Moscow are pristine. as they look around to this crowd that stares at them in what people who were there say was absolute silence. They were watching these monsters of their nightmares, these people that had inflicted all these hardships on them, and it was almost like they were struck dumb as to what do you say at a moment like this? One old Russian woman was heard to mutter, quote, "Just like our poor boys, driven into the war," end quote. So there was some sympathy for these soldiers who looked pitiable. But then Alexander Worth, who wrote about seeing this parade of German prisoners, said that amid the silence, quote, "I heard a little girl perched on her mother's shoulder say, 'Mummy, are those the people who killed Daddy?' And he says the mother hugged the child and wept." A reminder of what was going on and how deeply all those people marching past had affected the people watching them march past. Traumatized people on both sides. Scenes like the parading of German prisoners through the streets of Moscow were having a devastating effect on the morale of Germany's higher military leaders. And who can blame them? After all, the summer of 1944 is a disaster for the German army, worse in its totality than Stalingrad even. Between July and September 1944, Wehrmacht losses topped 215,000 men killed. They topped 620,000 men missing or captured in the east. 106 divisions shattered in a few months. Total German losses on the Eastern Front by the summer of 1944 are more than 2 million men dead, wounded, captured, or missing. This leads to yet another attempt on Hitler's life on July 20th, 1944, the most successful one to date, by the way. It's known as the July 20th plot. This is the famous one, where Count Klaus von Stauffenberg smuggles a bomb in a briefcase into Hitler's conference room. The resulting explosion killed several of Hitler's confidants around him, but a heavy wooden table saved the Führer's life. Many, many Germans would pay the price for that failed assassination attempt. On August 1st, 1944, another tragedy takes place. The Poles in the city of Warsaw, seeing the Red Army simply, across the Vistula River, right on the other side of the city, decide to stage an uprising, a long-planned, long-awaited-for uprising, and throw the German occupiers out of the city. Now, it's a complex affair designed to have one Polish faction gain the lead on a pro-communist Polish faction. The uprising comes a year and 4 months after the uprising in the Jewish ghetto area of Warsaw. That revolt led to the SS killing 20,000 Jewish men, women, and children, and then sending the 50,000 captured survivors to the death camps. In this latest uprising, led by a Pole named Bor Komorowski, 225,000 Polish civilians will be liquidated, along with maybe 30,000 actual partisan forces, to bring the total to more than 250,000. This is probably the worst atrocity, the worst single atrocity of the war. The only thing really close to it is the Japanese rape of the Chinese city of Nanking. The Germans actually lost 17,000 of their own men, crushing this rebellion. And it was crushed with such violence and a level of atrocity that even shocked the Germans that they felt compelled to execute the leader of the division that carried out, the quelling of the violence. How bad does an atrocity have to be for the Germans to execute someone for being too atrocious? There were stories of babies being spitted on bayonets and the bayonets hung out the window, women hung upside down, along whole street lengths by balconies. Houses were simply set on fire with flamethrowers, the inhabitants burned in the hope of catching a partisan or two inside. What happened to Warsaw's Poles at this time is part of the doomed Polish national romance that has made them one of the unquenchable peoples of Europe. British historian Max Hastings wrote a wonderful little piece about the Polish cause. He wrote, quote, "Polish behavior was characterized from beginning to end by a heroic spirit of self-immolation. Even when the Poles recognized that the Soviets were disinclined to aid them, they rejected Stalin's demands. The Soviet leader indicated to the Polish prime minister, leader of the London Poles who visited Moscow early in August, that before he could expect anything from the Russians, his government must resign, the Soviet seizure of eastern Poland must be recognized, and the London Poles must publicly accept Moscow's preposterous claim that the massacre of Polish officers at Kadian was the work of the Nazis, not the Soviets. When Bor Komorowski in Warsaw heard of all this, he signaled proudly on the 26th of August, "Poland has not been fighting the Germans for 5 years, bearing the greatest losses, just to capitulate to Russia. Our fight against the Germans has shown that we love freedom more than life." Here, Hastings continues, indeed, reality matched rhetoric in the most dreadful fashion. There was a tragic romance, Hastings says, about the mood in Warsaw, even as the city was battered into ruin. The Poles, determined to celebrate the resurrection of their national culture amid catastrophe, staged recitals, concerts, plays in the public buildings within their perimeter. A profusion of pamphlets, newspapers, and political treatises were written and published. There was a plan to stage an opera until the leading players were killed in action. An engaged couple, a lieutenant and a girl courier, asked to be married in the city's cathedral. One of the two witnesses could not walk, having been wounded by shrapnel. He was carried into the cathedral sacristy for the wedding on the back of his fellow witness. The 23-year-old bride and groom were buried alive by a Stuka strike a few days later. End quote. Warsaw would fall to the Germans after a 63-day siege, a controversial siege where once again the West, who had gone to war to aid the Poles in 1939, could aid them as little in 1944 as they could in 1939. And once again, the Poles suffered terribly for it. Between 1939 and 1945, 20% of the Polish population would perish, a higher proportion than any other country in the Second World War. And when the Soviets finally do take Poland, the Poles once again become double victims, as the Soviets treat any member of the resistance that rose up against the Germans as enemies to communism. Stalin considered the Warsaw Uprising to be a, quote, criminal attempt, unquote, and the Soviets designated that any that took part in it were the equivalent of enemy agents and were treated accordingly. They weren't the only ones being treated accordingly. By now, the Red Army is beginning to liberate its first actual German territory. In October 1944, they begin to take places around East Prussia on the Baltic coast. What they would do in East Prussia so shattered German morale that by Christmas 1944, the mood in Berlin would be a mood resigned to doom. Anthony Beaver writes that the black humor at Christmas in Berlin had people saying to each other, quote, "Be practical. Give a coffin." And the Heil Hitler salute had been replaced with a simple greeting in German that meant survive. They'd heard about what happened in East Prussia, and survival seemed like a long shot. First of all, when the Red Army arrived in East Prussia, they couldn't believe how well the Germans lived. There are many stories of the Soviet troops, the Red Army soldiers, walking around looking at the luxury, a luxury that they were completely unaccustomed to, most of them in the Red Army as either peasants or living in a communist economy where, commercial commodities were something that were rare. Over and over again, you read comments like, quote, "They have so much. Why would they want to invade us?" You also have other Russian Red Army troops assuming that all this wealth must have come from the looting of Europe and the looting of the Soviet Union, which made them even angrier and even more inclined to take part in the age-old prerogative of war, the looting and the pillaging that comes when you occupy an enemy territory. And we in the West often think we behave so much better and so much more morally than, say, the Soviets when they were looting in Germany. And in many ways, the troops in the West did, but when it came to looting, we were pretty good. And we were pretty good in ways that hasn't really made the history books very much. For example, when both the British troops and American troops were liberating places like Belgium on the way to the Rhine River, we were so involved in looting in these territories, these allies that we were liberating, that one British general said the name for the crossing of the Rhine should have been changed to Operation Plunder. And this was from troops who had really not suffered, at the homeland level, their populations at the hands of the Germans at all. Imagine how much worse it would be if you actually had real revenge in your heart for what the Nazis had done to your people and your town and your family. The payback in the East matched the way that the rest of the war had been fought on that front. It was merciless and at sometimes positively medieval. Historian Richard Overy writes, quote, "The trail of savagery had the unmistakable echoes of an earlier age. In the first villages they occupied in 1944, the soldiers slaughtered the population, raping and torturing the women, young and old. Refugees were shelled and bombed and crushed beneath the tracks of advancing tanks. In Silesia and on the banks of the Oder River, the orgy of violence threatened the discipline of the troops at what was a crucial point in the campaign, and commanders took harsh steps to rein in the atrocities and widespread looting." Historian Max Hastings writes, quote, "The first Russian incursions into East Prussia took place on the 22nd of October, 1944, when the 11th Guards Army captured Nemmersdorf and several other border hamlets. 5 days later, German General Friedrich Hossbach's 4th Army retook the villages. Hardly one civilian inhabitant survived. Women had been nailed to barn doors and farm carts, or had been crushed by tanks after they'd been raped. Their children had been killed. 40 French POWs working on local farms had been shot. Likewise, avowed German communists had also been shot. The Red Army's behavior reflected not casual brutality, but systematic sadism rivaling that of the Nazis. Quote, "In the farmyard stood a cart, to which more naked women were nailed through their hands in a cruciform position," reported a Volksturm militiaman, Karl Portrick, who entered Nemmersdorf with the Wehrmacht. Quote, "Near a large inn, the Roter Krug, stood a barn, and to each of its 2 doors a naked woman was nailed through the hands in a crucified posture. In the dwellings we found a total of 72 women, including children and 1 man, 74, all dead, all murdered in a bestial fashion, except only for a few who had bullet holes in their heads. Some babies had had their heads bashed in." End quote. Soviet officer Leonid Rabachev wrote about what he witnessed in East Prussia. Quote, "Women, mothers, and their children lie to the right and left along the route, and in front of them stands a raucous armada of men with their trousers down. The women who are bleeding or losing consciousness get shoved to one side, and our men shoot the ones who try to save their children." End quote. The German women were being gang raped in front of their husbands and in front of their children, and men who tried to intervene were often killed. Rape victims were often killed. The future author of the Gulag Archipelago, Alexander Solzhenitsyn, who was serving as an artillery officer in the Red Army at this time, wrote, quote, "All of us knew very well that if the girls were German, they could be raped and then shot. This was almost a combat distinction. Had they been Polish girls or our own displaced Russian girls, they could have been chased naked round the garden and slapped on the behind." End quote. And it should be noted, it's hard to figure out what percentage of the Red Army was behaving this way. It was such a diverse army made up of so many different ethnic groups and personality types. You had almost puritanical communist ideologues that not only frowned upon this stuff, but wrote horrible tales in shock about it. You had recently released POWs who were committing acts of revenge. You had people that were press-ganged from the occupied territories, handed a rifle and pushed forward to the lines. You had some of the worst of the Soviet prisoners let out of prison. By 1945, they're scraping the bottom of the barrel in the question of manpower, and the people that are in East Prussia committing these kinds of horrible acts are not necessarily the best representatives of Soviet society. In addition to this, many, many of them are drunk. Alcohol is playing a major role in all of this atrocious behavior. And the Germans know that alcohol is playing a major role. In fact, it is they who put it in front of the Soviet troops often, knowing that most soldiers will drink if alcohol is available. The Germans leave stores of alcohol for the Soviet troops to find, hoping that they'll get drunk and then they can be taken advantage of militarily. Instead, the alcohol and the inebriation helps the Red Army to take advantage of the civilians in that area in atrocious ways. It backfired on the Germans massively. But the Red Army troops didn't need alcohol to be angry at the Germans and to take revenge on them. The communist state had actively encouraged a feeling of revenge. They had built up this idea of the fascist beasts, which is what they called the Nazis. Stalin, for example, encouraged his troops to keep what were called ledgers of revenge, which recorded German atrocities that the troops had seen on the way to Germany, and then encouraged them to match the atrocities they saw with personal contributions of their own towards leveling those accounts and settling those scores. Political officers held revenge meetings to encourage this same spirit. They were also holding meetings with titles like, "How shall I avenge myself against the German occupiers?" They're trying to instill a feeling of hate. The signs on the German roadsides, erected by the Soviet propaganda department, said things like, "Tremble with fear, fascist Germany, the day of reckoning has come." A French informant said that Soviet authorities had actually exhumed the bodies of 65,000 Jews killed near Odessa and had them placed along the roadside that was used by most Red Army troops on the way to Germany, and every 200 yards a sign was erected declaring, "Look how the Germans treat Soviet civilians." A female Red Army nurse said, quote, "I had so much hatred stored up, I thought, what are we going to do to these people when we get to Germany? I wanted to see the mothers who had given birth to these monsters. I thought that they would never be able to look us in the eye." End quote. A Russian historian wrote that, quote, "Hatred for the enemy had become the most important motivation for our men." End quote. By the time the Soviet leadership realized that they needed to tone down the rhetoric because the behavior was so out of hand, it was irreversible. Of the terrible things done to the German civilians in the East, one surviving German woman said, quote, "It was our Holocaust, but nobody cares." End quote. And the reason no one cared is because so many others had already experienced their Holocaust, and most of them at the hands of the Germans. A British POW in German hands said, after seeing how the Soviet POWs were treated by the German prison guards, quote, "I'll forgive the Russians absolutely anything they do to this country when they arrive. Absolutely anything." End quote. The treatment meted out to German civilians in East Prussia caused a panic among the Germans. They began picking up their things and fleeing the area, heading to Germany proper. It became what Anthony Beaver called the largest panic retreat in human history. More than 8.5 million German civilians on the roads leading to Germany, clogging the roads with columns so thick and so long they were easily seen by high-altitude bombers flying overhead. These refugee columns were made up almost entirely of women and children, since the men were all fighting or conscripted. It was winter. It was cold. It was a tragedy in the making, and more than 1 million of these people will disappear and are presumed dead from this flight from East Prussia. There were many reports that the Soviets were attacking fleeing refugees, but the Germans had done the same thing earlier in the war. And the Germans were now getting to experience the same thing that the Poles had experienced in 1939, that the French had experienced in 1940, and that the Soviets had experienced since 1941. As the Germans fleeing from East Prussia arrive in the overloaded trains in Germany and in places like Pomerania, their condition fills the local people with horror. One woman said, quote, "Huddled shapes, rigid with cold, barely able to stand up anymore and climb out. Thin clothing, mostly in tatters. A few blankets over bowed shoulders. Gray, hollow faces." Anthony Beaver says the stiff little bundles were removed from the cars and laid on the platform. These were the children who had frozen to death. That same woman said, quote, "Out of the silence came the cries of a mother who did not want to surrender what she had lost. Horror and panic overcame me. Never had I seen such misery. And behind this sight, a terrifying and powerful vision loomed up. We were these people. This was what was in store for us." End quote. When the Soviets approached Breslau in Silesia, refugees were killed in a stampede to reach the evacuation trains. The wounded and the sick had no chance at all of escaping, so the local authorities gave them each a grenade to use on themselves and to take any Red Army troops they could with them. Berlin was receiving 50,000 refugees every day. Most gave the impression of exhausted aimlessness, said one observer. On the 14th of January 1945, the Volkssturm is mobilized. These are the old men and the young kids who are going to be the last line of defense against the Red Army. The old men tended to run away unless they were World War I veterans, and even then they ran away sometimes. The kids, though, could be fanatical and could give the Soviets trouble. There was one 12-year-old boy who was decorated after he destroyed 12 Russian tanks with Panzerfausts, which are like bazookas. A Soviet officer said it was the young ones who went on and on, meaning on and on fighting. One of the nicknames that the regular Wehrmacht army troops had for the Volkssturm was they called them the casseroles, because they said they were made up of a mixture of old meat and green vegetables. Seeing children as young as 13 in military uniform called up to fight for the defense of Berlin was part of the mind-boggling story of what the Germans themselves refer to as the Götterdämmerung, which is the composer Wagner's, Twilight of the Gods. Said one German soldier talking about these young Volkssturm Hitler Youth troops, quote, "They had been hastily dressed in worn uniforms cut for men, and were carrying guns which were as big as they were. They looked both comical and horrifying, and their eyes were filled with unease like the eyes of children at the reopening of school. Some of them were laughing and roughhousing, forgetting the military discipline which was inassimilable at their age. We noticed some heart-wringing details about these children, who were beginning the first act of their tragedy. Several of them were carrying school satchels their mothers had packed for them with extra food and clothing instead of school books. A few of the boys were trading the saccharine candies which the ration allotted to children under 13. What could be done with these troops? What were they expected to perform? Was Germany heroic or insane? Who would ever be able to judge this absolute sacrifice?" End quote. When General Wiedling, in command of the defense of Berlin, is told by the head of the Hitler Youth that boys were ready to fight and in fact were already deployed for action, he was enraged to the point where he almost couldn't speak. Finally, witnesses say, using very coarse language, he denounced the whole idea of using the Hitler Youth in combat. Quote, "You cannot sacrifice these children in a cause that is already lost. I will not use them, and I demand that the order sending these children into battle be rescinded." End quote. Berliners who are walking around the capital city seem to have an inability to comprehend that the familiar surroundings that they're looking at are about to be swept away forever. Max Hastings has an interesting line about this inability to look at your surroundings and see them as they're going to look in a week or two or in a month. He writes, quote, "It is in the nature of war that many people find it impossible to acknowledge that the horrors that they witness represent reality, or that the familiar environment is doomed. How can the heart accept the signals of the brain, however powerful or rational, that a known universe in which the blotter stands where it has always stood, on the office desk, the sofa in the lounge of the house, the shop on the corner of the street, is about to disappear forever? If this phenomenon is true for ordinary mortals, then it becomes unsurprising that the Nazi leadership, with the notable exception of Albert Speer, retreated into fantasy, even as the Allied armies closed in for the kill." End quote. Imagine yourself if you knew in your head that an invading army outside your city would soon destroy your house and your neighborhood, and your neighbors would be dead on the streets in a short period of time. Could your mind project that reality forward? It was almost impossible for the Berliners who knew what was coming to imagine how much their world was about to change. What they couldn't imagine was being experienced by the people on the Baltic coast. There are stories, horrific stories, about the people trying to flee the Baltic areas, heroic stories of ships coming into the Baltic ports, taking out refugees and trying to get them away from the fighting zone. Events and tragedies and heroics that could make a whole show in and of itself. The fantasies, though, of the Third Reich continue. On the 30th of January, 1945, on the 12th anniversary of his coming to power, Hitler issues a call for fanatical resistance by the soldiers and civilians, and he predicts that, quote, "In this struggle for survival, it will not be Inner Asia that will conquer, but the people that have defended Europe for centuries against the onslaught from the East, the German nation," end quote. But all the carnage, by this point, seemed pointless to many of those fighting the war. German soldier Guy Zeyer said, quote, "There was nothing we could do about it. The screams of fear, the groans of the dying, the torrents of blood soaking into the ground like a vile sacrilege. Nothing. Millions of men could suffer and weep and scream, and the war would go on, implacable and indifferent. We could only wait and hope. But hope for what? To escape dying face down in the mud? And the war? All it needed was an order from the authorities, and it would end. An order which the men would respect like a sacrament." End quote. Well, had the leadership running Nazi Germany been the same group of people that had run the First World War, the war would be over. All these atrocities, these rapes, the looting, the terrible treatment meted out to the German civilians would be postponed and prevented. But the Nazis were preparing themselves for a Götterdämmerung, a twilight of the gods, where they were going to go down in flames and bring the German nation down with them. As Hitler said way back in 1934, quote, "Even if we should not conquer, we should drag half the world into destruction with us and leave no one to triumph over Germany. We shall never capitulate, no, never. We may be destroyed, but if we are, we shall drag a world with us, a world in flames." End quote. He should have said a German world in flames, because those are the people he was going to drag down with him. By the 31st of January, the Russians are less than 40 miles from Berlin. Just after the Red Army reaches the Oder River, outside of the Berlin area, Hitler copies Stalin's famous order, the not one step back order. Any troops who retreated were to be shot by their own people. He even included the communist idea of blockade detachments, where you put troops behind your troops with orders to shoot your own people if they moved in a reverse direction. On February 13th, Budapest is captured by the Russians. On April 13th, the Russians capture Vienna. In Berlin, the nervousness is affecting everyone and is palpable. Anthony Beaver relates a story of an incident on a train in Berlin right before the Soviet attack was due. He says, quote, "A 16-year-old Berliner called Dieter Borkowski described what he witnessed in a crowded S-Bahn train from the Anhalter Bahnhof. Quote, "There was terror in the faces of the people. They were full of anger and despair. I had never heard such cursing before. Suddenly someone shouted above the noise, 'Silence!' We saw a small, dirty soldier with 2 iron crosses and the German cross in gold. On his sleeve he had a badge with 4 metal tanks, which meant he'd destroyed 4 tanks at close quarters. 'I've got something to tell you,' he shouted, and the carriage fell silent. 'Even if you don't want to listen to me, stop whining. We have to win this war. We must not lose our courage. If others win the war, and if they do to us only a fraction of what we've done in the occupied territories, there won't be a single German left in a few weeks.' It became so quiet in that carriage that one could have heard a pin drop." End quote. And the mood in Berlin in 1945 is almost like a Twilight Zone episode. It's almost a real-world experiment into the idea, what would you do if you knew the world was about to come to an end? Anthony Beaver says that people spent their money as if there were no tomorrow. There were stories of young girls coupling with strangers in the dark corners of bomb shelters. Beaver says this was part of a desire to, quote, "dispense with innocence," end quote. What would you do if you knew that the apocalypse was upon you and you only had a month or so to go? Well, outside of Berlin, the Red Army was putting together and mobilizing 2.5 million men. 6,300 tanks, 42,000 guns and mortars, 7,500 combat aircraft, a force that Anthony Beaver calls the greatest concentration of firepower ever amassed. The Germans were trying to defend the area with approximately 1 million men, but a quarter of those are old men and kids. They have about 1,500 tanks, a little over 9,000 guns, pretty much no aircraft. The city of Berlin was 320 square miles in size. Had a pre-war population of 4 million civilians. About 2 million were still there to face the offensive in 1945. The Soviet efforts to take Berlin are immensely complex. It's not just a brute force affair. The Soviet commanders and the planners, they show a high degree of sophistication in the way they want to go about this. The offensive that will eventually take Berlin starts by attacking the areas about 40 miles away from the city itself, and it begins in darkness early on April 16, 1945. Some 42,000 artillery pieces launch a massive bombardment that will go on for days. The Red Army has stockpiled more than 7 million shells for just this occasion. Aircraft launch more than 6,500 bombing and raiding sorties. The shelling of the 42,000 guns creates a weird effect in the outskirts of Berlin, some 35 miles from the actual battleground. Pictures begin falling off the walls in people's homes, and the books tumble off the shelves. Their telephones start ringing for no reason. There's a story of a cross hurtling to earth from a church steeple because of the vibrations. Windows and mirrors are shattering, lights are flickering, and everywhere, we're told, dogs are howling. There's a rumble like thunder in the distance. And this must have seemed, try to imagine yourself in this position. It's like a warning cry of the gods, isn't it? Imagine how ominous this must have seemed to the citizens in these areas. It all but screams, your doom approaches. It's like a telegram from hell. People could feel the very earth vibrating. Cornelius Ryan wrote about this moment right before the jumping off of the offensive in the Soviet ranks. He says, quote, "In the ranks were troops who had stood at Leningrad, Smolensk, Stalingrad, and before Moscow, men who had fought their way across half a continent to reach the Oder River. There were soldiers who had seen their towns and villages obliterated by German guns, their crops burned, their families slain by German soldiers. For all these, the assault had special meaning. They had lived for this moment of revenge. The Germans had left them nothing at home to return to, and they had nowhere to go but forward. Now they attacked savagely. Equally avid were the thousands of recently released prisoners of war, reinforcements that had been so urgently needed by the Red Army, that the newly freed prisoners, tattered, emaciated, many still showing the effects of brutal treatment, had been given arms. Now they, too, rushed forward, seeking a terrible vengeance." End quote. The Soviets had been very worried that the Germans might use chemical weapons to blunt this last attack. The Germans had nerve agents, which were much more effective than anything that was used in the First World War. And there was talk of miracle weapons all over Germany, and this had the Soviet high leadership worried about the idea that the chemical weapons might be used. And reports had reached Sweden that the chemical weapons had actually been distributed to the special troops in long boxes, with writing on the side saying, quote, "can only be used on the personal order of the Führer," end quote. There were reports from some German generals that Hitler's close advisors were urging him to use what were called the weapons of despair. And for one reason or another, they weren't used. Now, as the Gotterdammerung is beginning to come down on the Nazis' head, the propaganda minister Joseph Goebbels has an interesting line that I've never heard before. He said on April 17th in a speech to his own propaganda ministry, quote, "Everyone now has a chance to choose the part which he will play in the film 100 years hence. I can assure you that it will be a fine and elevating picture. Hold out now, so that 100 years hence the audience does not hoot and whistle when you appear on the screen." End quote. That's a really interesting way to view the events near the end of your life as all hell's breaking out. Another Goebbels line, which had sort of a hint of a theatrical reference before he took his own life and his wives and his children. He said, quote, "The earth will shake as we leave the scene." End quote. The earth was definitely shaking. Now, if the Soviets were not showing a ton of humanitarian concern for their enemy, they weren't showing much for their own troops either. Marshal Zhukov later explained to American General Eisenhower how his military forces treated the impediments that the Germans were laying out in front of him, places like minefields. He said to Eisenhower, quote, "When we come to a minefield, our infantry attacks exactly as if it were not there. The losses we get from personnel mines we consider equal to those we would have gotten from machine guns or artillery if the Germans had chosen to defend that particular area with strong bodies of troops instead of with minefields." End quote. So human life had a value of about 0 at this point in the conflict. In early April, as Berlin drowns in the foreboding of the upcoming Soviet offensive, Heinrich Himmler, head of the SS, issues an order that all males 14 years or older are to be shot in any house where any sort of white flag appears. Also, any penalties imposed on those males are to be imposed on the families of offenders too. So if someone in your family deserted, the whole family gets treated as if they deserted and they'll all be shot. The end of the fascist regime saw the worst of the atrocities against their own people. Now, as Hitler and his regime seemed to become more and more inhuman, according to Richard Overy, Stalin actually shows a little degree of humanness at this point in the war. Looking somber and uncharacteristically thoughtful, he supposedly told Marshal Zhukov, quote, "What a terrible war. How many lives of our people it has carried away. There are probably few families of us left who haven't lost someone near to them." End quote. As a way of sort of explaining this uncharacteristic behavior, Zhukov says that at this time, Stalin seemed to him close to exhaustion, utterly overworked, he said, of the dictator. On April 20th, 1945, it's Hitler's birthday. The Soviet offensive is expected at any time to reach Berlin. Extra rations are ordered for the city's population. Through nearly 5 hours of air raids that happened that day, because Hitler's birthday always prompted an extra big air attack from the Allies, Berlin's housewives braved the bombs to pick up the extra food. These rations were supposed to last for 8 days. Annalisa Bayer told her husband, quote, "With these rations we shall now ascend into heaven," end quote. And a lot of people in Berlin felt the same way. The extra rations started to be known as Ascension Day rations, and the mood in Berlin was a doomed one. A professor at a Berlin chemical plant remembers how when the plant was shut down before the arrival of the Soviets, quote, "We all bid farewell to one another until life after death," end quote. Field Marshal Paulus, he the commander of Stalingrad, serving his time in a Soviet prison cell in 1945, said, quote, "It is 2 years since the Stalingrad catastrophe, and now the whole of Germany is becoming a gigantic Stalingrad," end quote. By late April, citizens in Berlin are referring to their city as the Reich's funeral pyre. On April 21st, the shells start landing on Berlin itself. Cornelius Ryan describes it, quote, "The sound was unlike anything Berliners had ever heard before, unlike the whistle of falling bombs or the crack and thud of anti-aircraft fire. Puzzled, the shoppers who queued up outside the Karstadt's department store on Hermannplatz listened. It was a low keening coming from somewhere off in the distance, but now it rose rapidly to a terrible piercing scream. For an instant the shoppers seemed mesmerized. Then suddenly the lines of people broke and scattered, but it was too late. Artillery shells, the first to reach the city, burst over the square. Bits of bodies splashed against the boarded-up storefront. Men and women lay in the streets screaming and writhing in agony. It was exactly 11:30 a.m., Saturday, April 21st. Berlin had become the front line. Shells now began to strike everywhere. Tongues of flame leaped from rooftops all over the center of the city. Bomb-weakened buildings collapsed. Automobiles were upended and set afire. The Brandenburg Gate was hit, and one cornice crashed into the street. Shells plowed Unter der Linden from one end to the other. The Royal Palace, already wrecked, burst into flames again. So did the Reichstag. The girders that had once supported the building's cupola collapsed, and hunks of metal showered down. People ran wildly along the Kurfürstendamm, dropping briefcases and packages, bobbing frantically from doorway to doorway. At the Tiergarten end of the street, a stable of riding horses received a direct hit. The screams of the animals mingled with the cries and shouts of men and women, and an instant later the horses stampeded out of the inferno and dashed down the Kurfürstendamm, their manes and tails blazing. End quote. The terrible reality of the total war that the Germans had introduced so much of the rest of the world to was now coming home to roost in their very capital. The hungry civilians in Berlin still had to line up at shops if they wanted to get their food, even as the fighting raged and the shells fell all around them. Many were killed. Civilian casualties were extremely heavy in the city. Anthony Beaver says, quote, "Like Napoleonic infantry, the women standing in line for food simply closed ranks after a shell burst decimated a queue. Nobody dared lose their place. Some claimed that women just wiped the blood from their ration cards and stuck it out. There they stand like walls," noted a woman diarist. "Those who not so long ago dashed into bunkers the moment 3 fighter planes were announced over central Germany." Women queued for a handout of dry sausage, while men emerged only to line up for an issue of schnapps. It seemed to be symbolic. Women were concerned with the immediacy of survival, while the men needed to escape from the consequences of their war. End quote. On April 22nd, 1945, Hitler decides to stay in Berlin till the end. The end is not that far away. 3 days later, Russian and U.S. troops meet on the Elbe River and close ranks around the German capital. Now, the actual military battle for Berlin is a little bit anticlimactic in a military history sense. After all, on the Eastern Front, we've all become accustomed to these colossal battles involving tons of armor as these two major world powers go toe-to-toe. The problem is, by the time the Battle of Berlin happens, the German army simply doesn't have the ability to do that anymore. They had taken a chance and used a ton of their army to keep the Soviets from getting to this point. Lots of very bloody encounters in 1944 in the Baltics and over in what's now Poland, and fighting to slow the Red Army down leaves the German army with little left to fight with by the time it comes to the capital's battle. And the reserve that actually had been there had been squandered rashly by Adolf Hitler in the West, in a battle we Americans know as the Battle of the Bulge. I think the official name is the Second Battle of the Ardennes. But almost 1 million German soldiers were involved in that battle, only to get their military units chewed up by Allied air power. Now Berlin was to be defended by some military units, which are shadows of real military units, and a lot of civilians. And no one, except for Hitler in his less lucid moments, had any illusions about the idea of winning. There was no military outcome defined as winning. So what were these people fighting for? Well, the German generals, some of them, showed a real humanitarian and pro-Germany streak in them at the last minute. Hitler wanted the whole country to go down in flames. He wanted the fighting to occur in Berlin, even though all the civilians were trapped there. A lot of these generals risked being shot to disobey those orders. They concentrated what little military units Germany had left on the outskirts of Berlin, on these heights overlooking the River Oder, for example. They set up a defensive line that was able to hold back the Soviet Colossus for a few days. Units like the Ninth Army made it sound to Hitler in his bunker like he actually had real military units to work with. But what was constituting the Ninth Army at this point in the war never would have been considered a viable army a couple of years before. These forces were swept aside. The Soviets were able to break into Berlin, and the street fighting starts. Now, typical of the Eastern War fighting, you encounter in these small unit battles and these desperate encounters every bit of heroism and personal bravery and sacrifice and horrificness and atrocity that you encounter in the rest of the Eastern War, on both sides. There are stories of SS units fighting fanatically to the last man. And there are other stories of SS units running around the city shooting everybody that they think is shirking their duty. Stories of Soviets, dying for each other to push forward toward Berlin and get the fascist enemy finally defeated. I mean, there's tons of stories, but they're all almost individual encounters. The days of large-scale military warfare on the Eastern Front are over. So what are they fighting for? A lot of these generals are simply fighting to keep corridors of escape open so that civilians can escape from the east to the west, to try to avoid the fate that now all the Germans are afraid of, the stuff that was going on in places like East Prussia. So all this, on the part of some of these generals, was an attempt to minimize civilian casualties. And a lot of the civilians did benefit from these last-ditch heroics to keep the corridors to the west open. People got away, but a lot of them didn't. While this is all going on, German civilians are huddled in shelters in the capital city. Some of these shelters full to the brim with 10 to 12,000 people in them, too cramped to move at all, even to go to the bathroom. They go right where they stand. The wounded are in these shelters screaming. Children are dying. The people are dazed and unsure of what time of day it even is. Shells are hitting the buildings constantly. In one of the largest shelters, the anti-aircraft facility known as the Zoo Bunker, there are 30,000 civilians crammed into the space. People are going insane from the shelling. Others are committing suicide in the room, but they're packed so tightly in the space that they stand upright for hours after dying, pressed into a standing position by all the people around them. On April 30th, 1945, with the Red Army only a few hundred yards away, Hitler commits suicide with his new wife, Eva Braun. Even after Hitler's suicide, the Germans in Berlin continue fighting. The Soviets are forced to clear more than 300 city blocks in the German capital, house by house by house. It's Stalingrad fighting all over again. While the Soviets capture more and more of the German capital, more and more of the residents of Berlin begin to pay the horrible price for what the German armies had done in the Soviet East. Said Danish journalist and fan of the Soviet Union, Paul von Stamen, quote, "It was bitter to learn that Goebbels' propaganda had been factual and accurate. It was not that a sex-starved Russian soldier forced himself upon a girl who took his fancy. It was a destructive, hateful, and wholesale act of vengeance. Age or looks were irrelevant. The grandmother was no safer than the granddaughter. The ugly and filthy no more than the fresh and attractive." End quote. And it wasn't just single rapes. It was often gang rapes. Many women and young girls died as a result. And many more were never able to have children again after this terrible ordeal. And there was often a difference between the frontline soldiers and those who were following behind them in the rear. There was an incident at an orphanage and maternity clinic called the Haus Dahlem. When Soviet troops first arrived, their officers were impeccably behaved. But they warned the Mother Superior, quote, "These are good, disciplined, and decent soldiers, but I must tell you, the men who are following us, the ones coming up behind, are pigs." End quote. The ones coming up behind those troops repeatedly raped the pregnant, those who had recently given birth, girls as young as 10 and 12 years old, and killed several. They raped the nuns. The screams echoed throughout the hospital. When Berlin resident Dora Jansen complained to a Russian officer about the women being raped, he looked at her coolly and said, quote, "The Germans were worse than this in Russia. This is simply revenge," end quote. And of course, sadly, he was right. Some in the former Soviet Union deny that this stuff took place. There's a movement there that says that this is all exaggerated versions of German propaganda. Red Army officer and witness to all of this, Boris Gorbachevsky, wrote, quote, "The elements of hatred and revenge had, by the end of January 1945, become a raging, inundated river. If we are to be honest, all sorts of things took place. Brutality, sadism, cynical crude acts, unbridled lust, and at times even murders. In this raging storm of retribution, the primary instigators of the violence became the commanders and political workers, the commissary staff and the SMERSH agents, as well as the military commandants. An insignificant portion of the officers sought not to have anything to do with the general madness of violence against people. For example, in Poznan or Heilengabil, my comrades saved women from rapes. Individual commanders and political workers who openly protested against the outrages against the civilian population suffered for it. Among those who did was the later well-known dissident Lev Kopelev. Unfortunately, the Russian press," he writes, "has been concealing the truth about the Red Army's conduct in Germany now for more than 60 years. Here's what the 12-volume official history has to say on the subject. Quote, not all Soviet soldiers correctly understood how they should behave in Germany. In the first days of combat in East Prussia, there were a few incidents of improper conduct." End quote. He continues, "Here is another striking example. In his memoirs, K.K. Rokossovsky wrote, 'It must be said that our people demonstrated real humanity and nobility on German soil.'" Gorbachevsky says, "Other former Soviet military commanders have written similar things in the same spirit in their memoirs. In a 2005 video conference of Russian and German historians on topical questions of the Second World War, a Russian historian from the State Humanitarian University, Elena Sinievskaya, who participated in this video conference, declared that the Red Army had never made a formal study of the outrages inflicted on the civilian population of Germany. She acknowledged only isolated cases of inhumane treatment on the part of Soviet servicemen towards the local population, and maintained that they had been fully prosecuted all the way up the military tribunals. I won't argue with Elena Sinievskaya or make accusations against her. It's a pointless venture," he says. "I'll assume she doesn't know the real facts." End quote. In fact, the Lev Kopelev that Gorbachevsky mentions was actually arrested by Soviet authorities on charges of what was called bourgeois humanitarianism for protesting the rapes and similar acts. This is one reason so many Russians today don't know about these events. Discussing or publicizing these occurrences were not just discouraged, they were punishable offenses. Now, it should be noted that the official Soviet military penalty for both raping and looting was death, but it wasn't often carried out in 1945. However, there are some stories where it was. There's one story where an officer shot a lieutenant right on the spot for reportedly lining his troops up to gang rape a woman. But the officers had a very hard time controlling troops who had often been drinking and who were armed with heavy weapons and submachine guns. Stalin himself showed little concern over the raping and looting, even when it happened to his allies. When a Yugoslavian partisan leader complained to him personally that Soviet soldiers were raping Yugoslavian women, Stalin said to him, quote, "You have, of course, read Dostoevsky. Do you see what a complicated thing is a man's soul, man's psyche? Well then, imagine a man who's fought from Stalingrad to Belgrade, over thousands of kilometers of his own devastated land, across the dead bodies of his comrades and dearest ones. How can such a man react normally? And what is so awful of his having fun with a woman after such horrors? You've imagined the Red Army to be ideal, and it is not ideal, nor can it be. The important thing is that it fights Germans. The rest doesn't matter." End quote. There was a famous boast by a Soviet veteran that 2 million of our children were born in Germany. Not likely, though. The number of abortions after the war skyrocketed. Now, it may seem that I'm lingering salaciously on these rapes, but I want to point out that if you talk to Germans, and they will speak to you because they won't always do that, the most traumatic, lingering effect of the whole war are the rapes in Germany that were part of what the Red Army did to the German civilians. This traumatized the German population. To them, you can't spend enough time speaking about this aspect of the Red Army's conquest of the eastern part of the country. it's a trauma that still haunts Germany today. Suicides became very common after these rapes. Rape victims took their own lives, often took their loved ones, such as their husbands or children, with them. The leading Nazis were also killing themselves at a furious pace. One example is the head of the German Red Cross, Ernst Grauwitz. He was suspected of ordering heinous crimes to be committed, so he and his family sat down to dinner, and with everyone seated, he reached down and pulled the pins on 2 hand grenades and blew the whole family up. Welcome to the reality of the Götterdämmerung at the end of the Third Reich. One of the things that I often think about is post-war Germany and the people that were walking around in that society. Isn't that a whole society of people who are post-traumatic stress disorder victims? I mean, we'll talk about someone, for example, here in the United States, who comes home from the war in Vietnam and who needs to have years of counseling and has perhaps substance abuse problems or problems with their marriage, or God forbid, some of them even violent because they can't get the experiences or what that war did to them out of their psyche. Now imagine a whole society of those people. I mean, just think of the hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of rape victims alone, or children of the rape victims who watch their mothers be raped, or the brothers who watch their sisters be raped, or the parents who watch their daughters be raped. Don't you think that that leaves a psychic scar? Combine that with the returning soldiers who lived through a Stalingrad or a Kursk or those desperate, terrible battles on the Baltic coast in 1944, 1945. All these people walking around in a post-war society together, under occupation. It's amazing that the society didn't just go insane, that that generation could push forward and continue and build a post-war society into something admirable. Because I can't think of a more traumatized group of people than that. Unless, of course, it's the people on the other side that they traumatized. Maybe it's fair to say that the nations who fought this war in the East, in the Second World War, were all traumatized. Poland, Ukraine, Belarus, a continent of traumatized people. And Churchill's comments that he made at Yalta seem particularly apropos. He said, quote, "I do not suppose that any moment of history has the agony of the world been so great or widespread. Tonight, the sun goes down on more suffering than ever before in the world." End quote. I also want to point out that these atrocities that the Red Army was committing on the German population are human things. There were people that tended to make them Russian things or Soviet things. These are part of age-old human practices. Look at the Romans, who were excited about the prospects, for example, of sacking the city of Cremona so that they could rape the inhabitants. The inhabitants of the city of Cremona were Roman too. It was part of a Roman civil war. These Romans were excited about the prospect of raping their own countrymen. The recent situation in Bosnia in the early 1990s was just a recent example of rape being used as a weapon, something that's gone on throughout human history. Even the American conduct in Vietnam is something you can look at, pointing out the humanness of rape in combat. U.S. General Eugene Lynch, who served in World War II, Korea, and Vietnam, spoke of atrocities that American soldiers were involved in the Vietnam War. He said, quote, "In any war, when you lose so much, soldiers will want revenge. Anytime you have a losing situation, you've got a potential melee. This is why it is up to the commander to set the tone and to halt it." End quote. But what happens if the officers don't do that? Like it or not, this is who we are. This is who we are when the thin veneer of civilization is stripped away from us by the violence and the all-out killing of a war like this. You take away that thin veneer, and we revert to something from another age. We turn into those Romans outside of Cremona, or any of the other situations throughout history where people have acted in a bestial manner, where we can look in our living rooms today as we read the stories and say, how can people act that way? And the answer is that under the right conditions, we can act just like those people, and events prove this over and over again. We are not as civilized as we care to believe. And something tells me that some Russian soldier in Berlin, some Roman soldier in Cremona, some Bosnian soldier in the former Yugoslavia in the early 1990s, were they here right now, would point this fact out to us. And if you find yourself feeling a little strange over this whole thing, feeling bad for the bad guys in a way, in truth, the people on all sides of this war were the victims of terrible governments. The war itself, launched by the Nazi regime, opened up the Pandora's box, unleashing a violence that corrupted everyone. As Boris Gorbachevsky wrote, war is first and foremost a tragedy. War is not only heroic feats and battles, as I had previously imagined. War is also the daily grind of a man trapped in unbearable conditions. It is blood, filth, and sweat. It is life in extreme circumstances. War erases the boundaries between good and evil. It makes the unique, sacred gift, human life, worthless." End quote. It should also be pointed out, for the sake of balance, that there are quite a few stories of Soviet troops acting surprisingly benevolent to the Germans they found, providing them with bread, doting on the German kids, having a weakness for German children, and patting them on the heads and giving them food. Often the frontline soldiers behaved impeccably. When the fighting ended, the Soviets solved one of the most pressing problems the German civilians faced. They began feeding them. And this contrasted sharply with what Goebbels' propaganda said the Soviets would do to the Germans once they had them in their power. When the fighting stops in Berlin and the garrison there surrenders on the 2nd of May, 1945, the Soviet general Chuikov walks around the city, and he's stunned by the silence following the unbelievable noise that had been there the whole time. And he says that a thought struck him at that moment, quote, "The flame of the world was quenched here whence it arose." End quote. We have no clear understanding of how many Germans were killed in the fighting. There was no one on the German side counting bodies. The people you would expect to keep such statistics were themselves dodging shells and bullets and trying to survive as the roof fell in on the Third Reich. The numbers have always been all over the map. And as bad as those numbers are, though, they're a drop in the bucket when you throw them into the overall casualty figures for this war in the East. Without the war in the East, the Second World War loses a ton of its bite. With the war in the East, it becomes easily the worst war ever fought on this planet. Since the fall of the Soviet Union, researchers and historians have had to increase their estimate of the losses in the Soviet Union, losses that were already unbelievably high. The current estimates, and that's what they are, estimates because no one knows for sure, are that 10 million Red Army soldiers died in the fighting between 1941 and 1945. Add to that a further 18 million people on the Soviet side wounded, people who lost arms and legs or who were paralyzed for life. That's 28 million military casualties. Historian Richard Overy put that into perspective when he said that of the 34.5 million men and women mobilized by the Red Army, an astounding 84% of those people were killed, wounded, or captured. I'm not sure there's a percentage like that anywhere in military history in the modern world. Now, the civilian casualties dwarf even that. The estimates, and that's all they are estimates because no one will ever know, is that between 17 million and 25 million Soviet civilians died as a result of the fighting and the occupation. That means that the Soviet Union is darn near 40 million estimated casualties dead from the fighting in the Eastern Front. That's more people than the population of many modern middle-sized countries. You cannot get your mind around a number that large. Sometimes it helps to look at the destruction instead. The Soviet Union had 70,000 villages obliterated due to the war, literally steamrolled or destroyed. 70,000 villages. More than 1,700 middle-sized towns were wiped off the map. More than 32,000 factories destroyed. More than 25 million civilians made homeless. Now, the Germans suffered quite a few less casualties than the Soviets, but their numbers are still staggering compared to, say, the Western Allies. They suffered 5.5 million military deaths in the war, more than 4 million of those coming in the East, and about 2.5 million civilians dead. That's an estimate. No one's quite sure about that either. And of course, the Germans suffered occupation for decades afterwards. Some historians say that the Second World War's actual last act was when the Berlin Wall came down about 20 years ago. And there's a tendency to think that once the war was over, the war was over. The people in the United States went home and celebrated. The people in Great Britain went home and celebrated. The people in the Soviet Union had to live with the war around them for decades. There are stories about those 25 million homeless Soviet civilians having to go out in the middle of winter and strip the German corpses that lay all around their towns and villages of their uniforms to try to put them on so that they would live through the winter without freezing. There are stories of the cleanup that had to be handled by the local authorities, where they would take all these German corpses frozen in the middle of winter, put them in shallow graves, only to find that when the spring thaws came, the ravines and ditches and streams ran red as the blood melted out of these grave areas. There are a few surviving photographs of what some of these fields looked like before the Germans were buried, and you see, stretching from the feet of the cameraman all the way to the horizon, frozen German corpses. The cleanup would take forever, and the war would be right in the faces of these Soviet civilians for decades. That's still there now. Our descendants will be finding for centuries the mass graves and the battlefield sites and the burial plots. There's an old historical line, and it's certainly a cliche, but Santa Anna is reported to have said it. Those who do not remember the lessons of history are doomed to repeat them. I've always wondered if those bone fields can act as a stark reminder as to the lessons of history, especially when we realize that with today's modern weaponry, if ever two major world powers like Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union faced off again, they would do so with weapons that could deliver what it took 4.5 years for those two powers to deliver in about 4.5 minutes. With any luck, the conflict from the East in the Second World War will be the largest war human beings ever fight. What you're about to hear is part 2 of a multi-part series. Might be worth your time to download part 1 if you happen to miss that or don't know this story. Without further delay, though, Ghosts of the Ostfront, part 2.
December 7th, 1941.
It's history.
A date which will live in infamy.
It's hardcore history.
When Adolf Hitler unleashed the German Wehrmacht on the Soviet Union on June 22nd, 1941, in the greatest surprise attack in world history, he was undertaking the greatest gamble of his career, maybe one of the greatest gambles any world leader has ever taken. And Adolf Hitler was a great gambler. If you look at his career, everything from the Munich beer hall putsch to the ultimatums over places like Czechoslovakia to the decision to invade France, which many of his generals thought ludicrous, he had been a very successful gambler. And even in the cases where he had failed, the consequences had been light. You know, you try to overthrow the Weimar government, and the worst thing that happens to you is you get a couple of years in prison. That encourages further gambling down the road. His Operation Barbarossa against the Soviet Union was the greatest gamble of his career. And it was a gamble because it was based on 2 assumptions. And if those assumptions were wrong, he was going to lose. One assumption was that the Soviet Union was, as he thought it, a rickety shack. He said many times, "We have but to kick in the door and the whole rotting structure will come tumbling down." That's exactly what happened in the First World War, when German victories in places like Tannenberg had rocked the Tsarist Russian regime to the point where it did fall apart like a rotting structure. Hitler saw the likelihood of that happening again as being high. The other assumption was that this was a country of subhumans, of Slavic peoples who were only fit to be ruled over by the master race, the German Aryans that were completely wrapped up into Hitler's race and blood theories. And not only were they subhumans, but they were controlled and ruled by Jewish Bolsheviks who also would provide a less than adequate leadership to, put up any sort of a struggle to the conquering German armies. Now, if either one of those assumptions proves wrong, Hitler's in big trouble. And so is Germany. Because if you look at population numbers and all that sort of stuff, the Russian colossus, and it wasn't just Russia in the Soviet Union, it was a bunch of other areas, the Caucasus, Ukraine, Belarus, the Baltic states, and a bunch of other places, they're going to swamp Germany if those assumptions are wrong. So on June 22nd, 1941, Hitler is playing a very high-stakes game. And yet, from the very outset, it looks like once again he's going to win. The first 2 weeks of the fighting against the Russians is an incredible German triumph. Now, it must be said, even during this triumph, the Germans were suffering more casualties and running into more resistance than they ever had in the fights that they'd faced in Poland or France or the Low Countries or Norway. Nevertheless, the progress that the German blitzkrieg tactics were making, the miles that were being covered were, well, incredible and stunning. And most stunning of all, to their adversary, the Soviet Union. Now, the Soviet Union should never have been caught flat-footed as they were. This massive surprise attack never should have been able to happen. The warning signs were there. It was the Soviet leader Joseph Stalin who chose to ignore these signs. And as some historians have pointed out, here you have one of the most paranoid people in all history, a leader who trusts no one, and the one time he decides to trust someone, it's one of the guys in history that you probably should be most suspicious of, a guy who was a congenital liar, Adolf Hitler. Even 24 hours into the war, Stalin was supposed to still be ordering his troops in places to not fight back because he thought it might be German generals acting on their own accord trying to spark a war. He still trusted Hitler. Now, not much was heard from Joseph Stalin for the first 8-9 days of the war. When the announcement was made to the Soviet people that war was occurring between Germany and Russia, it was made by one of Stalin's underlings, a guy named Molotov. The Soviet people didn't hear from Stalin until July 3rd. And when they did, they heard a very different-sounding Soviet leader than they'd heard before. First of all, gone were the normal, Soviet terms and rhetoric that communist audiences were used to hearing. All that stuff about the working class and the proletariat and the capitalist exploiters and all that rhetoric was replaced by a much more familiar tone. Words like brothers and sisters and friends. He sounded nervous, some reported, taking frequent breaks from the speech to sip from a glass of water. His harsh Georgian accent, which many Russians didn't even know he possessed, came through loud and clear. And his speech did other things that the communist rhetoric normally avoided. It glorified past history. Normally, Soviet history paid attention to everything after the October 1917 Communist Revolution and afterwards. That was the beginning of, laudable Soviet history. Now he was talking about the great Russian leaders from the past. He was talking about the resistance to Napoleon. He was talking about Mother Russia, and he was invoking the great spirits of the Russian past, the motherland. As a matter of fact, the Soviets would call the war against the Germans the Great Patriotic War. And this was a very canny move by Joseph Stalin because he realized something from the start that was going on that needed to be counteracted. And that's that the German advance into places like Ukraine and Belarus, which was happening at light speed, was being welcomed rather than resisted. People in the Ukraine, for example, had not been happy being satellites of the Bolsheviks by and large. There were certainly communist and certainly pro-Russian elements in those countries. But Ukraine remembered very clearly it was only a decade or two before that the great man-induced famine had killed millions in Ukraine, and that was almost certainly Joseph Stalin's fault. When the German soldiers arrived, the Ukrainian peasants welcomed them with the traditional welcome of bread and salt. You can go look at old film footage of Ukrainian peasant women blessing the German soldiers as they arrive. This to them was liberation. Not just that, this liberation was something that was a part of the German propaganda. You can go back and read now the way the German Nazi propaganda machine played up why they were attacking Russia. And there were two reasons. One, they said it was to forestall a Russian surprise attack. But two, it was to protect, Western Christendom, European civilization from the, Bolshevik Asian red tide. And here was the beginning of the liberation in the Western Russian territories, places like Ukraine, Belarus, and whatnot. And before the Germans even arrived, the nationalists in those regions, people who would be considered today by the Ukrainians and the Belarusians as patriots, were already coming out of the woodwork, the kind of people that were in hiding when the Soviets were in charge, because after all, being an anti-communist in a Soviet-controlled territory is basically, a death sentence. They were coming out of the woodwork before the Germans even arrived and chiding the local communists, saying, "The Germans are coming to get you!" Many of the German generals after the Second World War was over, said that the fatal flaw in the strategy of the Nazi attack on the Soviet Union was not to live up to the propaganda hype. Had they really come as liberators, people like Manstein, for example, had written after the war, German general, that they could have toppled the Soviet regime because all these people were ready to be freed from Bolshevism. You get 20 or 30 years of experience with the Bolsheviks, and many people were ready to try something new. The fatal flaw, of course, in the plan was that the Nazis with their worldview could not come as liberators to the people of the East because their plan was to enslave the people of the East. Their plan was to replace one slave master, the Soviet Bolshevik slave master, with the Nazi slave master. The people in the East were subhumans. They were fit to be the slaves of the new order. And as a matter of fact, the German hierarchy, people like Göring and Goebbels and those folks, were planning on an estimated 30 million Slavic deaths to be necessary before the colonists from Germany could recolonize the East and, feed the people that were left there. They didn't want to feed all those Slavs, and it was going to be about 30 million that were going to have to go in order to make this possible. Most of them, Göring said, by starvation. I've always wondered, too, if the German people had understood, if this had been an open secret, and they had said, we're going into the East and we're going to kill 30 million people there in order to create living room for ourselves, I wonder how many Germans would have been on board with that. Obviously, in a totalitarian state, this was not openly debated and talked about, but I get the feeling that that would not have been a popular decision. During the war, there was a diary written by a German soldier where he called all these Nazi theories about the master race and the Untermenschen barroom racial theories backed by the force of a powerful state. And I wonder if there weren't a lot of Germans who felt that way as well. German Army intelligence actually came to the conclusion in 1941 that the only way to beat the Soviet Union would have been to come as liberators and turn people like the Ukrainians and the Belarusians and all these people that didn't like the Soviet regime to begin with against it. But as I said, the tragic flaw in the system is that the Nazi ideology prevented this from happening. The whole reason for going there would have been undercut if you liberated these people to govern themselves. So Hitler's Nazi theories were probably the reason that the Nazis couldn't beat the Russians. And the nature of this war became apparent very quickly. It was very unlike the war in the West against the French, for example, which comparatively were knightly and gentlemanly. The German generals even talked about how this war in the East couldn't be conducted in a knightly fashion, and the treatment of Soviets who were surrendering, who became prisoners of war, made this apparent right away. The Germans were extremely harsh. The killings of surrendering soldiers was all too common, and the label partisan, which allowed anything to be done to someone, was very liberally applied. One German general said if you find anyone in civilian clothes with close-cropped hair, they're probably a partisan. You can shoot them. The German strategy of big encirclements meant that you were going to have tons of Soviet soldiers trapped behind German lines. All these people could be considered partisans, and partisans could be shot. Now, the fact that this was not altogether a popular approach is apparent in some of the complaints you'll read from German generals. There were really two kinds of German generals. There were the ones that were wholly infected with the Nazi ideology, and they really bought into this whole idea that this was a race war and you needed to wipe out the Soviet menace and kill all these partisans and all this stuff. And then there was another group that were much more part of the traditional German military that considered it a noble profession with a noble history, and they objected to this kind of stuff. Early on in the fighting, General Lemelson, who commanded the 48th Panzer Corps, complained to higher-ups. He wrote, quote, "I've observed that senseless shootings of both POWs and civilians have taken place. A Russian soldier who's been taken prisoner while wearing a uniform and after putting up a brave fight has the right to decent treatment." This changed nothing, so he wrote another memo saying, quote, "In spite of my instructions, still more shootings of POWs and deserters have been observed, conducted in an irresponsible, senseless, and criminal manner. This is murder. The German Wehrmacht is waging this war against Bolshevism, not against the united Russian peoples." Apparently, General Lemelson was out of the loop when it came to what the Nazi grand scheme for this whole endeavor was. But he wasn't alone. Now, of course, the problem with treating Russian soldiers, Russian POWs, and Russian civilians the way the Germans started treating them was that you're going to get payback. And the Russians began to treat German prisoners and people who fell into their hands with the sort of atrociousness that the Germans were treating them with. Now, it wasn't as contrived from the higher-ups. A lot of what was being done to Russian POWs was coming from, the Nazi orders, whereas a lot of what the Russians were doing to the German soldiers were decisions made by vengeful soldiers on the ground, but these stories are still full of atrocities. One that comes to mind particularly happened in December 1941 when Russian troops overran a German field hospital and killed 160 patients that were recuperating there. They threw them out of the second-story windows of this hospital, which of course didn't kill them, and then they hosed them down with water and left them to freeze in the sub-zero temperatures. This was the sort of thing that simply upped the spiral of violence so that you had this self-perpetuating level of atrocities. One side would do something, the other side would respond. The side that did things originally would see the new atrocities and respond in kind, and you get this terrible cycle of violence and hate. A cycle that characterized this whole war in the East. A cycle of atrocities that led many to compare this war in the East to the terrible 30 Years' War, which had happened a couple hundred years before, which was considered to be a European war of atrocities. The stories from Barbarossa and the Russian campaign all the way to the fall of Berlin in 1945 is one long list of amazing, horrific atrocities. I mean, look at the way the Russian POWs who weren't killed upon surrendering were treated. First, they were marched to prison camps. And if they fell along the march route, the standard thing to do was to shoot them. Many people reported that Russians were just being shot on the side of the road if they couldn't keep up with the march. When they did get to these prison camps, they weren't really prison camps. They were simply open fields most of the time with barbed wire around them. No shelter, no medical care, hardly any food and water. By the end of the war, only 1 out of every 3 Russian prisoners would have survived. That's more than 3 million Russian prisoners that died in German captivity. You compare that to how many Western troops died in German captivity, which was a very small number, and you see the difference in the treatment. The Russians were subhuman and were treated differently than the people in the West. And when you realize how many Russians were being taken prisoner, you can see why just putting them in big pens in open fields was tantamount to murder. And it was so bad that a serial killer like Stalin himself actually proposed a remedy, which is strange when you think about it, because he never had qualms about killing people. A month into Barbarossa, he actually sent a message to the German high command saying, look, let's abide by the Hague Convention treaties. The Hague Convention was something like the Geneva Convention now, where it stipulated how POWs were supposed to be treated. And the Germans used the fact that the Soviets had never signed the Hague Convention for a reason why you didn't have to treat the Soviets humanely. Hitler said, listen, they didn't sign the Hague Convention, so they're going to get what they're going to get. A month into the fighting, Stalin said, look, if you act like we signed the Hague Convention, we'll treat your people like the Hague Convention's been signed, and people will be treated more humanely. As I said, a weird thing for Stalin to say. The German high command never even answered him. And it never answered him because exactly what was happening to the Russian prisoners and the Russian surrendering soldiers and the civilians and the people that were claimed to be partisans was all part of the German plan. It was a war of annihilation, and treating Russian prisoners humanely ran against the grain of what Hitler was trying to do anyway. Kill as many people in Soviet Russia as possible. And this was happening. Look at the numbers. From June 22nd to July 9th, a couple of weeks, the Soviets lost more than 23,000 men a day just on the Belarusian front. 23,000 men killed, captured, or injured, out of action forever, on one front of the fighting. Can you imagine? And the Germans were finding it tougher than you might expect as well. Even though they were cutting through Soviet forces like a knife through butter, they lost more of their troops fighting the Russians for 3 weeks than they lost in the whole conquest of France the year before. So even though the Germans were winning, they were finding it tougher than they thought. I mean, one fortress, the fortress of Brest-Litovsk, held out for weeks, holding up the German advance in the center, in one area, fought to the last man and woman. Reports were that anyone who did surrender were executed by the Germans out of, malice. They were angry they were being held up and that these people weren't surrendering. But that was a sign of things to come. This wasn't going to be a war where everybody just gave up, even though lots of people were. The encirclement of Minsk had happened early on. Hundreds of thousands of Soviet prisoners falling into German hands. The German Chief of Staff, Franz Halder, saying that he thought after about 11 days that the war was essentially already over. The next big encirclement happens at Smolensk, and this is on the way to Moscow. And by the way, this is not like ancient warfare where you have a big battle and then maybe nothing happens for a long time and then you have another big battle. In modern warfare, as many of you already know, there's low-level fighting going on all the time. And you have a 2,000 or more kilometer front, a whole nation's border essentially erupting in fighting. There's fighting going on all the time. In a podcast like this, all we can do is focus on the major encounters. Otherwise, it just devolves into minutia. The next major encounter after the giant Minsk encirclement is at Smolensk. And that encirclement happened between July 6th and August 5th, 1941. Eventually, 340,000 Red Army troops will be killed or captured in this encirclement, 2,000 to 3,000 tanks lost, 1,000 aircraft destroyed. So in a couple of weeks, the Soviet Union's lost hundreds of thousands of guys, tons of equipment. And it should be mentioned, this equipment was not exactly what the Germans were planning for, especially talking about tanks. German propaganda had taught that the Soviet Union was backwards and that the Germans had these huge technological advantages in warfare. The soldiers, though, fighting the Russians found out quickly into the war that this wasn't necessarily true. Sure, there was a lot of outdated stuff, a lot of outdated tanks, a lot of outdated guns, a lot of outdated aircraft, but there was already some stuff in the Russian arsenal that was really nasty. A couple of tanks come to mind right away. The T-34, which may have been the best tank of the war, certainly on the early side of the war, a medium tank. And then a very heavy tank called the KV-1, probably the best heavy tank of the early war. And the Germans were completely unprepared for this. Their shells would bounce off these tanks. They had nothing in their arsenals to deal with them, and they had been told that they were never going to be dealing with anything superior to their own equipment in Russia. It was lucky for them that early on in this war there wasn't much of that good stuff, and German tactics, German doctrine, German fighting experience, and German command was so superior they were able to work around this problem. But Hitler even said to General Guderian later on in the fighting that had he actually believed Guderian's pre-war estimates of the Russian tank capabilities, he might never have invaded the Soviet Union to begin with, pointing out once again that one of Hitler and his general staff's problems were they often thought that the estimates of their enemies' powers were overestimated, and usually they were pretty dead on, and had he known exactly how strong the Russians were, he might not have invaded in the first place. Now, these new tanks and all this new equipment was being obviously produced in Russian factories. These Russian factories were, for the most part, located in the western part of the country, the exact part of the country the Germans were overrunning. So very early on into the fighting, Stalin makes a move that probably saved the Soviet Union in the war. An amazing move. He tells all these factories to move, to simply break down buildings, structures, machinery, everything, put them on trains, and send them east. At least to the Ural Mountains, some of them all the way to Siberia. You're talking hundreds, in some cases thousands of miles. And it was a double-edged sort of a decision, because if you break down these factories, they're out of commission for a while. They're not making KV-1 tanks and T-34 tanks and guns and shells and all this stuff, but it's better than having the Germans overrun them, isn't it? This is considered to be one of the most amazing aspects of the early part of Operation Barbarossa. Maybe as many as 2,000 Russian factories totally dismantled and moved. What's more, a lot of the work was done by women and almost children, because the men were being conscripted into the fighting forces. So these women are in Siberia in cold weather without electricity trying to, rebuild these factories and get them online quickly. And for the most part, they did. This would prove to be absolutely crucial to the Soviet war effort, because that took those factories out of the range of the German armies. Not just that, the German armies ran into another problem. The Russian railroads happened to have a different width of railroad track than the ones in the rest of Europe. Doesn't sound like a big problem, does it? Until you realize that that's how supplies were transferred back then. In order to get the shells and the troops and everything you needed to the front lines, they had to come on the railroad. And once you hit the Russian borders, the railroads you used to get to the Russian borders couldn't function on the tracks in Russia. Had to have Russian trains. And the Russians were busy blowing up every train they had that would fall into German hands. The supply problem started for the Germans less than a month into the Barbarossa campaign. The difference in the Russian track gauge would cause problems throughout the war. Now, to prove that Hitler had been wrong in his gamble about the rotting structure coming down if you just kick in the door, in the first 3 weeks of Barbarossa, the Soviets lost 3,500 or more tanks, 6,000 or more aircraft, and 2 million men killed or captured. The Germans had kicked in the door, but the structure hadn't fallen. The gamble may have been a mistake. And to the people who were in the know, it started to look like a bad gamble pretty early on. Even when the Germans were winning and moving quickly and looking like they were going to capture the major cities, certain people were already starting to get nervous. Hitler wasn't one of them, by the way. The weirdness starts in the middle of July. On July 16th, less than a month into the fighting, Adolf Hitler announces that Moscow is not the major target for the German armies. As we said, there were 3 major German army groups. One was in the north, Army Group North. They were heading toward Leningrad, now St. Petersburg. Army Group Center, their job was to follow toward the road to Moscow and presumably capture Moscow. And then Army Group South, whose job it was to go into the Ukraine, capture Kiev, places like that. On July 16th, Hitler changes the plan. Says Moscow's really not that important. We're going to take the army that should have gone to Moscow and use them to help encircle all these Russian armies. This was argued against strongly by a lot of Hitler's best generals. They argued that Moscow was the key to the whole thing, capture Moscow, and the war is over by and large. Hitler pointed out, as did some of his other generals that supported him, that, look, Napoleon captured Moscow and it didn't do anything. The Russians just burned Moscow down and there was Napoleon stuck in a burnt-out city with the Russian winter coming. The counter-argument to that was, well, Moscow wasn't as important back in Napoleon's time. Now it was the command center for everything. The communists ran the whole country from there. The railways all went through there. Capture it and the whole command center, the brain of Soviet Russia, goes down. Hitler refused to change his mind, though. And some of his generals and close associates wrote after the war, they thought he might have an almost superstitious need to avoid doing the same things Napoleon did, and that if he took a different approach, he wouldn't fall victim to the same fate. So on July 16th, Hitler changes the plans, and that may have messed up everything. Now, on August 3rd, the German troops finish the reduction of the Smolensk pocket and capture Smolensk. But by this time, the impetus of the German, thrust that started on June 22nd has petered out. The momentum is stalled. The German equipment is suffering terribly from wear and tear. The Russian roads are horrible. On maps, they looked like they were real roads. When the Germans finally got to them, they turned out to be dirt tracks that were very hard on the equipment. The infantry are trying hard to keep up with this amazing speed of the advance, but it's wearing them down. They're terribly fatigued. They're marching incessantly. And the Russians are often fighting heroically. It's this strange dichotomy. Because how can you take so many prisoners all the time and yet still be facing this fanatical resistance? Sometimes the people who were surrendering were from these areas of the Soviet Union that were not so happy to be part of the Soviet Union anyway. People in the Ukraine and Belarus whose families were already now in German hands and never really liked the Russians to begin with. Nevertheless, these stories of the heroic Russian resistance are moving. And many of the stories have to come from the Germans because there are few tales that actually survived from the 1941 campaign because most of the Russians who would have told them died. One story comes from a German anti-tank gunner named Helmut Pohl. He talked about the fanatical resistance that they ran into against the Soviets. He wrote, quote, "During the advance, we came up against the light T-26 tank, which we could easily knock out even with the 37mm gun. There was a Russian hanging in the turret who continued to shoot at us from above with a pistol as we approached. He was dangling inside the tank without legs, having lost them when the tank was hit. Despite this, he still shot at us with his pistol. Man with no legs, in the turret of a tank, shooting at the Germans with a pistol as they advance. That's resistance. Now, some of the accounts that have survived from the Soviet resistance early on in this fighting come from the Germans also, from letters they found on the corpses of the Russians who were resisting fanatically. There was a Russian named Alexander Golikov, who was a tanker, who wrote a letter to his wife while he looked at her picture from a doomed tank he was fighting in, and he knew he was doomed. He wrote, quote, "Our tank shook with the impact of enemy shots, but we were still alive. We have no more shells and are short of bullets. Pavel is shooting at the enemy with the turret machine gun while I take a breather and chat with you." He was chatting to the photo. "I know this will be the last time. I would like a long chat, but time is too short. It's good to die when you know somewhere there's a person who will think it was good to have been loved." The Soviet veteran Boris Gorbachevsky writes that the lifespan of a Russian soldier in 1941 was less than a week, and only hours if the Russians were on the attack. When he said his last goodbye to his mother before shipping out, she treated it as though they were saying goodbye forever, because she knew what the average lifespan of the Russian troops at this point in the war was as well. He tells of being shipped to the front on trains, and at every train station they would stop at, he would run into Soviet mothers who were carrying placards where they had written the name of their child on the placard, and they would hold it up to the windows of the train, hoping that some of the soldiers on the train would be able to give them some news of the fate of their child. And for anyone who was in the path of the German armies that were occupying these towns and villages, who had any illusions about what life was going to be like under the Germans, that it was going to be any better than what life was like under the Soviets, the illusions were quickly crushed once the Germans took over the town and started putting up the new rules. The new rules looked a lot like the old rules, meaning very harsh. Sonia Davidova, a resident of a village called Slutsk, wrote, talking about the Germans, quote, "On the same day they marched in, they announced strict laws. All communist and Komsomol members were to report without delay to be registered. Whoever went in could naturally bid life adieu. Anyone supplying provisions to Soviet soldiers and partisans was immediately shot. A curfew was imposed. Anyone found on the streets after 6 p.m. without an identity pass was immediately executed." The Germans often started hanging people right when they would enter a town as an example. Communists especially, Jews as well. The pictures you can see from Soviet towns, villages, and cities right after the German entry into them often shows many people hanging from lampposts and buildings and flagposts and makeshift gallows. Now, on August 9th, Hitler compounds his decision about Moscow not being a major goal. He issues something called Directive Number 34, which temporarily abandons Moscow as his objective in favor of Ukraine, the big breadbasket of the Soviet Union. Hitler's generals once again protest, but he brushes them off with a very condescending line. He says, quote, "My generals know nothing of economic matters," meaning, he's the smart guy who realizes the big goals of the war, and the big goals require economic targets be taken as opposed to cities and destroying armies and whatnot. He'll come to regret this decision. On August 11th, the head of the Army's General Staff, Franz Halder, who only a couple of weeks before had written that he thought the war was basically over in his diary, started writing something with a different tone in his diary. He wrote, quote, "Overall, it is clearer and clearer that we have underestimated the Russian colossus, which has prepared itself for war with an utter lack of restraint, which is characteristic of a totalitarian state. This is true of the area in organization as well as it is of the economy, and the area of transport and communications, but above all to pure military power. At the start of the war, we reckoned on some 200 enemy divisions. Now we've already counted 360. These divisions are definitely not armed and equipped in our sense, and tactically they are in many ways badly led, but they are there." He also wrote, quote, "When a dozen Russian divisions are destroyed, the Russians throw in another dozen. On this broad expanse, our front is too thin. It has no depth. As a result, the repeated enemy attacks often meet with some success." So here's a man who 2 weeks into the fighting, 10 days into the fighting, thinks the war's over. A month or so later is starting to realize that some of the assumptions were gravely mistaken. German commander von Rundstedt wrote during the same period that the vastness of Russia devours us. You look at the space and the distance and the inability to cover it in any sort of depth. The German armies were just disappearing into this giant, deep, wide landmass. It was like an ocean of plains. Now, Russian armies were still surrendering, though, in numbers that were appalling to the Soviet high command. On August 16th, Stalin issued an order that's become infamous ever since. It's called Order Number 270. And it was an extremely brutal, but maybe necessary command from a totalitarian government. Order Number 270 said that any commanders or commissars who tore away their insignia or deserted or surrendered should be considered malicious deserters. The order also required superiors to shoot these people on the spot. Family members of these people, this is typical totalitarian regime stuff, even family members were to be punished for the activities of their brethren on the front. The second part of Order Number 270 demanded that any soldiers who were encircled by the enemy use every possibility to fight, and to demand that their commanders organize fighting behind the lines. Anyone attempting to surrender instead of fighting must be killed instantly, and their family members back home deprived of any state welfare and assistance. The order also required divisional commanders to demote, and if necessary, even shoot those on the spot, any commanders who failed to command their troops to do these things. Stalin said when he issued the order, quote, "There are no Russian prisoners of war, only traitors." In other words, anyone who surrendered under any conditions was a traitor, and their families back home were going to be treated like the families of traitors. And if you think Stalin wasn't fair when he issued the order, his own son fell into German hands as a POW, and Stalin sent his daughter-in-law to a prison camp. This order, by the way, made double victims of many Soviet citizens. Untold thousands of Soviet troops were executed or sent to the Gulag after the war, after spending horrific years trying to survive German captivity. Then they're sent home, after the war, either being prisoners of war or German slaves in German factories, and then they're executed or sent to the Gulag for having surrendered at all. Order Number 270 was brutal, but it got the job done. You already had Russians fighting like fanatics. Now they realized that surrendering would simply endanger their families back home. The Germans were fighting a ferocious foe, and one that was every bit as brutal and totalitarian as they were. Adolf Hitler said once, one of the main advantages of a totalitarian state is it forces its enemies to act in a similar manner. Well, Stalin didn't need any lessons on acting like a totalitarian from Adolf Hitler. This order also had another benefit. There were lots of Soviet soldiers who hated the Soviet regime. You have to think of people who lived in Ukraine and Belarus and the Caucasus, people who were from the Baltic states, people who had suffered at the hands of the Soviets, who looked forward to the Soviet regime falling. These people didn't want to fight in the first place. Imagine that you had to fight for a regime that imprisoned or killed your family, or that traumatized and persecuted your racial or ethnic group. And this didn't just happen in the Soviet Union either. There were two great books I read as part of the prep for this show. One was called Blood Red Snow from a German soldier. Another was called Through the Maelstrom by a Russian soldier. And both of these soldiers' fathers had been imprisoned by their respective regimes. The German author talked about his father returning from a concentration camp, seeing his son after years and years and just breaking down and crying. It was an almost identical story to what Boris Gorbachevsky wrote in Through the Maelstrom when his father arrived back home after years in a Russian gulag. And then these two soldiers get to go fight for the regime that devastated their families. It's one thing to be patriotic and wanting to fight for your country. It's another thing having to fight for your country when your country's treated you in that sort of a manner. Imagine being in that position. On August 20th, Hitler makes another strange, weird order that will screw up the war. He orders the siege of the city of Leningrad, not the capture of it. Leningrad was one of the biggest of the Russian cities. It was up north, and it was an area where the German armies had made the most progress. They got to Leningrad quickly. They basically surrounded it and were going to take it. And Hitler said, no, don't take it. Surround it and starve the people. One of the reasons he wanted to starve them was because he had no intention of trying to feed them after capturing the city. As a matter of fact, his plans for Moscow were exactly the same. They were not going to accept the surrenders of these cities. They were not going to go in and take them with street fighting. They were going to starve and kill the populations, or at least make them flee away, so that the Germans weren't responsible for feeding and taking care of them. So the German armies surround Leningrad and begin a siege that will go on for years and create conditions that are some of the most horrible that happened in any major world city in the 20th century. Leningrad would be a symbol of human suffering in this war. Also in the final week of August, Hitler reauthorizes Moscow as a major target. But by this time, has he waited too long? In July, he says Moscow's off the table. In late August, he says Moscow's back on the table. And now everything has to be reorganized. Armies have to turn, and Moscow has to become a target again. And it's the end of August. Also at the end of August, around August 23rd, the Battle of Kiev begins in Ukraine. Kiev, another one of the major cities in the heart of the Soviet breadbasket. Another giant encirclement battle, one of the largest. And this would occupy Army Group South for quite a while. It also occupies the Soviet high command because it's one of those cities that the Soviets and Stalin dreads the thought of losing. Some cities could be sacrificed. Kiev was considered one of the seats of the Russian people, and it was not to be abandoned. It was to be fought for to the last man. By this time, the end of August, German losses on the Russian front have reached 440,000 people. By August 26th, the German losses on the Russian front are worse than all their losses in the rest of the Second World War put together so far. They know they're in a major fight by this time. Also by this time, the partisans are starting to make their presence known. You see, all these Soviet soldiers that got caught behind German lines, they're aware now that what's really going to happen to them if they surrender is that they're probably going to be killed, or they're going to be sent to these prison camps where they're probably going to die anyway. So they figure, what the hell? They start hiding in the forests, organizing resistance among civilians. They start organizing as partisans, and they become a force to be reckoned with by this time. The funny thing about it is, when Hitler is told about all these partisans behind German lines, he's almost happy about it. He said, quote, "It has its advantages. It gives us a chance to exterminate anyone who turns against us." He had no idea, though, how powerful these partisan forces would eventually become. And the Germans made this worse. This is one thing the Germans never seemed to understand, even in the First World War, that treating the captured populations so harshly would alienate them and make the partisans worse. The Germans felt that the way you dealt with people sniping at your troops and fighting them behind the lines was to employ things like collective punishment. The German orders said that 100 civilians should be executed for every German soldier killed, and that 50 civilians should be executed for every German soldier injured. Whole villages were sometimes leveled to punish them for partisan sympathies. Sometimes they were leveled ahead of time to just act as a warning. They also thought that this would deter the partisans. Listen, if you act up against our troops, the villages where you're all from and you live are going to be destroyed. All it did was drive more and more people into the hands of the partisans, and the Germans never learned this lesson. When it wouldn't work, they would simply make it more harsh. The partisan warfare and the responses to it was one of the most brutal elements of this whole fighting in the East. And the German lack of understanding that the harsher they were, the worse it got, was part of the vicious cycle. Also, this whole label partisan allowed cover for killing people that the Germans wanted to kill anyway. Jews were considered to be partisan supporters simply by their very nature. During a trial after the Second World War in Minsk, a German soldier took the stand, and this was a Russian court where he was interviewed. His name was Albert Rodenbusch, And he described a typical anti-partisan operation, and you get an idea what this was like and how would you feel if this happened in your town. He said, quote, "We started our operation in a village. There were no partisans in this village. The people from the village provided us with heated rooms and gave us food, so we were very surprised when the company commander later ordered us to burn down the village and arrest the village people. So 50 inhabitants were taken prisoner. We then moved on to another village. It was about 10 or 11 kilometers away. Upon our arrival, we came under fire from rifles. Our company commander ordered us to occupy the village and to shoot on sight anyone offering resistance or attempting to flee. We shot about 70 people. Among them, also, women, old people, and children. And then we burnt down the village. From the first village, we took 14 head of cattle, and from the second village, 10 head of cattle. We then proceeded to the third village. We didn't come across any partisans there, but we still burnt down the village and shot around 50 people, even women and children. And then we moved on to the fourth village and did exactly the same as we had done in the other villages. There we shot about 100 people, burnt down the village, and made about 80 arrests." This was all justified by the Nazi regime as a response to what they called the, quote, "special nature of the enemy," end quote. This enemy was deemed to be, quote, "inscrutable, unpredictable, underhanded, and callous," and was characterized as using treacherous methods of fighting. The Germans called them terrorists. And again, the harsh measures that they employed to deter this terroristic activity did nothing but make it worse. For example, when the Nazi governor of the city of Minsk was assassinated, the Germans hanged 1,000 citizens of Minsk in the city and left them hanging there for everyone to see as an example. Now, the Nazi ideology and the German attitude of harsh measures equaling, subservience was proven wrong time and time again. A perfect example comes from a story that was told by a German officer of something that happened in Russia. He wrote, quote, "While we were in the Mogilev region, a rumor reached von dem Bach that there was a quantity of gold in the Polyakovo State Farm. We went out there and tore the place to pieces looking for it. The head of the settlement begged us to wait, as he could get the gold in 24 hours, and if the buildings were all destroyed, the peasants would have nowhere to spend the winter. At dusk, we left with orders that the gold was to be produced the following day, or the entire population of the farm would be placed under arrest. Fischer, one of the soldiers, and a detachment of 4 men stayed behind to keep an eye on things. The next day, no Fischer. We could not get him on the shortwave radio, as they were with motorcycle outfits and the farm was nearly 100 kilometers from Mogilev, so the following day we went back there with 6 armored cars. The place was burned to the ground. One building, the office, stood, and in it, a leather box, very heavy, gold scrawled on it in white paint. We opened it. Inside were the heads of Fischer, Hahn, Neudeck, and Grosse. That was the kind of treatment that the German harsh retribution was prompting. Not subservience, resistance. Then, of course, there was the issue of the Jews. If the Second World War is known for anything, it's known for the Holocaust, the German attempts to exterminate European Jewry. And people think of concentration camps and gas chambers often when they think of this sort of stuff, but they often forget that that was not the way it started. The way it started was with the Einsatzgruppen and other outfits whose job it was to kill Jews the old-fashioned way, by shooting them. The Einsatzgruppen and groups like the SD and many organized police units would follow in the wake of the German Wehrmacht units and begin killing Jews right after the Germans took over towns and villages in the Soviet Union. Not just Jews, but Russian commissars, gypsies, and others. And the Wehrmacht isn't blameless. For a long time after the Second World War, there was this attitude that, yes, the SS and the Einsatzgruppen and these bad people did these things, but the German army is, not tainted by these terrible crimes. Recent works out of Germany in the 1990s prove conclusively that the Wehrmacht was more involved in anti-Jewish activities than people were led to believe. An example of some of these Einsatzgruppen activities was described by a German veteran who saw SS men herding Jewish men, women, and children with their hands tied with wire towards a long pit, and he wrote about what he saw. He said that along this pit's 150-yard length were hundreds of people, on foot and standing in open-back trucks. He wrote, quote, "To our horror, we realized that they were all Jews," he said. He described how the victims were tumbled into the ditch and made to lie in rows, alternately head to foot. He said once a layer was in place, 2 SS men moved down either side of the ditch with a Russian machine pistol, firing automatic bursts into the back of people's heads. Single shots, he said, rang out afterwards as they strode along the line, finishing off the wounded. He said, quote, "Then people were again driven forward, and they had to get in and lie on top of the dead. He says at that moment, a young girl, she must have been about 12 years old, cried out in a clear, piteous, shrill voice, 'Let me live! I'm still only a child!' The child was grabbed," he wrote, "thrown into the ditch, and shot." This scene would be repeated countless times on the Eastern Front as Jews were liquidated en masse. Maybe the worst case of this mass shooting happened at a place called Babi Yar, where more than 33,000 men, women, and children were killed by gunmen and thrown into pits outside the city of Kiev. And the Nazis were aided in this by locals who happened to be anti-Semitic as well. There were Ukrainians and Belarusians and Latvians and people like that who didn't like Jews in their midst anyway, who were only too happy to help with the killings, unfortunately. Now, it should be noted that there were always German soldiers, officers, and generals that were against these activities. Sometimes that's not mentioned enough. They believed that they sullied the honor of the German army, and they weren't part of the Nazi clique of these officers. They were more old school, and they found these kinds of activities much more distasteful. Some even risked their own positions to aid Jews. There was one officer, a lieutenant colonel named Helmut Grosskirth. He had found out that 90 Jewish orphans, ranging in age from infants to about 7 years old, were scheduled to be shot in Russia, and he tried in vain to get that order reversed, and he was even threatened that he would be reported to Heinrich Himmler himself. After they were killed anyway, despite his efforts, he wrote to his wife, quote, "We cannot and should not be allowed to win this war." And that incident prompted him to begin meeting with some of the secret anti-Nazi groups of higher German officers that would eventually try to assassinate Adolf Hitler. So, despite what some might think, there were decent people of conscience amid all the evil of the Third Reich, people who were opposed to this stuff from the get-go. Of course, at the other end of the spectrum are Nazi leaders like Field Marshal Walter von Reichenau, who ordered that the men of the Wehrmacht's Sixth Army were to kill Jews. He said, quote, "In this eastern theater of war, the soldier is not only a man fighting in accordance with the rules of war, but also the ruthless standard-bearer of a national ideal and the avenger of all the bestialities perpetrated on the German peoples. For this reason, the soldier must fully appreciate the necessity for the severe but just retribution that must be meted out to the subhuman species of Jewry. Their duty was," he said, to quote, "free the German people forever from the Jewish Asiatic threat." So it kind of depended on which general or field marshal you had, how your unit acted with Jews, partisans, gypsies, and commissars. And it's interesting to wonder about the human side of these sorts of activities, because people today think, how could any of these individuals have conducted something like that? How do you shoot women and children in pits and just keep doing it all day long till 33,000 of them are lying there? It almost seems like these are different creatures than we are. We have to account, though, for the fact that they were brutalized by governmental systems that encouraged that kind of behavior and that mode of thinking, and that we're more capable of that as a species than we think we are. There was a whole line of thinking that took place after the war was over at the Nuremberg trials, where we were prosecuting the main Nazi leaders for war crimes. And many of these Nazi leaders said at the time that they shouldn't be held responsible for what happened because they were merely following orders. And the judges from all the Allied countries said, that's no excuse. And what they were basically saying was, you have a duty to oppose orders like this. And that sounds like a very high moral road to travel, but we forget a little bit how we might act in the same situation. I mean, imagine if they threaten you or your family with death, imprisonment, torture for opposing the regime and not doing what you're told. There were some very interesting critiques made by people from totalitarian regimes, exactly why they were able to get human beings to do these kind of things. There was a German surgeon who was appalled by SS atrocities, and he wrote, quote, "The ingenious way totalitarian states by making people who oppose government policy simply disappear, deny their opponents the opportunity to die a martyr's death for their convictions. Now, this is almost exactly what a Russian writer wrote. He said about the Soviet system, quote, "You become an accomplice to the system even though you're an adversary, because you are unable to express disapproval even if you are willing to pay with your life." End quote. What these people are saying is that instead of being able to stand up there and die for the cause, to have a martyr's death where your death actually accomplishes something, in these totalitarian systems, they simply made you disappear. No one knew what happened to you, and no one knew why you died. So not only do you get to be tortured and killed by the Gestapo or the NKVD, and then have your family likely punished as well, but these regimes manage to make your sacrifices meaningless at the same time. And we like to think we would act so differently, but how many of us would have been prepared to see our wife and children and parents tortured or sent away to an uncertain fate in concentration camps to avoid participating in such evil ourselves? I like to think I'd be one of them, but that's a heck of an assumption to make while I'm sitting here in the comfort of my own, free society. It does make the effort, though, of those who did resist these terrible regimes that much more astounding, brave, and admirable, doesn't it? What would you have done? Could any of us have been Nazis or NKVD killers? And how many of us would be alive had we not been able to do that and lived in those kind of systems? You think about it this way. How many Americans, for example, even protested the internment of Japanese Americans in camps during the Second World War? Precious few, if any. And that situation was far less evil, and the ramifications of protesting far less than in any of these cases. Imagine if our government would have put you in a concentration camp for such a conscientious stand. It's easy to judge these people when we haven't walked a mile in their moccasins. Well, in 1961, little over 15 years after the Second World War ended, a Yale University researcher decided to conduct an experiment to try to figure out exactly how far people would be willing to follow unethical orders, maybe even evil orders, if they came from an authority figure. Now, there was widespread interest at the time because the Israelis were trying a fugitive war criminal, a Nazi war criminal that they had captured named Adolf Eichmann. And that same refrain that happened at the Nuremberg trials over and over was being uttered, this idea that I was just following orders. And the West was mostly disgusted at that sort of a excuse, saying that it was the responsibility of all good citizens to resist carrying out unethical and evil orders. So this Milgram experiment, as it became to be called at Yale University, was intended to find out exactly how many people would be willing to carry out an unethical order if an authority figure commanded it. And the way the experiment worked was this. Ads were put in the paper asking for people who would volunteer to teach to learners. And these people showed up at the clinic. They sat down at a console that had buttons, and they were told that on the other side of the wall, they couldn't see this person, but they could hear them, was a learner. And they were supposed to ask questions of the learner, and if the learner on the other side of the wall got the question wrong, the teacher, the volunteer, was supposed to push a button that delivered an electric shock to the learner on the other side of the wall. Now, initially, the electric shock was small, but for each successive question that the learner got wrong, the shock would increase in voltage. So if you got 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 questions wrong, you're starting to deliver a significant shock. Eventually, at the end of the voltage scale, you were reaching 400, 450 volt levels. Now, the electrical shocks, of course, weren't real. That's just what the subjects in the experiment were told they were inflicting in terms of pain on another person. And what would happen is, eventually, the learner was told to get these questions wrong, so the teacher, the volunteer, would continue to push the buttons. Now, eventually, they would come to a point because the person on the other side of the wall, the learner, would start to groan, would start to react to the shocks. You would hear eventually screams and then banging on the walls. Eventually they would say something like, "I have a heart condition. Please stop shocking me." And a lot of these people, the study said, would turn to the researcher and say, "Can I stop?" Or "That person sounds sick," or "I don't want to do this anymore." And the authority figure, the researcher, would say, "You must continue. The experiment requires it. You have no option. You must go on." They would continue to shock this person until the person would stop making noise altogether, as though they'd passed out or were hurt or were dead or whatever. And people still delivered the shocks because that was considered to be a non-response to the question, a wrong answer on the test. Had to shock them again, even though they sound injured. Folks, more than 60% of the Americans in this experiment were willing to give the maximum shock to the person on the other side of the wall several times. 450 volts to a person that sounded like they were already gone. What Milgram's experiment showed is that even people raised in a system that values human rights highly, that had lived through the Nuremberg trials in the Second World War and were indoctrinated into the idea that resistance to unethical orders was every, good human being's duty, more than half of them were willing to do this because an authority figure commanded them to. Now imagine how different those results would be were we dealing with people raised instead in a totalitarian system of government, one that dehumanized people every day, one that taught that people were subhuman, that taught values completely contradictory to the idea that you should stand up and resist orders given if you thought they were unethical. What's more, the people who were participating in this experiment were not going to have anything bad happen to them or their families if they didn't carry out the orders. It was perfectly voluntary. And they still did it. What would happen if you had some regime telling you that if you didn't do this, you or your family were going to be punished harshly for not carrying out such orders? It's very easy to say that you have a duty to stand up and resist unethical orders. It's another thing entirely to do so when under the gun. As Russian author Vasily Grossman has said, quote, "The extreme violence of totalitarian systems proved able to paralyze the human spirit through whole continents." What you have here in this war of extermination in Eastern Europe is the human spirit paralyzed and acting out in the most evil of ways, ways that we may think ourselves exempt from, but that we probably aren't. Now, on September 11th, between the September 11th and September 16th, the Kiev Pocket, as it's called, is finally completely encircled, and 5 full Soviet armies are trapped in it. Russian generals request permission to try to have those armies break out toward the east, try to save some of those troops from destruction. But Stalin, sending messages with the telegraph, completely forbids it. He sends the message, quote, "Kiev is not to be given up, and the bridges are not to be blown without high command authority. Kiev was, is, and will be Soviet. No withdrawal is allowed. Stay and hold, and if necessary, die. Out." Signing off with the proverbial out at the end of the telegraph message. The message from within the Kiev, the now doomed Kiev Pocket, was, quote, "Your orders are clear. Out. Farewell." In September, the USSR orders all men ages 16 to 50 to sign up for military service. On September 19th, the great city in the Ukraine, Kiev, is captured. The Germans capture more than 650,000 Red Army troops, destroy 2,500 or more tanks and 1,000-plus guns. Hitler calls this the greatest battle in world history. But experienced generals like Franz Halder and Heinz Guderian call it a tragic blunder instead, feeling that the effort that had been made to capture Kiev and take these Russians prisoners should have been spent trying to capture Moscow instead, because they knew what Hitler was pretending wasn't going to happen, and that's that it was September and the weather was going to change. On September 27th, it does. Rains start across the entire Russian front, turning these dirt tracks into mud. And not just mud, a kind of mud that the Germans were completely unprepared for. It's famous. The Russian spring and the Russian fall traditionally is the mud season. And the dirt roads turn to a kind of mud that will suck a truck into it up to the axles, or worse. Traditional horse transportation doesn't work. Even tracked vehicles have a hard time. Soldiers trying to march in it, it's a disaster. The already stretched German supply lines, well, they become a disaster as well. The German advance slows to nearly a halt at an absolutely crucial time. There are stories of the Germans actually using the very plentiful number of Russian corpses on the ground to throw them on the roads to try to get a little traction, on the corpses instead of trying to do so on the mud. Horrible stuff like that. Now, on September 30th, 1st of October, kind of, Hitler starts the opening stages of what's called Operation Typhoon. This is the now delayed attack on Moscow. German forces are still about 200 miles away, and they're still wearing, for the most part, their summer uniforms, in some cases paper-thin summer uniforms, because Hitler, either because he was worried about jinxing the whole effort by even thinking about it, or worrying the public back home, or affecting the morale of his own soldiers, had forbidden the Wehrmacht to look into the idea of winter uniforms, acting as though, this whole conflict's going to be over before we have to worry about winter. Hence, most units were still fighting in their summer uniforms. As a matter of fact, on October 3rd, Hitler says on the German radio, quote, that Russia has already been broken and will never rise again, end quote. So obviously he's not thinking about the terrible struggle for the Russian capital that still lays ahead. He's already counting his chickens before they've hatched. He's aided in this by a couple of more giant encirclements that happen on the way to Moscow, and as part of this attack on Moscow, 2 Russian pockets in places called Bryansk and Vyazma encircle, again, huge number of Red Army troops. The German forces are, in some cases, moving quickly again, armored forces mainly, the infantry still bogged down in the terrible mud. Heinz Guderian and his tank corps entered the city of Orel so quickly and so unexpectedly that the Russian streetcars are still running, and the citizens are waving to the German tankers, assuming that these must be Soviet military units because, well, they weren't expecting the Germans to be anywhere near them. And they weren't the only ones surprised by the German advance. Soviet reconnaissance aircraft report to Stalin that German armored columns are only 100 miles from Moscow at this point. The Supreme Soviet Command refuses to even believe this. As a matter of fact, the head of the NKVD secret police, Beria, even wants to arrest and interrogate the pilots for, well, what he calls panic-mongering. Now, eventually these reports are confirmed, and Stalin finally decides to take the threat to his capital seriously. He appoints an up-and-coming general named Zhukov to command the defense. He mobilizes 100,000 men in the city as a militia. He conscripts another 250,000 citizens, mostly women and children, to dig trenches and anti-tank ditches outside the city. I mean, everybody can see that this is shaping up to be the crucial battle in this Operation Barbarossa 1941 campaign in the East. On October 8th, though, the harbinger of things to come happens. The first significant snowfall is recorded in almost all the German diaries that we have. Now, it's a minor snowfall. It quickly turns to mud and just becomes a greater part of the mud problem that they're already dealing with on the Russian front. But everyone writing about it gets, the hidden meaning behind this whole thing. The Russian winter is not far off, and we're not in Moscow yet, and we're certainly not ready for this. On October 14th, the panic in Moscow begins. And it's a lot like the panic you can go read about that happened when Napoleon was right outside the gates of Moscow in 1812. People trying desperately to flee, knocking other people off the trains, trying to get out of the city. Lenin, the Bolshevik revolutionary whose mummified corpse had been sitting inside the Kremlin, is evacuated to the east along with all those Russian factories that had been moved back to the east since the conflict started. Stalin, however, even though he's told he should leave, decides to stay. A symbolic attempt to show the people in Moscow that he's not going anywhere. What's more, harsh measures designed to rein in the panic and the looting and the black marketeering, even drunkenness, are enforced. I mean, you could be drunk because you're worried about the Germans coming to your city, and the Russian secret police will line you up against a wall and shoot you at this particular time. Heck, they were taking out every 10th apartment manager, just randomly, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, take that guy, and shooting them. The NKVD was doing this to set an example of the harshness that all this stuff was going to be treated with. No panic allowed, and just in case you were thinking about it, look what happened to every 10th apartment manager. Stalin says Moscow is to be defended to the last person, and this is an attempt to make that clear to everyone. On October 17th, these pocket battles near Moscow end. The Germans capture another 670,000 Red Army troops. Folks, that's, if you're counting, 1.5 million Russians in the last month. That's why it's hard to look at the Western Front with the Allies and take those casualty numbers seriously. No one wants to minimize anyone's death and suffering, but the casualties in places like D-Day seem like, a day or two's fighting on the Russian front. It's uncanny that the resistance is continuing. Now, in October, something else happens that turned out to be crucial to the entire war effort, but was little known at the time. The Soviets probably had the best spy network in the entire world at this time. They had spies in the Far East, and they had spies in Japan. Stalin receives word sometime in October that the Japanese have made a decision on their war aims for the coming year. Stalin had worried that they were going to, because they were part of the German-Italian alliance that was called the Axis, he was worried they were going to stab him in the back, right? Russia looks like they're teetering, so the Japanese come into the Soviet Far East and finish them off. He was worried about this. The Japanese had armies in Manchuria, and they had clashed with the Soviets in the late 1930s, so Stalin had hardy Siberian troops stationed there to prevent any sort of a Japanese stab in the back. But his spies now told him that the Japanese were planning on attacking into the Western Pacific, going against the British, the Dutch, and the Americans. So Stalin decided he was free to take those forces away from the Far East, put them on trains, and start sending them west. Siberians, equipped and culturally able to handle the cold, fresh, veterans in many cases. He started them on the trains heading to the west, and for the most part, the Germans were completely unaware that these fresh troops were coming, because the soldiers in the west, both German and Soviet, were like a couple of punch-drunk fighters. The battalions and the companies and the divisions were all fractions of what their paper strength was. They were worn down to the nub, but at least both sides were worn down kind of equally. Nobody had any inkling that fresh troops were on the way. The Russians seemed desperate, too. They were using more and more strange, weird weapon systems that seemed to point out to their desperation. The Germans write about one that's just mind-boggling. The Germans called them mine dogs, and these were dogs that the Soviets had trained to carry anti-tank mines strapped to their backs, and they were trained to quickly run under German tanks, and then the mine would be detonated from remote control. Now, these weren't very effective, but the Germans commented on how anytime they saw a dog anywhere near them, they shot it just in case at this point. And it shows you what they thought the level of Russian desperation was. Look at, they've scraped the bottom of the barrel. They're using dogs against us now. The mud is so bad right now that very few of the units are able to move effectively, Guderian's tank corps being one of the few. Even though the Germans are at the height of their success, as I said, capturing more than 1,500,000 Russians in the past month or so, you can read the writings of the German generals who are actually at the front, which differ remarkably from the German generals that are back in Germany, with the exception of Franz Halder. And they're talking about, their worries. General Blumentritt wrote in his diary, quote, "Most of the commanders are now asking, when are we going to stop? They remembered what happened to Napoleon's army. Most of them began to reread Caulaincourt's grim account of 1812. That had a weighty influence at this critical time in 1941. I can still see von Kluge trudging through the mud from his sleeping quarters to his office and standing before the map with Caulaincourt's book in his hand. That went on day after day." End quote. Not just that, the generals at the front are becoming exasperated with orders that are coming from the Supreme Command way back in Germany because they seem to be unattached to the reality on the ground in Russia. For example, one general, after being told that his next objective was to encircle Moscow and capture places that were 250 miles behind Moscow, told Halder, Franz Halder of the German Supreme Command, quote, "This is not the month of May, and we are not fighting in France." As if to prove that general statement's correct, in November, the fabled Russian winter, known as General Winter in some Russian quarters because it was almost that much of an ally to the Russian army, arrives. The temperatures plummet. Now, this is a bit of a double-edged sword because the plunging temperatures that go below freezing actually help with the mud. Freeze up the mud, you can now march on the roads again, the trucks can move, the tanks can move, so in that sense it helps with logistics. But the soldiers themselves are completely unequipped for this. Still wearing their summer uniforms, they write about the temperatures plummeting. On November 13th, they plummet to minus 22 degrees Celsius. This basically grounds the Luftwaffe. The German Air Force, which has swept the Soviet Air Force from the skies, can't run in this kind of weather. The Red Air Force, however, in covered aerodromes that are heated, all of a sudden appears again. They can fly, the German Air Force can't. And the German diaries start talking about seeing Russian airplanes and having them attack them for the first time pretty much since Barbarossa started. German tanks and other mechanical equipment often need to have fires lit under their engines simply to thaw them out so they can use them. The ground needs to have bonfires lit on top of it before the soldiers can dig into it with shovels. This is right out of Napoleon, by the way. Talk about the stories being very similar. You can go read about the French troops having to light bonfires on the snow-covered ground to simply get the ground soft enough to dig into. Both sides are worn down to fractions of what they were. They're basically operating on fumes. The Germans are also suffering from something that is not often mentioned. It's a little understood fact about how the German officer corps had suffered up until this point. Many of you listening are military people, and you know how important the middle-level officers are and the non-commissioned officers are to any war effort. In the Roman army, it was the centurions. In most Western armies, it's the sergeants, the lieutenants, for example. These people are your officers and leaders on the ground, on the small-size level. They're crucial to, your operations. The Germans were losing 500 of these people a week since the start of Barbarossa, which was months ago. Even before the attack on Moscow starts, about a third of all the officers and non-commissioned officers of the German army in the East are either dead or lost forever to serious wounds. This is a huge loss in veteran leadership. The fighting value in what's called the institutional experience of this army is being whittled away through attrition. As one German officer wrote, the German army was, quote, victoring itself to death, end quote. And many have written that the German army, after this experience in 1941, will never be the same again. You cannot replace that level of experience and confidence and know-how. Many of these officers had been trained since, the German army was reconfigured after the First World War ended. The famous 100,000 that were allowed to exist in the wake of the Versailles Treaty were wiped out in this drive toward Moscow. And the troops who had survived this period were trying to figure out ways to not freeze to death in the last stages of this drive toward Moscow, and all sorts of, innovative measures were being employed. One of the innovations were that German soldiers were rediscovering the value, even though they were propaganda-laden, of newspapers. One wrote, quote, newspapers in the boots took up little space and could often be changed. 2 sheets of newspaper on a man's back between vest and shirt preserved the warmth of the body and were windproof. Newspaper around the belly, newspaper in the trousers, newspaper around the legs, newspaper everywhere that the body required extra warmth, end quote. Now, many of these German soldiers would simply walk around in shock that they were in their summer uniforms with the weather like this. A transport battalion officer wrote, quote, one cannot fundamentally grasp why we've not received any winter things. I believe that the French in 1812 were better equipped against the winter than we are. Surely the men at the top can't be aware of this. Otherwise, they would certainly have helped us, end quote. The pain and suffering that the average German infantryman at this point was enduring is hard to describe. As we said in the last edition of the show, one of those German soldiers had pointed out that pain is international. And what this German soldier is saying was something that was affecting not just him, but his compatriots as well. He writes, his name was Harold Henry, and he writes, quote, my things were gradually saturated as the water soaked through my greatcoat to my body, which was frozen stiff. Everything was dripping, and the weather was freezing. My stomach and bowels were in a state, and cold temperatures dropped off the scale. And the frost penetrated the weeping sores of my fingers. He wrote, my gloves were so wet that I could not bear the ache of my infected hands any longer. I could have wept with pain as I bound my useless hand with a handkerchief. My contorted face was streaked with tears, but I was in a trance-like state. I plodded forward, babbling incoherently, feeling as though I were asleep and reliving a nightmare. All the others were in the same state as I was. There was shooting, and one threw oneself into the snow, formed a half-circle, made ready, and waited for orders. It was a cycle of non-ending misery. Standing hour after hour in the open, wet and frozen, with hands wrapped, lashed all the time by the unbelievable weather, our boot soles froze, sticking to the ground. We were wet through and had to simply stand, wait, march a little bit, and stand again. A young tanker wrote, a man who drove a tank, quote, we were all dog-tired. The young men slept in any position whenever they got the chance. For weeks, we only got out of the tank for minutes at a time. Our breath condensed on the metal so that everything you touched inside the tank was covered with ice. It was minus 40 degrees to minus 58 degrees Fahrenheit outside. Most of the time, even the rations were frozen. At night, we had to start up the tanks every 2 hours to keep the engines from freezing up." End quote. Folks, imagine having to live outside, in holes in the ground, in these conditions, which is what a lot of the infantry had to do, with your feet wrapped in newspaper. Now, there are a lot of stories about German soldiers evicting Russian peasants from their homes in order to take over their abodes, which of course left those Russian peasants at the mercy of the elements themselves. German soldier Josef Deck writes about living in minus 40-degree temperature. He writes, quote, "Bread had to be chopped with hatchets to make it smaller. First aid packs froze hard as wood. Gasoline froze, optical instruments failed, and the skin on one's hands remained frozen to rifles when you pulled your hand away. The wounded froze to death within minutes in the snow. Only a few people these days had the fortune to thaw out a Russian body to get his clothes." End quote. Now, many in the German high command assumed that, yes, things were bad for the German troops on the ground, but that they were equally bad for the enemy, that these weather conditions affected both sides the same. But that wasn't the case. Not only were the Russians better equipped to handle this, more culturally in tune to the weather, their equipment was built for this. Their tanks were built to handle this weather. They used a certain kind of oil that didn't freeze up as easily. Their guns didn't jam as easily. And their clothing was ready for the winter. They not only could handle the winter better, they did something the Germans thought was impossible in these kind of temperatures. They actually attacked in them. I've often wondered what it was like for the people inside tanks when they're rumbling around, thinking that nothing is wrong, and then all of a sudden the tank is hit by a shell. But there are accounts of what happened to German soldiers in just this situation, and how you could be driving your tank 1 minute toward Moscow and then all of a sudden find yourself outside the tank in a state of shock. German tanker Peter Peckel writes about just such an occasion, where he says he was inside the tank doing his normal work, and then 1 second later, sitting in the snow in shock outside in minus 14-degree temperatures after his tank was cut in two by a Russian shell. He wrote, quote, "The commander of the tank in front of me has taken a bullet in the head, and his brains are running down his face. He's running around in grotesque circles, crying, 'Mother! Mother!' Finally, and almost mercifully, he's hit again by shrapnel and falls to the ground. Then the German tanker sees the Russians coming, and he begins to panic. Quote, 'Oh God, only 4 days ago I saw the dead of another one of our companies. I saw the poked-out eyes, the severed genitals, the horrible, tortured, distorted faces. Anything but that.'" So you can see what's happening to German morale, that the horrificness of the fighting in the East has gotten to them. The Russians often said that if you fight the German, attack with the bayonet, because they don't want to get anywhere near you. They much prefer to shoot from a distance. And when they saw the Russians coming, knowing these sorts of atrocities that they were beginning to pay the Germans back with, you can read the panic in the writing. No German soldier wanted to fall into the hands of the Russians because they knew very well that they had done enough bad stuff to the Russians to deserve the sort of payback that were becoming legendary stories among the Wehrmacht. One German soldier even noted the peculiar nature of bodies that are killed in this kind of freezing temperature, and that you could sit there in almost a state of shock and watch steam just pouring off these recently killed bodies. On November 7th, Stalin defiantly decides to go forward with the traditional Russian Revolution commemorative parade in Red Square. Many of his generals had told him not to do this, that Red Square was within the range of German bombers, that the parade should be canceled this year, but he took it upon himself to have the parade anyway as not only a boost to morale, but as a way of showing the Germans that you didn't screw up our normal schedule at all. Even though Moscow was evacuated and camouflaged to resist German attack, the troops and equipment that are normally a part of these parades continue to be marched right down Red Square, right past Lenin's now deserted tomb, and Stalin had them just continue marching right out of the city, right to the front. It was so close. And he was overheard to have growled, quote, "If they want a war of extermination, they shall have one," meaning the Germans. And the war of extermination, by the way, didn't just mean that Stalin was going to punish the Germans, as part of his effort to throw them out of the country, everyone was going to pay a price. On November 17th, Stalin ordered the Red Army to destroy and, quote, burn to ashes, end quote, all houses and farms for up to 40 miles behind the German lines. He never once thought about what that would mean to the people whose homes that happened to be and how it was the only protection from those cold temperatures at all. Stalin was going to deny the Germans any chance to make use of those homes and that equipment and any food that might be there themselves. Anthony Beaver, an author who wrote about this period, wrote, quote, "Never did a population suffer so much from both sides in a war," meaning the Russian population. On November 23rd, German troops are only 35 miles from Moscow. On November 27th, German troops are only 19 miles from Moscow, and they report that they can see the muzzle flashes of the anti-aircraft batteries operating in the Kremlin through their binoculars. Some patrols have even penetrated into the suburbs of Moscow and managed to see the spires of the Kremlin itself. On December 2nd, German patrols are just 5 miles from the Kremlin. On December 4th, the temperatures fall to minus 31 degrees on the Russian front. German forces evacuate Kalinin, 100 miles to the northwest of Moscow, and this is where you start to see how nerves are frayed. The German generals do this as a strategic move. They see it as helping the situation on the front. Hitler, though, is furious at this. He sees any withdrawal as a weakness on the part of his generals. He countermands the order, makes the troops stay where they were, and starts to show, what his future behavior on this front is going to be. He, like Stalin, has some sort of a visceral opposition to any withdrawal of any kind, as though it shows some sort of weakness, even if it's militarily the right thing to do. By December 5th, the weather, the savage fighting, the supply problems, and the depletion of the German fighting strength causes the German offensive finally to grind to a halt. General von Bock, commander of Army Group Center, admits that there are no longer any chances of any, quote, strategic success, end quote, this year. He says that his men were exhausted, that there were more than 100,000 cases of frostbite in his command alone, which almost exceeded the combat casualties. He writes that desertions and executions for deserting are rising, as is the suicide rate. The temperature was minus 13 degrees Fahrenheit, and the Germans were assuming that the Soviets were just in the same sort of dire straits that they were. And right as von Bock is writing this, all of a sudden, the storm in front of Moscow breaks. The storm being those fresh Siberian troops from the east that the Germans basically were unaware of. Appearing out of nowhere in their white camouflage uniforms, with special oil for their weapons, often attacking on skis, in their warm boots and headgear, they arrive with hidden supplies of the newest Red Army tanks and planes that were hoarded and stockpiled for just this counteroffensive. Partisan units behind the German lines coordinate their attacks at the same time and cause havoc in the German rear. At the same time, the Germans are finding out that these fresh troops are in front of them. Soviet sword-wielding cavalry that looks like something right out of the 1812 wars with Napoleon charge through the forest. Ski troops often appear right into the German lines out of the mists. They often attack at night to nullify the Luftwaffe, when indeed the Luftwaffe can even fly in these sorts of conditions. The Germans, who were tense and on edge before this happened, are thrown back in confusion. By December 7th, this Soviet counteroffensive against Army Group Center succeeds in breaking through the German lines in many places. The Germans are retreating in hasty withdrawals at best, sometimes just fleeing in a disorganized way. They're ill-prepared, frostbitten, forced to abandon a lot of their heavy equipment that's immobilized by the sub-zero temperatures. On December 10th, Heinz Guderian, German tank general, records the temperature is an astounding minus 63 degrees Fahrenheit. The Germans and their attack on Moscow for the year 1941 are done. And as if to seal the deal, to demonstrate an almost death wish, the day after Guderian writes that the temperatures are minus 63 degrees on the Eastern Front, on December 11th, Adolf Hitler's Germany makes maybe their second greatest mistake of the Third Reich. They declare war on the United States of America, who only a couple of days before had been attacked at Pearl Harbor by the Japanese. When Hitler makes this announcement, the Reichstag erupts in cheers at the news. They aren't the only ones cheering, by the way. Cheers also erupt in Great Britain and in the Soviet Union. Everybody seems to think that war with the USA and Germany is a good thing. Hitler and the German high command were laughing at what they considered to be the ludicrous production elements that their experts gave of U.S. industrial capabilities. Those estimates turned out to be, if anything, underestimates. And from this date on, the Germans are fighting many enemies on many fronts. In the East, they're fighting a Soviet enemy that has just held them and thrown them back from the gates of Moscow and is getting stronger every day and only has to worry about fighting one enemy. The Germans now are fighting many. Nevertheless, by the war's end, 7 out of every 8 Germans who die in the Second World War will die fighting the Soviets. By December 15th, Stalin orders all the functions of the Soviet state to relocate back to Moscow, sure that the threat to his capital has been removed. On December 18th, Hitler accepts the resignation of Field Marshal von Brauchitsch and now assumes personal command of the army and operations on the Eastern Front. He also sacks Army Group Center's commander, Field Marshal von Bock, replaces him with Field Marshal von Kluge. On December 19th, Hitler orders that there should be no withdrawal by the German army and that it should stand and fight where it is. He believes that any retreat would cause his armies to fall apart just the same way Napoleon's did. Author Anthony Beaver writes, quote, Hitler was convinced that if his troops held out through the winter, they would break the historical curse on the invaders of Russia. End quote. What Hitler seemed not to realize is that it was very possible that he and the Third Reich were already done. Coming up in the next installment in this series, the famous Battle of Stalingrad, maybe the worst battle in terms of human suffering in all history, also the creator of the majority of those Soviet bone fields we talked about in Ghosts of the Ostfront Part 1. Also, the turning point year, 1943, when the German Wehrmacht finally is defeated in its last major offensives on the Eastern Front and begin the long trek backwards towards Berlin. All that, and more, in Ghosts of the Ostfront, Part 3.
Feeling guilty yet? $1 a show. It's all we ask.